Lu Xing heard someone calling his name. He was startled out of his sleep, wondering what was happening. A teacher mocked him, pointing out that he had slept through the entire day. The other students laughed along. The teacher continued to berate him, saying there were only 200 days left until the final exam and he wasn't putting in any effort. He accused Lu Xing of only knowing how to sleep. The teacher said that if he continued like this, no one would even hire him as a construction worker. He asked Lu Xing if he even knew the human health status standard for a construction worker, and if he had hit that marker. A student interjected, telling the first to stop forcing Lu Xing, and to just let him sleep. He pointed out that Lu Xing's health status was only at 0.7, so what else could he do? Just then, the bell rang, and the teacher announced that class was dismissed. One of Lu Xing's few friends, Lu Qiming, approached him, asking if he had had a bad dream again. Lu Xing sighed, nodding. He explained that he had the nightmare again, the one with the decreasing and dilapidated field where there was no one around except for monsters. He added that the nightmare had caused his mental state to drop severely, and his health status had dropped by 0.02 from what it originally had. He'd have to take a ton of medicine and train himself to gain it back. Lu Xing's friend attempted to cheer him up, saying that they were just regular humans, and that becoming heroes should be left to the geniuses. He suggested they go play some games. Lu Xing shook his head, explaining that he wasn't in the mood and needed to catch up on his sleep at home. Just then, another student called out to Lu Qiming, asking if he was still going to play some games. Lu Qiming patted Lu Xing on the shoulder, promising to play together next time, before heading off to join the other student. Lu Xing walked through the school grounds, lamenting that even after reincarnating into a new world, he still had to worry about his final exams. Overly worried about math, he thought he should at least check out the top news, noting that this world and the previous world he was in weren't that much different from each other. But as he looked up, the news network reported that reporter Han Quan and the heroic humanity had successfully defended against the monster wave raid. The year's hero ranking award point for the team of heroes would be increased by 0.01 based on last year's ranking. Just then, a woman carrying a massive stack of boxes shouted at him to stop dawdling in the middle of the road. Lu Xing stared at her, amazed by her strength and wondering when he would be able to be like that. The man in the blue tracksuit suggested they buy a battle-marked circulating apparatus, mentioning that his classmate had one at home and it was pretty good. His father scoffed, claiming it wasn't an injury, just a slight problem due to old age. He declared he was as strong as steel, and those kinds of injuries were nothing for him. Then, he revealed he had a present for his son. His father presented the benevolent clinic's newest health recovery powder. His wife was surprised, asking if it was the 20,000 health recovery powder they were advertising on television. She exclaimed that it was amazing and the best to have during his schooling years, calling her husband a capable man. She playfully slapped him on the shoulder, but he admitted that it hurt. The woman with brown hair told him that his superiors had allowed her to use the leftover pork head meat they had at work, suggesting they celebrate his efforts. He seemed surprised, asking if it was pork head meat. She asked Lu Xing about his health status and if he had broken through to Class S yet. She noted that his younger sister's health status had almost reached C already, so he and his father were most worried. He heard on the news that they were planning to raise the difficulty level for the high school level exams. Lu Xing sighed, thinking he should hurry up and work out. He began to practice body reconstitution techniques. Lu Xing began the 14th set of radio gymnastics. He explained that the World Martial Alliance recommended these body reconstruction techniques. He continued, saying that 2 years ago, monstrous cracks had appeared in the skies and the earth, and terrifying monsters emerged from them, changing the course of the world's history. Advanced weapons had lost their edge, and humanity was suddenly able to tap into a different source of strength, unlocking a genetic lock and exponentially raising everyone's individual strength. And so, humanity entered into the era of martial arts prosperity. However, despite that, on the battleground filled with monsters, humanity was still at a severe disadvantage, with cities falling at the hands of monsters. Humanity was still being pushed toward the brink of defeat. He addressed the crowd, telling them that they were born into an era of unrest and that they must shoulder the responsibility. He continued, saying that they had all practiced martial arts for the sake of humanity, and that each of them was the future legacy of martial arts. Lu Xing was frustrated that the body reconstruction technology hadn't changed his health status. His younger sister's health status was about to reach 0.5, and yet he was unable to regain his own health status, which was caused by nightmares. He recalled that his mom and dad had gone through a lot to buy that medicine for him. He wondered if this was the end result of the second chance the heavens had given him by letting him reincarnate into the world of martial arts. Lu Xing was still frustrated that he couldn't get it right, even after practicing 3 times. He resolved to keep trying, pushing himself to practice 4, 5, even 6 times. Suddenly, he found himself in the desolate field from his nightmares. He wondered if he had fallen asleep again, frustrated that he couldn't wake up. He screamed as the monster lunged at him. Lu Xing screamed as a zombie lunged at him. The zombie's jaws opened wide, ready to devour him. He realized that he had managed to escape from it for a couple of nights, and he couldn't believe he had been captured by this creature still. The zombie knocked Lu Xing to the ground. Lu Xing glared up at the zombie, his face contorted with rage. He thought to himself that it shouldn't dare look down on him, even though he was terrible at close combat, and his health was only at 0.7. Lu Xing declared that he was still halfway to becoming a martial artist. He stomped down with all his might, sending the zombie flying. Lu Xing raised a rock high above his head, ready to bring it down on the zombie. The rock smashed down with brutal force. Lu Xing collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. He declared that he had finally managed to kill it, realizing that a zombie's weakness was its head. But then he saw something strange. Suddenly, he was surrounded by dark energy, and screamed in pain. A soldier declared that he was aiming to join the defense corps, mentioning that he had heard the training was extremely painful. He stated that it was fine, as it was his dream. From that day forward, he was informed that he was a member of the base team, and he was told to remember his number fully. He confirmed that he understood, and he was told that more power meant more ability to survive, which he also stated that he understood. Suddenly, the base doors were attacked by several evolved creatures. The man with black hair saw black mists, and wondered what they were. He wondered if they were that guy's memories from when he was still alive, questioning why he had obtained his memories after killing him. Surrounded by a blue aura, Lu Xing asked what had happened exactly. Just then, a monster lunged at Lu Xing with incredible speed. Monster lunged, its fangs bared in a terrifying display. Around them, the sky was dark, punctuated by bursts of yellow flame. The monster's face was a grotesque mask of fury. Lu Xing was enveloped in a protective blue aura, energy crackling around him as he prepared to fight back. Lu Xing's eyes flared with newfound power. He was baffled by the surge of energy. What the hell? What the is this? I did that? When did I become so strong? He realized that strength was slowly entering his body. He wondered if he had somehow absorbed the zombie's power, gaining not only memories of its past life but also its strength. Lu Xing couldn't believe what had just happened, wondering if he had just gained a lifetime's worth of experience. He questioned if it defied the laws of nature. He sighed, wishing it wasn't a dream, but it all felt so realistic that it was strange to call it that. The strange energy began to dissipate, and he focused on the memories flooding his mind. He saw the words base 1359 foot, and recalled that this base had appeared in his previous memories as well. He decided he needed to find base 1359, hoping to find the truth about this dream there. Lu Xing realized that absorbing memories this time didn't feel as important as before. He thought he would have to find type zombies to increase his strength and become stronger. He considered that monster clearing points and memories were more useful to him. Suddenly, Lu Xing felt disoriented, wondering what was going on. Just then, Lu Xing heard his sister calling him, telling him to come out right now because it was time to eat. She wondered how much longer he was going to laze around in his room. She teased him, questioning if he was working out when he had been sleeping the entire time. She was Lu Qinghe's only younger sister. Lu Xing realized that he had dozed off without meaning to. His sister told him to hurry up and come out now that he was awake, reminding him not to make their parents wait. She was surprised by how muscular he had become, noting that he must have been putting a lot of effort into working out. Lu Xing sighed, thinking about how Qinghe was always glued by his side when they were younger. Lu Xing reflected on how his sister's attitude toward him had changed ever since they began attending school together, and she received the results of her first assessment. It was hardly surprising though, since her health stats were over 50, and her combat ability was well over 100. At this rate, she would soon receive an offer to a prestigious martial arts university, making her a bona fide genius. Lu Xing thought of himself as just her worthless brother, and a genius who overwear a tacky trophy. He paused, noticing his reflection in the mirror. He wondered when he had gotten this muscular, also noting that he didn't feel sluggish at all even though he had just woken up. Nor did he feel sleepy. Instead, he was full of energy. That wasn't all, he realized. He remembered all the memories he had obtained from the zombies, and the various combat techniques he had inherited. Lu Xing was astonished, feeling as though he had gotten a little stronger. He wondered if he could bring the strength he obtained in his dreams into reality. He considered the idea that he could get stronger just by dreaming, but then his sister called him over to sit down, telling him that the soup was ready and to make space on the table. He dismissed the idea, thinking that things like that only happen in fairy tales. Lu Xing wolfed down the food, wondering if his mom's cooking had improved. He thought the dishes were really tasty, so good that he couldn't stop eating, and asked for another bowl. The table was piled high with completely empty dishes. Lu Xing felt completely stuffed, despite having eaten so much. He wondered just when he had eaten so much food. A man with brown hair snatched the bowl away from him, telling him that they weren't going to let him go hungry in his own home. He then asked his wife to cook another pot of rice and a few more dishes. The man patted Lu Xing on the back, explaining that boys are always like that during puberty, never feeling full no matter how much they eat. He declared that he would go get some tonics and nourishing ingredients the next day, saying that puberty was a great time to improve one's health status, and that they couldn't let it go to waste. Lu Xing's sister wondered how high his health status could even go, since he was already 18. She recalled that the last time he got it checked, it was only 0.8, and that it wasn't weight, so he couldn't increase it at will. Lu Xing's sister told him to stop belittling his brother all the time, pointing out that every bit counts and that there's a huge difference between graduating from a regular martial arts university and a specialized one. Lu Xing wondered if his health status had really increased in the dream, or if it was just his imagination. He decided that he should get it tested at the dojo. Lu Xing made his way to the Hongchuan dojo. He read that Hongchuan dojo's master, An-I Hongchuan, specialized in his family's boxing techniques and had once placed top 10 in Baihe City's 23rd Martial Arts Conference. Apparently, he was a rank 4 martial artist. Lu Xing saw a comparison of martial artists' ranks. A rank 1 martial artist had a health status and combat power of 150. A rank 2 martial artist had a health status and combat power of 1500, a tenfold increase. He read that a rank 4 martial artist needed a peak health status surpassing 200 and combat power at 100,000. He realized that a health status surpassing 200 was equivalent to being superhuman. Lu Xing looked at the fees for the cramped school and realized only children from wealthy families could afford to attend. He thought that if Qinghe wished, his family would probably pay for it, but he could just absorb the experience of the zombies in his dream, so he didn't really need cramped school. He greeted someone with a hello. Lu Xing arrived at the Hongchuan dojo, where a woman with purple hair greeted him, asking if he was there to register for their martial arts enrichment class. Lu Xing told her that he was just there for an assessment of his health status and combat power. The woman noted that he didn't even have a personal instructor with him, assuming he wasn't from a wealthy family. She directed him to walk along the hallway to room 8, where there was an assessment machine. She offered her assistance, but Lu Xing assured her that he knew how it worked, thanking her. Huffing slightly, Lu Xing stood in front of a glowing machine, ready to assess his health status first. Lu Xing focused his energy, ready to see the results of his training. The machine displayed his health status at 0.963, and his martial artist rank as apprentice rank. He was ecstatic, realizing that his health status had increased by 0.01 in just 1 hour. He realized that this was what cultivation should feel like. Lu Xing took a deep breath, ready to see what his combat power would be. Lu Xing prepared to test his new abilities. He told himself that everything would be okay, because the experience and combat techniques of the geared-up zombies had been carved into his mind. He focused his energy. Lu Xing unleashed a powerful kick. Lu Xing stood before the training dummy, ready to test the limits of his enhanced strength. The combat power display flashed a number that shocked him. He was amazed by the increase. It was even more than the limit for his health status. He realized he could truly become a martial artist, and all it took was an hour of sleep. He wondered what would happen if he slept for 2 hours, 5 hours, or even 10. Lu Xing's eyes widened as he imagined the possibilities. He felt like he could be reborn in a single night. Lu Xing found himself wide awake. He couldn't believe he couldn't sleep when he actually wanted to. He realized it was still early, only 9 o'clock. He decided to work out instead, hoping to tire himself out enough to fall asleep naturally and to stabilize his health status. Lu Xing began his radio gymnastics routine, starting with the first move. He was surprised by the power he felt with each movement. Lu Xing was stunned. He wondered how he could make such a mistake, after doing the same exercise since elementary school. He couldn't believe what he had just done. Then he realized it was the memory of the body training technique that the zombie had learned when it was alive. Lu Xing continued his training, putting his all into each move. He had to repeat his movements 200 more times, feeling the strain. Every time he went through the motions, he could feel the power surging through him. And it wasn't just the beginning technique, but the breathing as well. He thought that everyone was taught the breathing technique and should be practicing it even in secret. Lu Xing realized that it was amazing compared to even a few years of training, and that the real treasure trove lay in his dreams. Lu Xing clutched his stomach, feeling an intense hunger he had never experienced before, and he couldn't stand it. He wondered if forcing his body to grow was consuming too much energy. He realized that regular food wasn't enough to provide him with the nutrients he needed anymore, and that only left pills. However, with his current household income, there was no way he could afford such pricey items, and if things continued like this, his growth rate would slow down, so he decided he had better start earning. Lu Xing knew he needed to earn money to keep up with his body's demands. He found himself in the sports gym locker room. A classmate remarked that it was strange that the teacher hadn't checked their papers that day, and that it had been a long time since they had a practical combat lesson. He then noticed Lu Xing's physique. "What? Lu Xing, you bastard! When did you get those abs?" His classmate exclaimed that Lu Xing had changed so much in just a few days that he barely recognized him, and reached out to touch his abs. Lu Xing brushed him off, saying that he had been working out. He added that his hair was growing longer as well, and he guessed it was time to give it a trim. Lu Xing's classmate accused him of showing off for the girls and working hard just for today's practical combat lesson. He told him not to lump him in with his kind, since exams were coming up soon, and he suggested he get ready too. Lu Xing realized that showing off might be his chance. He made his way to the sports gym. The practical combat instructor, Zhong Zhenghua, announced that they would be reviewing the basics of combat techniques they had talked about in class. Someone mentioned that Mr. Zhong was a rank 2 martial artist who had crossed paths with beasts on an actual battlefield, judging by the scars on his right arm. Lu Xing watched the instructor, unimpressed. He thought that even though the man was a rank 2 martial artist, his techniques were too simple and unrefined. He believed the techniques he had absorbed from his dreams were much better. He let out a laugh as he practiced his own moves. The instructor announced that that was all they would be covering for now. A student acknowledged that he understood. Students watched as a blond man walked past. They thought Ifei was so handsome and strong, and that he was the strongest in the class. They admitted they really wanted to train with him. Lu Xing stood among the crowd, looking annoyed. He thought that the blond man was always hogging the spotlight. He scoffed, thinking it was unfair that he was so handsome and rich, and that he had gotten himself the best pills, raising his vitality close to 1.2. He thought that the teachers were always playing favorites, and wondered how common folk like him could even get by. Lu Xing clenched his fist, resolving that he would grab everything with his own hands. The blond man told Lu Xing that his form was decent, but there were issues with his balance. He offered to give him some pointers on how to correct his movements next time. The blond man told him to practice hard, because a bright future awaited him. Lu Xing acknowledged that he understood and thanked him for his instruction. In his mind, he dismissed the man as a puny low rank with no talent, nothing compared to him. He believed that compared to cannon fodder, of course he had a bright future ahead of him. The instructor asked if anyone would like to spar with Yang Yifei. One of the students wondered if anyone could even stand up to that guy, saying that he would toss them around, so who would bother? The instructor thought to himself that every time this happened, the students started shrinking away, just like a group of ostriches. He continued that the school may be teaching them the basics, but once they joined the military, only a handful of them would be walking the path. He wondered if they had ever thought about who would, with the exception of people like him. The instructor stared intently at the students, his expression unreadable. The instructor's eyes narrowed as he addressed the class, noting the intense gaze of one particular student. He told them to step up and take their stance, impressed by the tall poppy in the class. A classmate urged Lu Xing to concede, reminding him that exams were coming up and he shouldn't let this affect him. He didn't want Lu Xing to lose it all for his pride. Lu Xing reassured him, stating that he had been training. The instructor gave them 10 minutes and reminded them to prioritize safety and remember their lessons. The instructor announced that the test of skill would now begin. He was impressed that Lu Xing showed no fear and had kept his cool. He then asked what his vitality was from the last test, recalling it was 0.802. The instructor remarked that 0.8 was low, and he wondered if he had been mistaken about Lu Xing. He told him to pay attention to his strength, reminding him that it was a contest of technique, before yelling for them to get ready to fight. The instructor asked Lu Xing if he was ready and if he had been paying attention. He advised him not to use his hands to break any falls, as it might put pressure on his bones. Instead, he told him to protect his vitals, especially his head. Lu Xing thanked him for the reminder, confirming that he was ready and telling him to come at him any time. The instructor simply stated that it was alright. The instructor explained that the most important thing in a fight was to control the distance, observe the opponent's movements, and strategize a fitting way to counterattack while maintaining a good balance of offense and defense. He emphasized taking control of the moment, targeting the opponent's weak spots, and setting up a match with a heavy blow, stating that it was all about vitality, speed, and power. The instructor declared that the match had been decided. He added that victory belonged to the stronger one, and that pushovers like him deserved an embarrassing exit. The instructor's punch landed squarely on Lu Xing's head, and he let out a grunt. Suddenly, the instructor's eyes widened in disbelief. The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the dojo, scattering the observing students. The students watched in disbelief as the instructor was sent flying with a single punch from Lu Xing. It was unbelievable. Lu Xing, with his fist still outstretched, had sent Yang Yifeng flying with a single punch. The instructor's eyes widened, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The crowd of students looked on in stunned silence. They couldn't believe that Lu Xing had defeated Yang Yifeng with a single punch. The instructor snapped, demanding that the students stop gawking and retrieve the teacher from the nurse's office. Yang Yifeng was quickly secured to a stretcher and rushed towards medical attention. Lu Xing watched Teacher Zhong being wheeled away and apologized. He explained that he hadn't meant to cause such harm and that he had failed to control his strength. The instructor assured Lu Xing that injuries were inevitable in combat, and Yang Yifeng's weren't severe. He invited Lu Xing to his office, saying he had something to discuss. Meanwhile, one of the students was asked to inform their next teacher that the instructor was going to Teacher Zhong's office. The other students were in shock, wondering if Lu Xing had taken drugs or something. They couldn't believe that he had beaten Yang Yifeng with a single punch. Lu Xing stood in the dojo, a long shadow stretching out before him. He and the instructor entered the office. Lu Xing followed the instructor into the office, his gaze immediately drawn to a meticulously crafted bonsai tree and a strange, futuristic-looking robot standing in the corner. He commented on the bonsai, admitting he never knew the teacher had such a hobby. The instructor chuckled, calling it a small hobby. He added that everyone had secrets of their own, looking intently at Lu Xing. Lu Xing reminded the instructor that he was the one who said his vitality was supposed to be at 0.8, clarifying that figure was from the last assessment. Lu Xing denied the accusation, swearing he had never used any illegal drugs. The instructor decided to assess Lu Xing's vitality once more, stating that if he had used any drugs, his vitality would be unstable and the figures would fluctuate greatly. He added that they would then assess his combat strength, and if his combat strength and vitality were consistent, that would be further proof of his ability. Lu Xing placed his hand on the assessment device, ready to prove his strength. The instructor stared in disbelief at the screen, which displayed Lu Xing's vitality as 1.532, achieving rank 1 martial artist. The screen declared that Lu Xing was officially a rank 1 martial artist, and at the age of 18, he was being hailed as a genius unmatched even in White Lake City. The instructor with yellow hair stared in disbelief at what had just happened. Lu Xing was horrified, apologizing profusely to Teacher Zhong for accidentally destroying his prideful pine. The instructor noted that even though the model tree was specially made for student use, it should have been able to withstand the attack of an official martial artist. The instructor with yellow hair couldn't believe that the kid's combat strength had already surpassed that of a rank 1 martial artist. The instructor composed himself, reminding Lu Xing that he had mentioned his vitality value from his previous assessment. He asked how long ago that last assessment had been, and Lu Xing admitted that it had been half a month ago. The instructor's eyes widened, as he realized that Lu Xing had increased his vitality from 0.8 to a value that surpassed that of an official martial artist in only half a month. The yellow-haired instructor stared at Lu Xing, questioning if he was secretly the heir of some noble clan or perhaps receiving tutelage from some grand master. Lu Xing laughed, telling him that he was from an ordinary family and not a disciple of any grand master. As for the reason behind his rapid increase in power, he said it was a secret. The instructor thought to himself that Lu Xing had almost doubled his vitality in just 1 month, and his overall combat strength now exceeded that of a rank 3 martial artist. He recalled his own schooling days and how he had worked hard on his cultivation for many years, finally managing to advance to become a rank 2 martial artist and enter the military. It was only after stepping onto the battlefield that he understood a truth. That truth was that it was impossible for mankind to defeat monsters. The instructor felt a wave of despair, realizing that in the face of such unreasonable and incomprehensible strength, humans were such small and weak creatures. He knew that the only ones who could defeat those monsters were those with strength that was similarly unreasonable and incomprehensible. They were a group of people who were monsters in their own right. The instructor sighed, telling Lu Xing that with his current results, he was more than qualified to be in the school's gifted class, where he would be able to receive guidance from the best teachers. He would contact the dean's office about this right away. Lu Xing thanked the instructor for his consideration, but he stated that the current class suited him well, as he could advance much faster in his dreams anyway. The instructor responded that with Lu Xing's talent, the school would definitely do its best to support him and that if he had any difficulties regarding cultivation that required the assistance of the school, he should feel free to tell him. Lu Xing stated that if that was the case, he wouldn't hold back. He had 2 requests. He wanted to apply for a martial artist scholarship and hoped that the school would allow him to have a more flexible timetable. The instructor considered that Lu Xing lacked financial assistance and free time. He agreed to submit an application for a special scholarship that would give him a grant of about $30,000 and said that he would also bring up the topic of his timetable with the dean's office. He warned Lu Xing that the scholarship application would take about 2 days to be processed, but he couldn't afford to waste that time waiting instead of training. The instructor told Lu Xing that he would give him something in advance, and that he could pay him back when he had the money. Lu Xing was shocked as he realized it was a martial arts black card, with at least 100,000 inside. He thanked Teacher Zhong, realizing that it was way more than what he would be getting from the scholarship. The shopkeeper complimented their good eye, explaining that the Orchid Heart Nourishing Tonic was the Rinxin Medical Hall's latest product, most effective when used to stabilize vitality. After it reached OB, the shopkeeper added that it was specially developed for female martial artists and was currently on promotion for 30,000. Lu Xing thought to himself that even after working hard every day and night, they were still considered inappropriate guys, and that strong martial artists could earn more money and then use the money to nurture their own artists. He realized how difficult it was for an ordinary family to become rich, and that Qinghe, a true genius, had the talent to change her destiny but was blocked by him, who took away a share of the limited resources they had. Lu Xing continued to ponder that not only was he unwilling to accept his mediocrity, but he also didn't put in enough effort to change his destiny, and that he only spent his days muddling along aimlessly. One of the young men declared that he would carry the other to gold today, as he had built a new swordsman character, and would take him on a killing rampage. The other young man doubted his skills and suggested that they might advance faster if he went AFK, telling him to get a reality check. Lu Xing admitted that he yearned to see the incredible world of martial artists, yet he hid away in games, yearning for that bit of connection with his previous life, like a fish trapped in a tank. However, he realized that all of this had changed, that he had broken through the surface of the water and peered into the real world beyond, once again obtaining a chance to change his destiny. He declared that he wouldn't make the wrong decision this time, regarding what he wanted to do and what he should do. Lu Xing felt the multitude of battle memories he had gathered during this short period of time all integrate in a moment. He realized he had finally broken through the bottleneck he was having with the fist techniques, and that he had truly made those fist techniques his. Lu Xing realized that finding one's true self after knowing one's nature was the epiphany that Teacher Zhong had spoken about in class, and that he had advanced yet another step on that path. He thought of Qinghe, his dad, and his mom, resolving to keep becoming stronger to fight for what he wanted. Suddenly, a zombie roared in the darkness. The zombie lunged down with claws outstretched towards Lu Xing, ready to attack. Lu Xing unleashed a flurry of powerful blows. He followed up with a devastating kick, sending the zombie flying. Catching his breath, Lu Xing realized that this zombie must have been a martial artist in its past life, still capable of combat techniques even after death. According to the zombie's memories, base 1359 should be right ahead. Suddenly, another zombie roared, its red eyes burning with hunger, as it lunged forward. Lu Xing unleashed a flurry of powerful blows, following up with a devastating kick that sent the zombie flying. Catching his breath, he looked around, finally realizing where he was. Huh! I'm finally here. Before him lay base 1359. He stared in awe at the magnificent city wall. He wondered how this could be a base. It was a whole city. Lu Xing gazed up at the colossal city wall, now reduced to rubble. He felt like he wouldn't even be shocked if two behemoth monsters were to appear. The scale of destruction was immense. The walls were broken apart, revealing a glimpse of the city within. He stepped through the ruined wall, carefully navigating the debris. He couldn't imagine what kind of battle had taken place to bring down a base of this scale. He realized that both the martial arts and the development of civilization in this world far surpassed his own. If such a powerful civilization had fallen to the monsters, he wondered what would become of their future. Lu Xing noticed a structure that seemed different from the others. He figured it must be the military base or command center. He paused, spotting something in the distance. It looked like a zombie, sitting amongst the ruins. Suddenly, Lu Xing felt an intense pressure. He gasped, wondering what the hell that was. A shockwave? Some kind of psychic power? He thought it was a terrifyingly intimidating force. He realized that with his current abilities, that place was not one he could go to. He decided he should just leave it for now. He figured he needed to survey his surroundings, observing that the zombies down there didn't seem very scary. Suddenly, a blue light attack struck Lu Xing, sending him flying backwards. Lu Xing, now wearing a brown jacket, crouched down, looking at the zombie he had just killed. He wondered what was going on. He noticed there were no zombies around. It looked like a regular apartment. He observed that they must have been eating when the apocalypse dawned upon them, as the cutlery wasn't even put away. He also noticed that there weren't any signs of damage to the doors or windows. He wondered if ordinary people didn't even have the right to be turned into zombies by that terrifying black mist. He noticed a strange glowing panel on the floor. He wondered what it was and if it still worked, so he decided to touch it. Suddenly, the panel activated, and a blue holographic woman appeared, announcing that standby mode was ending and the system was restarting. It greeted the user of Tianheng technology. Lu Xing was shocked, wondering if it was a hologram or virtual reality. He realized that the woman was speaking the same language as him. Lu Xing was surprised that the holographic woman was speaking the same language as him. He wondered if it was some sort of high-tech auto-translation. The woman identified herself as Ellie, a built-in auxiliary artificial intelligence of the 16th generation optical mind from Tianheng Technologies. She stated that she was responsible for controlling the network's server management of Base 1358. Lu Xing realized that it was some kind of futuristic technology. He asked Ellie to give him the latest news. She replied that she was happy to be of service and began connecting to Skynet, but the connection failed. She then accessed Base 1358's civilian database and successfully connected. Ellie began relaying information from the year 11024 MC, stating that main base number 1 had successfully launched the first large-scale search of intelligent life, targeting the Helix Galaxy. She continued with more grim news. Base 105 had fallen. Lieutenant General Sun Qinshaw had successfully become a rank 10-star realm martial artist, and was currently the strongest rank 10-star realm powerhouse in the World Martial Alliance. Bases 114, 838, and 1022 had fallen in succession, and the 8th Army had been dispatched to search for survivors. The World Martial Alliance would hold the 11th Emergency War Conference at Main Base No. 1 to discuss the necessary policies that had been rolled out. Lu Xing was floored by the news that there was a rank 10 martial artist. If the ranking system of this world was the same as his, he couldn't even begin to imagine the heights their martial arts had reached. He looked down at the book in his hands, wondering what other secrets it held. Suddenly, a terrifying monster emerged, its body covered in spikes and glowing with an ominous light. More monsters swarmed in the sky, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Lu Xing stared at the holographic screen, absorbing the flood of information. He realized this world's martial arts and technology had both reached unimaginable heights. Yet despite the rank 10 powerhouses and their tall, sturdy city walls, they weren't able to protect anything at all in the face of those monsters. In fact, they even decided to abandon their home planet and sent exploration teams out into the vast galaxy in search of another suitable planet to call home. Lu Xing grimly acknowledged the information. Until the fall of human civilization, none of the exploration teams had reported any good news. He realized they wouldn't be able to escape the path of destruction. It was such a shame for such a glorious civilization. Lu Xing then requested that Ellie, the holographic woman, bring up this world's history for him. She confirmed that she understood and began retrieving the data. He thought that even such a powerful civilization wasn't able to escape destruction. Perhaps they could learn something from their experiences and keep the same fate from befalling them. The holographic display showed the timeline of events, starting with the first year of the martial calendar, when chasms appeared all over the world. Lu Xing stared intently at the screen, his eyes widening. He realized it was showing the history of his world. He realized that the Lancer and the martial artist Kenan he had just seen weren't from the destruction of another world, but from the future of his world, 10,000 years later. Lu Xing tried to remain calm, suggesting it could be a coincidence or perhaps a parallel universe. He asked Ellie to look up information about specific individuals. The display showed him information about Lu Xing. It stated that he was born in year 297 MC, June, and died in year 325 MC, February. He was shocked. That meant he only lived to be 28 years old. Make another query. He asked about a person named Lu Xingsu in year 299 March, but access was denied. Guests did not have the required permission to look up information about martial artists. To get access, he needed to provide a genetic battle marks sample to be registered as an user. Lu Xing wondered how he was supposed to submit a battle marks sample to be registered. He asked if there was some sort of syringe installed in the machine. Suddenly, the holographic woman leaned in and bit his finger, saying that she needed to bite and suck. Lu Xing was taken aback by the holographic woman's actions. Wait, that's... The holographic woman announced that the battle marks sample had been collected and the analysis was starting. She mused that this was how things were done in the future, even though her virtual body was better. Lu Xing asked her what was wrong. Suddenly, flames erupted. The holographic woman announced that the analysis of the human genetic battle marks sample was complete, and Project Fireseed had been initiated. She connected to Fireseed Repository 1359, and permissions were granted. Lu Xing wondered what Fireseed was and if it had to do with the plan to abandon Earth to search for a new home planet. The screen displayed a profile, showing his name as Lu Xing, gender male, and a lifespan from the year 297 MC, June, to the year 325 MC, February. It also stated his martial prowess was level 4 martial artist, and his permissions access was level 2. He wondered why his profile picture looked different. He wondered if the future had changed. He saw his younger self, with the best grades in school, graduating from Baiha High and placing 23rd in Baiha City. The screen showed that he had enrolled in Baiha Martial Arts University, joined the military 3 years later, served in the Tiannan Military Division, and died in the Southern War Zone. He found out he died at 37, unmarried, as a lieutenant with no outstanding contributions. He wondered if his becoming stronger had changed the future. The trajectory of his life before 18 was exactly the same. There was even a record of his sudden surge in strength before the college entrance examinations. Yet, in the face of history, that little bit of achievement didn't even cause so much as a ripple. His historical rating was 2 stars. He realized that in the vast human database, he couldn't even be considered a genius, as there must have been way too many geniuses to count in 10,000 years of history. He noticed that the data wasn't perfect. Lu Xing examined the records, noting that his vitality during the college entrance examinations had been 2012, with a combat strength of 257. He reasoned that disregarding the dream world, at his current rate of practicing the body refinement and breathing techniques with available resources, getting those results 200 days later was to be expected. He realized, however, that if he took into account the cultivation and gains he'd made in the dream world, he'd surpass those results for sure. He wondered how he, Lu Xing, could only be ranked 23rd in the city. He declared that he should be in the national rankings, with his name becoming one that everyone knew. He declared that his future fire seed repository would surely amount to more than that. He vowed that if he could change the future by growing stronger, he would. Lu Xing vowed that he would avert the impending destruction of humanity. He declared that he would turn things around and save everyone. He declared that he would light a blaze through humanity and be the spark. Back in the present, the morning sun shone on a modest apartment building. Lu Xing was sitting at the breakfast table with his family when the woman with short brown hair asked why he wasn't wearing his school uniform. Lu Xing explained that his teacher had given him the option to study from home. The woman with short brown hair wondered why she hadn't heard about the self-study option before. Lu Xing announced that he was full and would be returning to his room to train. He thanked the woman with short brown hair for cleaning up, who told him to keep up that enthusiasm. The woman with long brown hair watched Lu Xing, noticing that he seemed to be changing more and more each day. She thought he was no longer the fool he used to be, but had become more dark and mysterious. Just then, Lu Xing's phone rang. It was Teacher Zhong, calling to let Lu Xing know that his scholarship money was ready and that he should come to school that afternoon to collect it. Lu Xing thanked him. Teacher Zhong asked why he wasn't in school that day, as they were supposed to discuss his academic schedule. Lu Xing replied that he didn't have much time left, so he couldn't waste any more time, a fact he couldn't quite explain at the moment. Lu Xing sat in a meditative pose, resolving that he didn't have time to worry about the risks of becoming strong. He wanted to display his strength to its fullest extent and shock everyone. He knew that displaying more talent was the only way to gain more resources. He was determined to reach the peak in the shortest time possible, and then find a way to change the future. Back in the base, Lu Xing stood in the center of the room, his hand outstretched. He ordered Ellie to pull up all the cultivation methods, techniques, and essays about martial arts that he could access with his permissions. Ellie confirmed, processing the search, and found 465,751 results. Lu Xing stared at the overwhelming number of cultivation methods displayed before him. He told Ellie to filter the results to show the most suitable techniques for rank 1 martial artists that were also the most worthwhile. Ellie confirmed and began filtering the results, narrowing down the search to 34,521 techniques before sorting them by overall rating. The selection was complete, and Ellie displayed the top results, including the Natural Breathing Technique Introductory Volume and the Stellar Body Reviving Technique Volume. Lu Xing was astonished by the sheer quality of the techniques before him. These were the best techniques from all of the last 10,000 years. He saw the Stellar Body Raining Technique Introductory Volume created by Wang He, a rank 11 powerhouse from the World Martial Alliance, and the Natural Breathing Technique Introductory Volume. He then noticed the Crystal Visualization Technique Introductory Volume. Lu Xing was in disbelief. He exclaimed that the legacies of 3 rank 11 powerhouses were before him, even though the strongest martial artist was no higher than rank 5. He knew that even though they were just introductory volumes, their value could not be described in words. He realized that the powerhouses of the World Martial Alliance seemed to have predicted their fate. They extracted the essence of their life's learnings, hoping that someone in the future would keep the fire going, never guessing that the one keeping the fire wasn't someone from the future but him, who lived long before them. Lu Xing began to study the Stellar Body Refining Technique, which promised to turn the human body into a miniature universe. It instructed him to concentrate and quell all thoughts, keeping his mind focused, condensing the heart and mind into every single cell. The technique described transforming each cell into stars with infinite power. The Stellar Body Refining Technique explained how to transform flowing cells into a surging galaxy, transforming the inner body into an ever-changing boundless starfield. It would refine the martial artist's muscle density to terrifying heights, making defense and strength unimaginably strong. Lu Xing was amazed, hearing that vitality would be like a blazing star, as majestic as the Milky Way. He thought to himself that if the effect of the beginning technique practiced in the past was 1, then the effect of the stellar body refining technique was 1,000, or even higher. He realized that the one he was practicing in his early beginnings was no different from basic body refinements in comparison. Lu Xing continued his training, and the next step was the natural breathing technique. The screen highlighted the first stage, fire breathing. He began the technique, and flames erupted around him. Lu Xing opened his eyes, stunned by the sensation. He exclaimed that it felt like countless flames were burning within his body. Even his battle marks felt like it was boiling. He realized that this was only the first breathing technique, and there were still other breathing techniques of varying power to come, which he found awesome. Lu Xing was ready for the next step. The screen displayed the crystal visualization technique, which would purify the mind, reinforce the will, and touch upon the most mysterious part of the spiritual power and martial arts cultivation. He wondered if this meant it was for the cultivation of spiritual power. He decided to give it a try, and a blue aura surrounded him. He opened his eyes, finding himself in a strange place. He realized that he had entered a mindscape. The screen explained that spiritual power was very important in the cultivation of martial arts. It stated that a strong-willed martial artist without any distractions, in terms of combat power for the activation phase, would be way stronger than weak-willed martial artists who were mixed with many desires. He was unsure how to practice the technique, as he truly didn't understand it. He sighed, realizing that he would have to figure it out slowly. Lu Xing opened his eyes, noting the exhaustion he felt was unlike anything he had experienced in a dream. He noticed a foul odor, realizing it was his sweat. He examined his hand, realizing that training in the mindscape had affected his body in reality, which he found to be great. Lu Xing decided to take a shower, realizing that the combination of the stellar body refining technique and the natural breathing technique had forced impurities out of his body. He found it hard to believe. He thought that his cultivation was at a breakneck speed. He knew that after he got the scholarship money, he could begin to refine tonics and elixirs. He knew that the precious elixir database would be useful in the future and would provide a great boost to his abilities, even changing the pharmaceutical trajectory of the entire world. Lu Xing decided to return to Baihai. Teacher Zhong sighed, telling him to at least give him a heads up next time he decided not to come to school. Lu Xing apologized for the trouble. Teacher Zhong told him to do what he had to do but to come to school at least once a week, and Lu Xing agreed. Teacher Zhong thought to himself that it had only been 2 days, but he already felt like he couldn't get a grasp on Lu Xing anymore. Lu Xing left the school grounds, heading towards the city center. He realized he finally had some money, and he needed to deal with his poor vitality as soon as possible. Among the medicinal prescriptions he found in the Fireseed repository, the ones that suited him the most in this era and at his current level were the muscle and battle marks strengthening decoction and the marrow nourishing pill. He knew that no matter how simple the medicinal prescription might be, he would need professional equipment, as the slightest difference in the ratio or dosage of the ingredients was very likely to cause an entirely different result. The man behind the counter scoffed at the idea. He asked if Lu Xing was kidding, and pointed out that the alchemical lab was an indispensable part of every medicinal hall. He told him there was no way he would rent it out, and ordered him to get lost. Lu Xing sighed. That was the 7th establishment to reject him. He realized it wasn't a realistic idea. Lu Xing examined the ingredients he had already collected. He realized he had everything he needed for the muscle and battle marks strengthening decoction, and enough to make several batches. He looked at the card Teacher Zhong had given him. It didn't just have 30,000, but a whole 80,000. He figured it was probably a personal sponsorship from him. Lu Xing decided that if there was no other way, he would have to buy some rudimentary equipment online and give it a shot himself. Emerging from the alley, he noticed a medicinal hall. He wondered how a store could open in such a remote corner. He stepped inside and greeted the shopkeeper. The man behind the counter, barely looking up from his phone, told him to find what he wanted himself, and then bring it to him to make payment. Lu Xing declared that he wasn't there to buy anything. He thought that the shopkeeper shouldn't even think about running away without paying, since there were security cameras everywhere in the shop, and they could see everything. He mused that even the terrible salespeople from before would at least make a show of coming up to ask what he needed. The man behind the counter was suddenly grabbed. His eyes widened in shock. The shopkeeper started to ask what the hell was going on. He began to ask what Lu Xing wanted to do. The blonde man choked as Lu Xing's grip tightened. A strange light emanated from Lu Xing's eyes. The blonde man behind the counter was clearly intimidated, and he asked what Lu Xing wanted. Lu Xing had a question for him. He asked if the magical hall had an alchemical lab. The shopkeeper relented and began to lead Lu Xing down a long hallway. The shopkeeper sighed, stating that the deal they'd agreed on was 500 per hour, or part thereof. He added that he could only let him use it for 3 hours at most. Lu Xing stared at the test tube, elated. He'd managed to create the muscle and battle marks strengthening decoction. He couldn't believe he'd succeeded on his first try. But he knew that whether or not it was truly a success, he would have to test it himself to find out. He gulped down the concoction. Lu Xing frowned, stating that he didn't feel anything, and it didn't taste like anything either. He wondered if he had failed. Suddenly, a wave of disorientation washed over him. The disorientation hit Lu Xing like a truck, shattering the test tubes around him. He realized the concoction's incredible efficacy had instantly filled the vitality void created by his rapid advancement. In fact, he seemed to have gained even more vitality than necessary. He marveled that something so potent could cause no harm to his body. He realized that on top of massively increasing his vitality, it was even changing the density of his skin, shrinking his pores, and strengthening his body. It was the crystallization of all the wisdom in the entire martial arts world accumulated over 10,000 years. Lu Xing, still feeling the effects of the vitality boosts, heard someone urgently calling to him. He asked what was going on, reminding them that his time wasn't up yet and he didn't want to be disturbed. The man with blonde hair shouted that there was no time to explain. He urged Lu Xing to hurry and leave through the back door, revealing that she was back, his boss. Outside, a woman's leg stepped out of a vehicle, the black high heel clicking on the pavement. It was Sister, holding a device in her hand, her expression unreadable. Back in the lab, the woman with short black hair held a tray full of colorful liquids, ready to continue her experiments. She wiped her mouth after drinking a test tube of green liquid. She exclaimed that it was no good, the medicinal effects were poor and the properties were not even brought into play. The woman with short black hair watched a commercial on High Martial TV, advertising Dragon Lake testosterone pills. She listened as the TV presenter explained that with the rapid development of martial arts, the complementary pharmaceutical industry was changing every day, forcing old prescriptions to be eliminated. The woman with short black hair contemplated her family's legacy. She believed the reason the He family had declined so much was because they had been too conservative, adhering to old habits and resting on their laurels. She paced back and forth, her frustration growing. Xinghan Medicinal Hall was still selling old remedies from 100 years ago, and they had completely lost their competitive edge in the market. She realized that if they couldn't develop new medicinal prescriptions, they would have to collaborate with experienced alchemical masters. She had heard that Mr. Zhang from the neighboring city had just developed a new one, and she had to get her hands on it. As the woman with short black hair stepped out, a voice called after her. The shopkeeper asked if she wasn't going to the neighboring city today. The blonde-haired man watched as the woman with short brown hair returned sooner than expected. He thought to himself that Miss He was as beautiful as ever, with a cool demeanor and stunning figure, and that she would forever be his goddess. He was the only one working to protect his goddess, especially since she was in a weakening family. He resolved to become stronger so he could achieve everything he wanted in life. He snapped out of his daydream when the woman with short brown hair called out to him, demanding an explanation and pointing to the dirty clothes in the academic lab. The blonde-haired man thought she looked so pretty even when she was angry. He stammered, denying that he had secretly brought someone into her academic lab, unsure why he would do that. The woman with short brown hair sighed and told him to forget it, informing him that he didn't have to come in tomorrow. The blonde-haired man was shocked. The woman with short dark hair was furious. She was going to have to wash and clean all the equipment again, then disinfect everything, including the table. She realized that the intruder had even used her activator and laser controllers. She examined the scene and noticed a mutant green-scaled lizard. She wondered if they had used the activator to activate it, but the scales, which were its most valuable part, had been removed. She had never heard of such a preparation method. She scoffed, thinking that it looked like another person with their heads stuck in the clouds who wanted to develop their own medicinal prescriptions. She knew that developing medicinal prescriptions required vast pharmacological knowledge, enormous funding, and various ingredient combinations, especially for someone who didn't even have an alchemical lab. She wondered what kind of castles they were building in the sky, but then questioned if that wasn't what she was doing now. She noticed that on top of worming into her alchemical lab and using her equipment, the person had also broken a few things. She wondered how many more surprises were in store for her that day. The woman with short dark hair sighed, still surveying the mess in her lab. She muttered to herself, wondering about the concoction that had been brewed. She noticed the condensed moonstone, lithium, and tree root. She rubbed her lip thoughtfully, considering the possible effects of the strange medicinal prescription. Her eyes widened as a realization struck her. This was, man with short brown hair sighed, lamenting that it was all that bastard's fault. If he had known, he wouldn't have taken his money. He couldn't believe that his destiny was ending here. He wished he could see his goddess again, even if just for a glimpse. Huh! The woman with short brown hair yelled for him not to go, and to stop right there. He exclaimed that he knew she cared for him. He declared he wasn't going anywhere, and that his place was eternally by her side. The woman with long dark hair was in the middle of calling someone darling when she suddenly noticed something. She demanded to know who had used her alchemical lab, grabbing the man with short blonde hair by the collar. She asked if he was deaf, repeating that she wanted to meet the person who had used her lab. She promised that if he could find them, he could come back to work, and she would even double his pay. The man with short blonde hair stammered that he had their contact information. The woman demanded he give it to her immediately. She realized that the medicinal prescription's battle marks strengthening effect was at least 10 times greater than the battle marks strengthening tonics currently on the market for $100,000. Moreover, it even had the effects of whitening and improving one's skin. She recognized that the main components were all common ingredients, and the cost price of production was less than $5,000, concluding that this new tonic was world-class. The woman with short brown hair exclaimed that she had finally found it, declaring that this was the He family's chance. Meanwhile, Lu Xing was enveloped in a surge of blue energy. His expression was one of intense focus as he continued to hone his skills. He realized that the stellar body refining technique was incredible in how it dealt with the inner workings of the human body. He also found the natural breathing technique phenomenal, noting that there was an edge power. Lu Xing realized that without the complementary action of the breathing technique, the effects of the stellar body refining technique would not be as good. He noted that his vitality had increased a lot, and the muscle and battle mark strengthening decoction was superb. He had made 12 portions of the decoction earlier, and with his current physical modifications, 1 a day would be enough. He realized he needed to find a way to make more in 6 days. Lu Xing was on the phone, questioning the point of making the call if he wasn't going to answer. The woman with short brown hair apologized for disturbing him, identifying herself as the head of the College of Kingshan Medical Hall, Hijigwa. She had seen the money he left behind and knew it was going to be an outstanding product. She wanted to collaborate, promising that Kingshan Medical Hall would spare nothing to promote it. He agreed to meet in 1 week, but she was desperate to meet sooner. She didn't want to wait a week, exclaiming that there was no way she could wait that long. She called out to Ma Fei. The woman with short brown hair declared that from that moment, he would be in charge of hunting down the master, emphasizing that the sooner he found him, the better. She promised him $10,000 for each day less than 6 that he took to find him, demanding to know if he understood. The man with blonde hair asked if she was serious, begging her to keep her word. He then asked if she had gotten something wrong. The woman with short brown hair explained that the one who borrowed the alchemical lab was less than 20 years old and, from the looks of it, just a student. She questioned if he was really the alchemical master she was talking about. The man in the lab coat looked up from his microscope, confused. The woman with short brown hair wondered who exactly he was. The scene shifted to an empty blue room. Suddenly, a figure in a blue suit was struck by a massive energy blast. A hand emerged, clutching a stone radiating with ominous purple energy. Lu Xing found himself facing a man holding the strange stone, its purple energy swirling menacingly. Lu Xing stared into the eyes of his opponent. The blue-skinned figure declared that Lu Xing was his target for today. He wanted to see if he, a ranked martial artist, could take on someone like Lu Xing. Lu Xing looked up, a surge of power emanating from his hands. The blue-skinned figure lunged at Lu Xing, his fist glowing with power. The blue-skinned figure realized that the force behind the blow was at least twice as strong as his own. Force of the impact sent shockwaves of energy rippling outwards. Lu Xing was sent flying backwards from the sheer force of the blow. The blue-skinned figure's punch connected with Lu Xing, sending a shockwave through the air. The blue-skinned figure crashed into the ground, creating a small crater. Lu Xing followed up with a powerful kick, sending the blue-skinned figure flying. Lu Xing stood over the heavily injured blue-skinned figure, catching his breath. Lu Xing stared down at the blue-skinned figure. He realized that this one had died on the front lines while fighting monsters to protect the city. These were not mere monsters to be used as EXP fodder, but rather, human beings who had passed on. They were spirits of the brave who had departed. Lu Xing realized that this one was actually a level 5 martial artist when it was alive, and no wonder its punches had so much power. If it were not for the fact that it lacked intelligence and had lost an arm, which caused it to only be able to fight with the fighting instinct left in the muscles, it would have been impossible for him to defeat it. Lu Xing realized it had been almost a week since he'd learned the stellar body refining technique, natural breathing technique, and bone modification technique. He had fully grasped its memories by absorbing its memories. He realized that with the aid of bone modification and battle marks strengthening decoction, his vitality had increased rapidly. If he integrated the secret technique, the stellar body refining art, and the natural breathing technique, he believed he'd be able to exert power that was several times greater than what he could usually do. He decided to call this integrated attack Stellar Impact. Meanwhile, back in the city, the sun shone brightly on the towering buildings. Lu Xing arrived at the assessment center. He approached the counter, asking the woman with purple hair if there was an empty room available to rent the assessment machine. The woman with purple hair recognized him. She asked him why he was back so soon, wondering if it was because the examinations were around the corner. Lu Xing chuckled, admitting that he was wondering if his vitality had gone up a little. The woman replied that room 206 was still available, and wished him the best. Lu Xing entered the assessment room. He thought to himself that if his abilities weren't improving so rapidly, he wouldn't bother coming here so often to see barely any increase in stats. He decided to assess his vitality first. Lu Xing stared at the assessment machine, seeing that his vitality had increased so much that he had surpassed the standards of a rank 2 martial artist. He thought to himself that it made sense, considering the supreme martial arts techniques and advanced tonics from 10,000 years in the future. It would be stranger if he didn't get such crazy results. Then decided to assess his combat power. Lu Xing unleashed a devastating blow against the machine, the force of which created a blinding flash of light. Lu Xing stared at the results of his test, the machine still smoking from the force of his blow. He was shocked to see that his combat power index was over twice the standard requirement. He wondered if it was because of his fist technique. He decided to test it one more time. He unleashed his stellar impact technique. A woman with purple hair looked over the test results, a puzzled expression on her face. Lu Xing approached the desk, and the woman remarked that he seemed pleased with his results. Lu Xing nodded, confirming that he was indeed quite pleased. The woman with purple hair wished him luck on his exams, and Lu Xing thanked her as he turned to leave. A woman with purple hair watched as a woman with long orange hair entered the room with a red-haired man. She thought the girl was acting all cool, but admitted she was good-looking when she smiled. The woman with orange hair explained that she had brought the little junior brother back from his medicated bath. She noticed the woman with purple hair going all googly-eyed. She denied that the person had come for an assessment, saying that he was just a normal high school student, but admitted that he was handsome. The woman with purple hair scoffed, asking what the point of being handsome was and stating that prowess in martial arts was what really counted in their society. She judged by his attire that he was just a kid from an ordinary household, and that no matter how often he assessed himself, it was all pointless. She thought that the poor dwelled on economics, while the rich focused on martial arts. The resources needed for the cultivation of a martial artisan would be a large part of the reason for that saying. She added that Laner had been taking all sorts of tonics since he was young, and his vitality was much higher than before he had begun cultivation. Now that he was practicing in all sorts of martial arts techniques, the gap between him and his peers was ever increasing, so it couldn't be helped if he'd become arrogant. The woman with orange hair stated that he was the only one who came in for an assessment today. She pulled up his results, confirming that Lu Xing was indeed a student. But then she saw something that shocked her. The woman with purple hair couldn't believe what she was seeing. She questioned if the assessment machine was broken, but then remembered that it had just been serviced. That meant the results were real. She demanded that Ling get her Lu Xing's address or contact number. Since he wasn't a member, there was no registration information. She reasoned that he must live nearby since he came there frequently. She ordered all available staff to collect information on all the students in the area and find him. The woman with orange hair acknowledged the order. Meanwhile, Dong Qingxue vowed to find Lu Xing. Lu Xing was in a taxi, leaving the area. The driver joked that if they had the chance to meet again, he would try to seduce his daughter to him. Lu Xing chuckled in response. Lu Xing thought that the man was too passionate, and he should have just told him to go back to the Martial Arts Association to take the rank recognition certification assessment. He figured that the man would have thought he was crazy and wouldn't have chattered on non-stop. Suddenly, the man in the red jacket was shocked at his assessment results. He argued that his combat power rating at home was far more than 100. He couldn't believe that the Martial Arts Association's assessment equipment, which was made by the government, had a much higher accuracy than those sold outside. Lu Xing overheard the man, realizing the higher precision was great. He could finally get a definitive grasp on his true abilities. Lu Xing approached the front desk to ask where he should go for the martial artist certification assessment. The woman with orange hair told him to fill out the form first, and then go to room 5203 for the test. Lu Xing glanced at the form in his hand, then looked up at the massive line. He thought to himself that the queue was crazy long. He sighed, realizing he didn't have time to waste, but he wasn't sure what he could do. Behind him, two men whispered about a girl in line, noting that she was there for the certification as well. They remarked that for such a young girl to dare come for the assessment, she must be extraordinary, and that she had both looks and talents. Lu Xing overheard them, thinking that most of the people in line were around 25 years old, and he was already considered young. He realized that the girl seemed even younger than him. The crowd was dense, but a huge man in a white tank top was determined to get through, excusing himself as he plowed forward. A man in a suit, holding some kind of application form, was cheering on a girl named Yue, telling her today was the day she started on the path of martial arts. He told her to do her best and that she would definitely succeed, before excusing himself to get through the crowd. The muscular man simply demanded that people make way, not bothering with pleasantries. Crowd gawked at the man's physique, thinking he was so well built that he seemed bigger than two of them put together. The huge man in the white tank top was in a rush, but a woman with red hair wasn't having it. She demanded to know who he thought he was, insisting it was first come, first served, and that he should get in line. The uniformed officer interjected, saying that the muscular man could go first. He was looking at his application form, and Zhao Changfeng deserved to go first because he was going for the Rank 3 Martial Artist Certification Assessment. The crowd was impressed, murmuring about the Rank 3 Martial Artist Assessment. Someone in the crowd gushed that there were only 10 Rank 3 artists in the whole Dare city, and in the world of hunters, strength defined who you were, and the strong would get all sorts of privileges. Zhao Changfeng was called forward for his assessment. First up was the Vitality Assessment. The woman with red hair scoffed, unimpressed by the Rank 3 assessment. She didn't think Zhao Changfeng was guaranteed to pass just by taking the assessment, and she didn't understand his arrogance. Her companion told her to calm down. The woman watched the Vitality Assessment with wide eyes. She couldn't believe the reading was even higher than the requirement, exclaiming that it was the first time she'd ever seen someone's vitality surpass 100. The man in the lab coat announced that it was time for the Combat Power Assessment. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted, sending people flying. They yelled out in surprise and pain as they were caught in the blast. The results were in, and the man with dark hair stared in anticipation at his combat power index. The assessor congratulated Zhao Changfeng, informing him that he was now a Rank 3 martial artist certified by the Baihe City Martial Arts Association and that he would receive a monthly cultivation allowance of 30,000. The sheer force of his punch had sent the surrounding martial artists flying. The woman with red hair exclaimed that a vitality of more than 120 and combat power of more than 10,000 was the standard of a Rank 3 martial artist. She added that the wind pressure created by his punch was enough to knock Rank 1 martial artists off their feet, declaring him basically a Terminator. The woman with brown hair questioned if that was the standard of a Rank 3 martial artist, noting that all the man had done was stand firm under the wind pressure. The man in uniform wondered why she was acting like such a big shot and asked if he could go next. The man in uniform noted that there was no one else in line anymore. He thought that Lu Xing was calm after seeing that punch, showing a proper hood mentality. He announced that Lu Xing was up next and told him to get ready. The man in uniform told Lu Xing not to be nervous and to keep his heart rate normal. He told him to just do as he normally would, but then he paused, surprised by what he was seeing. The man in uniform was shocked to see a reading of 15.7. He wondered if the guy was only 17 or 18. He questioned what the hell was flowing from his veins, wondering if it was fake battle marks. The man in uniform was still reeling from the incredible vitality reading. He thought it was amazing that an 18-year-old could be a Rank 2 martial artist, and he told Lu Xing to relax and not let Zhao Changfeng's punch get to him. He added that he could test his combat power as many times as he wanted until he was satisfied. Lu Xing responded that once would be enough. Impact! The force of the blow reverberated, and the faces of onlookers flashed before his eyes. The force of the punch had shattered the testing equipment. The combat power result was off the charts, displaying an incredible index of 15,709.140. Lu Xing was astonished. After breaking through the bottleneck and adding star power with natural breathing techniques, his combat power had soared to 10 times the standard chi and battle marks value. He wondered if this was the charm of martial arts skills. The man in uniform congratulated Lu Xing on passing the level 1 martial artist assessment, but then he realized that his strength completely surpassed level 2, even exceeding level 3. The man in uniform apologized, explaining that he couldn't evaluate Lu Xing at the moment, but he promised to report this to the head of the association immediately. He assured him that the Martial Arts Association wouldn't bury any talent, especially a genius like him, and that he would put his job on the line to give him a satisfactory answer. Lu Xing asked if that meant he could go back now, or if there was something else. Suddenly, a hand reached out towards him. Zhao Changfeng introduced himself to Lu Xing. Zhao Changfeng grabbed Lu Xing's hand, introducing himself. Suddenly, Lu Xing was swarmed by people all wanting his attention, introducing themselves and trying to shake his hand. He realized Zhao Changfeng had set him up, using his punch to make him a target for the crowd. Meanwhile, outside the building, a man wondered if Sister Yang had come out yet. Another man reassured him not to worry, as getting level 1 martial artist certification would be easy for a genius like her. He agreed, but then noticed something. Lu Xing was surprised to hear his name called. The woman with long brown hair questioned what brought him there. She continued, wondering why he was there, considering he didn't go to school and spent most of his time sleeping. Lu Xing was taken aback that she knew so much about his habits. He stammered that he came to do something, and asked what they were doing at the Martial Arts Association. The boy in the purple jacket introduced himself as Feng Fan Fan, a classmate of Qin He, along with Su Nuo. He explained they were there to accompany Sister Yang to participate in the assessment, adding that Lu Xing was much more handsome than Qin he usually described. The woman with long brown hair asked Lu Xing if he had forgotten who raised him while dealing with his poop and pee at school. She declared that it was him, their dear mother. Lu Xing then said goodbye. The woman in the red jacket scoffed, saying their relationship with their siblings seemed pretty good, and called them two traitors. The boy with blonde hair noted that Sister Yang was coming out. The boy with blonde hair and the girl in the red jacket called out to Sister Yang, asking if she passed the assessment. Sister Yang sighed, telling them not to mention it. She explained that there was an unexpected accident that caused the assessment to be suspended completely, and it was estimated that they'd have to wait until that afternoon. Sister Yang questioned what kind of accident could have caused the assessment to be suspended. She thought it must have been a monster, no, a demon. She realized that the boy, who was about her age, actually had a battle marks value of 15.9, and his combat power even exceeded some senior martial artists with more than 15,000. She admitted that she used to think her talent was pretty good, but after seeing that guy, she realized that her talent was just a joke. The boy with blonde hair then asked Sister Yang if she knew what that person's name was. Sister Yang revealed his name, Lu Xing. The girl in the red jacket looked shocked and asked if he was her brother. Lu Xing overheard the crowd discussing a large scene involving martial artists from the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall, who were apparently looking for someone. He recalled that he had tested there before, and wondered if the people there were really that fierce. He declined to answer the call that was coming in. It was the philanthropy hall calling again, but he decided to ignore them for now. He reasoned that his future prescriptions could be exchanged for a large amount of wealth, but he still needed to investigate whether they were qualified or not before deciding. Lu Xing glanced up at the sky, lost in thought. He activated his AI system and asked it to retrieve his personal history. The AI responded that it was retrieving the information for him. Lu Xing stared at the screen displaying his basic information, including his lifespan from June 297 to July 383, his level 6 martial arts strength, and his available authority level of 2. The screen detailed his life experience, including becoming a level 2 martial artist at 18, which caused a sensation in Baihe City. He was later recommended to participate in the Dongning Province Genius Training Camp, entering the top 20 before training. The screen continued, showing that he graduated from Dongning Martial Arts Academy as a top graduate and served in the military. He retired with a military officer status 5 years later and founded the Xing Martial Arts Hall in Baihe City. He broke through to level 6 martial artist at 45 years old but failed to break through to level 7 grandmaster at 55. In July of 83 years of martial arts, he died in an attack by a strange beast in Baihe City at the age of 87. He realized that the future could be changed, or at least his future could. He had been a level 5 martial artist who died at 31 just a week ago, but now he was a level 6 martial artist who would live to over 80, with the hope of reaching the realm of level 7, grandmaster. But that was far from enough. Lu Xing realized that these minor changes were meaningless when facing the future. He knew that to change the fate of mankind and influence the world, he needed more power, because even a level 9 martial saint was powerless before such a future. Lu Xing resolved that if he wanted to shake such a fate, he needed to master martial arts and break through level 10, or even level 11, even if the chance was slim. He had made up his mind to walk this path and would never look back. Someone was practicing calligraphy, writing about the balance of stillness and movement, and the power of qi. The text mentioned that with President Zhao's abundant mental strength, it was only a matter of time before he entered level 7 of the Great Master Realm. The person sighed, remarking that if President Zhao put as much effort into educating others, it would be even better. A man with brown hair chuckled, telling the other to stop teasing him. He identified himself as Xiao Yuhe, Assistant Director of Baihe Martial Arts Association, and a peak level 6 martial artist. Xiao Yuhe explained that it wasn't that he didn't wish for a few martial Dao geniuses to appear in their Baihe, but they lacked a century-old martial Dao family to succeed, and they lacked the capacity to supply a lavish amount of resources. He lamented that any seedling with the slightest talent would leave by any means, and there was nothing he could do about it. The man with brown hair addressed the man with white hair as President Xiao, reminding him that the training camp was approaching. He continued, mentioning that it had been many years since they had sent someone to participate, and that they needed to protect Baihe's reputation this time, no matter what. The man slammed his fist on the desk, frustrated that he couldn't discover a genius. He lamented that if he had the resources of those at the top, he wouldn't have to keep writing calligraphy, as leveling up was impossible. Just then, a woman rushed in, exclaiming that something had happened at the martial artist assessment. The man with brown hair questioned why the woman was so flustered, noting that she hadn't even bothered to knock. She apologized, explaining that the matter was simply too urgent. She revealed that the assessor had just told her some important information. She excitedly told him that an 18-year-old level 2 martial artist with a battle power of 15,000 had appeared in the assessment. The man demanded to see the recording, and the woman confirmed that she had it. The man with brown hair was shocked at what he was seeing. The woman with glasses explained that it was a perfect round fighting technique, a term used in the martial world. She emphasized that cultivating a fighting technique to the perfect realm at his age was something that no more than 10 people in the world had been able to accomplish. The woman with glasses realized that even a fourth realm fighting technique, with a base of 16.7 thousand chi value, could not achieve a battle power over 15,000. An ordinary family, with an 18-year-old whose battle power was 10 times the standard battle marks and chi value, that had to be the reason. She started laughing, exclaiming "President." The man with short brown hair caught the woman with glasses as she jumped into his arms. He announced that this was an 1 in a billion gifted martial artist, and one of them had popped up in their Baiha city. Woman with glasses, still in the man's arms, asked what a gifted martial artist was. The man with short brown hair explained that among the people who cultivate the martial Tao, there existed an exceptional gift. They would awaken tremendous power that an ordinary person could not even begin to imagine. Their battle marks and chi value would skyrocket after they awakened, possessing a unique gift that might cause shocking variations or speed as fast as lightning. These people were known as gifted martial artists. The man with brown hair, overjoyed, declared that he would personally visit Lu Xing's home to thank his parents for raising such a prodigious talent. He immediately ordered the driver to prepare the car. Meanwhile, the woman with orange hair excitedly announced that she had found him, calling out to Senior and I. The man with black hair asked how it went. The woman with orange hair, slightly out of breath, revealed that his name was Lu Xing, a student at Baihe Institution. She added that his father worked as a docker at Xinxing Logistics, and his mother was a cashier at Jiahe Supermart. She continued, saying that Lu Xing also had a sister in her freshman year, and the entire family lived nearby in Block 15 of Sapphire Estate. The man with black hair wondered why she was looking for him, asking if Lu Xing had angered her. He suggested that as a poor kid from an ordinary family, there was no need to be so. The woman with orange hair cut him off, telling him to shut up and clarifying that it wasn't what he thought. The woman with orange hair finished her call, remarking that she didn't expect them to be so fast. She wondered what they were thinking. She ordered the man with black hair to immediately buy expensive gifts suitable for parents and the young girl. He seemed confused but agreed. She announced that she had finally found Lu Xing, adding that she heard he was getting married. She knocked loudly on the door. Inside, a man with brown hair called out to Lu Xing, saying someone was looking for him. Lu Xing replied that he was coming. Lu Xing was surprised that he had called him brother after so long. He wondered who could be looking for him. The view shifted to the floor, looking up at Lu Xing as he walked through the doorway. The sister beckoned Lu Xing over, announcing that this was Mr. Lu and that it was nice to meet him. The man in the red suit introduced himself as Xiao Yuhe, the president of the Baihe Martial Artist Association. He explained that he had come to discuss Lu Xing's assessment results. Lu Xing realized the man was the president of the Martial Artist Association, at least a level 6 master. He remained calm as he shook his hand, introducing himself to President Xiao. Xiao Yuhe then gestured to the woman with pink hair. He revealed that she was Miss Anai Zhuang from Hongchuan Martial Arts Center. Anai Zhuang greeted Lu Xing, mentioning they had met before at the Martial Arts Center. Lu Xing nodded in acknowledgement. President Xiao turned to Lu Xing, stating that he would keep the explanation brief. President Xiao, on behalf of the Bain City Martial Artist Association, formally presented Lu Xing with the Level 2 Martial Artist insignia. He explained that Lu Xing's battle power, as seen in his stellar performance during the test, had already far exceeded those of a Level 2 martial artist. Lu Xing would also receive a monthly allowance equivalent to that of a Level 3 martial artist, along with a monetary reward of $1 million as encouragement. Lu Xing was in disbelief. He wondered if he was dreaming, hoping he wouldn't wake the old man up if he pinched him. He hoped that he would be able to continue working hard on his journey in the martial Tao and continue achieving brilliance. Lu Xing thanked President Xiao and the association for all the encouragement and support given to him. He knew that there was no free lunch in this world, and if the association was giving him so much, he would have to repay all this kindness. He asked President Xiao what he would like him to do. President Xiao was impressed by Lu Xing's quick thinking. He admitted that he would be frank with him, revealing that they hoped that he would join Dongning Province's talent training camp. The woman with long pink hair exclaimed at the mention of the talent training camp. She stated that it was a place that gathered all talented martial artists who were gifted. However, she continued, it was also a place that destroyed talent. She recalled how the most senior and promising member of their martial arts center had participated in the training camp, only to return broken and unable to recover from the shock he experienced there. The woman with pink hair turned to Lu Xing, telling him that his future was bright and that there was no need for him to take such a risk. President Xiao acknowledged that there were indeed risks involved. President Xiao countered that the camp was a place that picked out true talents. He explained that the most talented people in their city might only be considered mere pebbles compared to those there, but Lu Xing was different. Looking at the prowess and potential he had shown, the heights he may reach were far above them. A woman with long pink hair, along with President Xiao, awaited Lu Xing's decision, as he held the invitation in his hands. President Xiao stated that he would respect Lu Xing's choice, and asked him what he would choose. Lu Xing looked up at President Xiao. He agreed with President Xiao, stating that he, too, believed that this wasn't his limit yet. President Xiao sighed, telling Lu Xing that he would come to pick him up in 2 days, not wanting to impose any longer. He told Lu Xing that he'd see him again soon. Then, President Xiao turned his attention to the woman with pink hair, addressing her as Miss Ni. Lu Xing gestured to her, asking what she was doing there. The woman with pink hair thought to herself that Lu Xing seemed much more handsome compared to in the photos. Clearing her throat, she told him that she was there to extend an invitation to him to assume the post of honorary disciple of their Hongchuan Martial Arts Center. Lu Xing raised an eyebrow, questioning what an honorary disciple even meant. The woman with pink hair, who had previously identified herself as Miss Ni, explained that it meant he wouldn't have to train regularly, and could come whenever he wished. She added that all lessons and equipment would be free, and he could even be taught personally by her father, receiving the best guidance. She clarified that it was just a title, and he wouldn't have to take on any responsibilities. She thought to herself that if she spread the word that there was an 8th level 2, or perhaps even level 3 martial artist at their martial arts center would explode in popularity. She couldn't even begin to imagine how many parents would want to send their kids to them. The woman with pink hair tried to negotiate, telling him that they could still negotiate the benefits he'd receive, asking him not to rush to reject her. Lu Xing countered, saying that he could be an honorary member, and they could advertise that he regularly trained at their martial arts center since that was also a fact. Lu Xing stated that he was not her disciple, whether it was just a title, because he didn't need it. He agreed to join if they could accept those terms, otherwise, he would not be joining. He added that he would still go to their center to do tests in the future, as it was still the nearest one to his house after all. The woman with pink hair agreed to the deal, but stated that the honorary title must be exclusive to their Hongchuan Martial Arts Center. She added that she would send him his monthly pay of about $100,000 directly to his home, before excusing herself. With that, the group departed, leaving Lu Xing's home. Lu Xing's sister with long brown hair exclaimed that she wasn't dreaming, questioning the $1 million scholarship and the monthly pay of $100,000. She asked if that really was the president of the Martial Association, and when Lu Xing had become a level 2 martial artist. Lu Xing thought to himself that all of this was real, and he had really become a level 2 martial artist. He told his mother that she wouldn't have to work night shifts anymore in the future, as staying up late was detrimental to her health. Lu Xing embraced his parents tightly, telling his father that he wouldn't have to do back-breaking work anymore, as his old back couldn't take such torture for much longer. The scene shifted to the philanthropy hall. A woman with short brown hair expressed her frustration, stating that it had already been a whole week, yet she still didn't know the genius pharmacist's name, despite looking through records of all the pharmacists who registered recently. She learned that further analysis of the drug he developed yielded shocking results. It was not only multiple times stronger than the previous drug required by the pharmacy and 2 other pharmacist associations, but it even exceeded most of the grade 3 drugs. It also contained tens of thousands of additional benefits, had almost no side effects, and a frighteningly long expiration date, with a production cost below $3,000. The woman with short brown hair slammed her fist on the table in frustration, wondering where Lu Xing could be. She couldn't believe he had vanished. The man with yellow hair stammered, telling the woman with short brown hair that he had found the master. The woman with short brown hair's eyes widened as she asked where he was. The man with yellow hair pointed at the television screen, saying that was him. The news reported that an unparalleled genius martial artist had appeared in the city. The broadcast congratulated Lu Xing for formally passing the level 2 martial artist test at the young age of 18, adding that his battle power exceeded the standard of level 3 martial artists, blowing all previous records out of the water. The news anchor declared that this genius was Lu Xing, a student currently studying at Baihe Institution. She paused, about to continue. The woman with short brown hair repeated the anchor's words in disbelief, questioning if he was just a student. The scene shifted to a sea of trees. A river flowed through the forest as a pigeon cooed. The pigeon took off into the sky. Lu Xing realized he could use the fixed star power on himself. With the quadrupled fixed star power, and the dreamlike absorption technique, he believed his agility stats could reach new heights, making him at least 5 times faster than a normal level 2 martial artist. He decided to call his new technique cloud chasing step. He took a step. Lu Xing realized how the nature breathing technique should truly be used. He realized that with every breath he took, he absorbed energy from the air, allowing him to merge with his surroundings and continuously push his body's potential. At the same time, he could sense everything around him, all the changes occurring in nature, and harmonize with the universe. He continued to focus on his breathing. He realized he had broken through. His battle marks and chi value had risen significantly, and his fixed star power had grown. He could probably release 6 times the power now. Lu Xing realized that his trip to the Lonely Mountain had been surprisingly fruitful. He had only come to gather ingredients for the marrow-nourishing pill, but he had experienced a major breakthrough in his cultivation. He realized that the medicinal value of these herbs had not yet been discovered in this era. If it weren't for the system, he wouldn't have been able to find these unassuming little things. Lu Xing had already pre-ordered the rest of the herbs at the foot of the mountain, and they should all be ready now. He saw this as the perfect chance to see how fast he could go downhill. Using the cloud-chasing step, he sped towards the base of Lonely Mountain. Lu Xing arrived at the foot of the mountain, looking for the herb vendor. He greeted the man, confirming that he was the one who had pre-ordered the herbs and asking if they were ready. The vendor, wearing a brown hat and green jacket, confirmed that the herbs were ready and waiting for him. He showed Lu Xing the yanglian grass and the shuang leaf, assuring him that they were fresh and mature. Lu Xing stated that he wanted 10 stalks of each herb. He offered the vendor the previously agreed upon price of 500 per stalk, handing over 5,000. Vendor's expression changed. He insisted that the price was now 1,000 per stalk, not 500, and that Lu Xing had to buy all the herbs he had. Lu Xing, staring up at the herb vendor, questioned what this was supposed to mean. The vendor stated that it was exactly as he said. He questioned if Lu Xing was not from the set of trees, adding that when one is here, they have to follow their rules. Lu Xing chuckled, realizing that they planned to coerce him into buying and selling. He advised them not to act smart, as the men there were only earnest level 1 martial artists. He dared them to call the police, stating that there were no surveillance cameras there, and the police would not believe a foreigner like him even if they came. The vendor threatened that if Lu Xing didn't listen, he shouldn't blame them for giving him a taste of their fists. The herb vendor and his son begged for forgiveness, claiming they were blind to his strength. Lu Xing stated that if they weren't going to continue with the deal, he would take all the herbs without paying. The vendor's son told his father to let him take everything. Not wanting a single cent, he suggested that Lu Xing teach his parents a lesson about trust and honesty in business. The vendor thanked Lu Xing for the advice, promising to turn over a new leaf. Lu Xing thought to himself that he was initially going to pay them, but they refused to take it. Now that the ingredients were all ready, he figured it was time to head to the training center. The herb vendor watched him leave, wondering what kind of world it was where students were so insane. He thought he should probably find a new job, as Lu Xing crushed the stone underfoot with a wave of his hand and was probably a level 3 martial artist at the very least. 1 day later, Lu Xing got into a truck with a blue bag. 1 day later, the truck pulled up at the Dongning Province Talent Training Camp. Lu Xing wondered if this was the right place, noting that it looked more like a military base. He noticed the military insignias and wondered if it was mandatory to wear them. He realized that he had forgotten to bring his, as his mom had already put it up for display. He wondered if that would be a problem, before asking a man which city he was from and why he was here alone, explaining he was from Baiha City but had arrived late due to something that had cropped up. The man replied that everyone from Baiha City had entered yesterday, questioning why he was still outside. Another man speculated that he was probably just slotted in last minute, pointing out that he didn't even have an insignia. He remarked that after not sending anyone for so many years, Baiha City had actually sent 2 at once this year. He then asked Lu Xing if he was the one that the Baiha Martial Artist Association president had mentioned, realizing that he was someone the president specially favored. The man with the beard commented that having connections with the Baiha Martial Artist Association president was more amazing than being a level 3 martial artist, wondering how many gifts he had received in private. He told them all to be quiet, and that they could enter together with those from Qingyuan City. He added that once they entered, the entrance ceremony would begin, telling them to leave all their luggage on the floor, as someone would help them keep it later. Lu Xing and the others wondered why they had to enter in groups for the entrance ceremony, remarking that it didn't look like a normal ceremony. Suddenly, the sound of heavy chains echoed behind the group as something was being locked. The group panicked, wondering what was going on and why they were being locked up. A man in military uniform told them to quiet down and listen up. The man in the military uniform informed the group that their mission was to get to the exit on the opposite side of the walkway by themselves. He stated that success meant passing the entrance ceremony, while failure meant immediate return to their hometown. He wished them all the best. The students started to panic, confused. They questioned why it was a test, and what walkway he was talking about, demanding an explanation. Suddenly, the floor beneath them gave way, sending the students plummeting into the darkness below. Students fell into a dark room filled with various traps and obstacles. Lu Xing looked around at the strange place, wondering what it was. One of the other students cried out in pain, realizing that they were in some kind of ancient trap. Lu Xing landed on his feet, looking around the massive, metallic room. He stared intently at the walkway ahead, his eyes glowing with mental strength as he analyzed the situation. Lu Xing realized that it wasn't an ordinary walkway. He wondered about the black figures and marveled at the effect of mental strength, comparing it to superpowers in novels. The student with brown hair yelled that he had expected an elaborate trap, but this was boring. He demanded to know if the man in the red jacket, Lin Xiaoyu, knew about the robbing during the entrance ceremony and why he hadn't given them a heads up, blaming him for his fall. The student with brown hair's suggestion was met with laughter. They thought it was a great idea to use him as a lab rat to test for traps. The man in the red jacket told him to get out of the way if he wasn't planning on going. He noted that Lu Xing was taking the initiative, and told him to do well, and they might even consider letting him tag along. Lu Xing stared down at the student with brown hair, thinking that predators always moved alone and only prey moved in groups. Logging 10,000 years into the future. One of the students, wearing a red suit, took offense at being called a sheep. He angrily declared that he was going to kill Lu Xing, but suddenly, he stepped forward and fell through a newly opened hole in the floor. Lu Xing stared up in shock. The room was filled with mechanical puppets. One of the students in the room, wearing a red jacket, noticed the mechanical puppets looming over them. Even the weakest type, he realized, was far stronger than a rank 1 martial artist. He wondered if the people behind the training camp were trying to kill them. Another student in a blue jacket observed that there was nowhere to run in the cramped space. He explained that these mechanical puppets could be programmed to perform all sorts of moves and that a top grade 1 was equal to a rank 4 martial artist. A man with purple hair scoffed, wondering if the country bumpkin from Baihe City was a retard. He explained that once activated, the puppets would automatically attack any living being that drew near and that even the grade 1 puppets were made of a special alloy, making them as tough as anything. He warned that the kid wasn't even a rank 1 martial artist, and would probably become a retard if he got punched. Lu Xing stared up at the mechanical puppet towering over him, its metallic body glinting in the dim light. Lu Xing unleashed a devastating punch, the force of which exploded outwards. The man with purple hair looked on in disbelief. He wondered if Lu Xing had actually managed to stop it, and if that was all it took. Lu Xing stood his ground, the other mechanical puppets looming behind the remains of the first. Lu Xing held his hand up, stopping the massive mechanical puppet in its tracks. The other students watched in disbelief, wondering if Lu Xing was even human. They questioned what they should do, now that they knew he was strong. The man in the brown coat scoffed, claiming Lu Xing only got there by pulling strings and that there was no way he could withstand an attack from a real mechanical puppet. He declared that explaining things to them was a waste of breath. If they still didn't understand, they could just open their eyes and see how he got past them. He leaped into action, striking one of the mechanical puppets. He realized they were just fakes. The man in the red coat smirked, stepping on the defeated puppet. He declared that he told them so. He was suddenly struck by another puppet, sending him crashing to the ground. He realized that these weren't grade 1 mechanical puppets at all, but grade 2. He asked if the other student was alright. Lu Xing sighed, realizing they were facing grade 2 mechanical puppets. He wondered what rank the man in the red coat was. He knew every mechanical puppet had a code, and they just had to analyze the lights to defeat them, but there were too many of them. Lu Xing stood surrounded by the deactivated mechanical puppets, finding the situation rather boring. Suddenly, a man with dark hair stared in disbelief at his tablet, exclaiming that all of his mechanical puppets had malfunctioned, and that their connection unit had been lost. He wondered how a bunch of kids could destroy grade 2 mechanical puppets, and declared that he had finally found him, implying the second trial had begun. Another man with brown hair looked at his tablet, noting that all connections had been lost. He called out for the gatekeeper, wondering since when he decided the second trial. He hoped they wouldn't disappoint him. Lu Xing prepared his attack, announcing a tenfold stellar impact. Lu Xing fell through the air, his face showing a mix of shock and determination. Meanwhile, on a higher level, a message appeared on the screen, indicating that OS had been disqualified. Elsewhere, a man with green hair, holding a mug, cheerfully announced that today was another day full of satisfaction and happiness, noticing Dong Qingxue's arrival. Dong Qingxue told Major Qin Xiaojun not to call her that, and if he was so free, he should come review the materials with her, before being addressed as Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qingxue. Qin Xiaojun wondered about the quality of this year's Prodigy training camp participants. Dong Qingxue sighed, observing the data on the screens. She noted that only 8 of the students truly met their standards, all official martial artists with awakened gifts. She saw that 5 of them had gifts related to strength, and the other 3 were agility and defense types. The man with green hair straightened up, seeing that one of the students was a psychic-type martial artist named Xiao Lin. He learned that she was 18 years and 9 months old, and her psychic gift had been awakened recently. It was said that she was already on the verge of reaching the standard of a rank 1 mentalist, and was almost rank 2 in martial arts. He thought that was pretty good, calling her an absolute genius, just like Dong Qingxue back then. Dong Qingxue told him to cut it out, and he laughed, saying he had put her down as the primary training target of this year's training camp, noting that the others weren't bad either. Suddenly, the man with green hair looked at something on the screen with a shocked expression. He wondered what the hell was going on, and Dong Qingxue looked at the screen with a serious expression. The mechanical puppet lay in pieces on the floor. Dong Qingxue, the woman with long white hair, confirmed that this was the last one. She sensed something very dangerous in the room. She estimated its ability to be at least at rank 3, but since it didn't dare to stop her, it must be a prop for the assessment, perhaps a supervisor responsible for the assessment. She commanded it to open. Suddenly, the door opened, revealing a group of armed guards standing at attention. Dong Qingxue emerged to find a large contingent of armed guards on high alert. She wondered what they were guarding against. She noticed something going on inside the room. It appeared to be 2 people engaged in a fight. She was confused as to why one of the opponents was human, since the assessment targets were supposed to be robots. She tried to make out who the human fighter was, but he was shrouded in shadow. Dong Qingxue's eyes widened in disbelief at what she was seeing. Dong Qingxue ordered everyone to back away and shut the door. She gasped, clutching her chest, trying to understand what she had just felt. Man and woman approached her, asking about the situation and the whereabouts of the supervisor. They explained that the surveillance cameras near the entrance had been destroyed, and they had lost contact with the supervisor 3 minutes earlier. Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qingxue demanded the information of everyone who went into Passage 12, but then stated that it was no longer necessary. The door opened. The man in the white and yellow uniform was surprised. He muttered that it was just a student. Lu Xing pushed past the man in the green jacket, knocking him to the ground. Dong Qingxue questioned if he was a student from Qingluan City. She demanded to know who he was, identifying him as Lu Xing from Baihe City. Dong Qingxue confronted Lu Xing, saying he had some nerve. She mentioned that he recklessly destroyed the expensive mechanical puppets and beat up the supervising instructor. Lu Xing scratched his cheek and explained that it was a misunderstanding. He thought that was part of the assessment, and that the instructor was really strong, so he didn't hold back. Suddenly, Dong Qingxue unleashed a surge of purple energy. The energy swept through the room. Dong Qingxue congratulated Lu Xing on passing the entrance assessment, and told him to get some rest. She added that a member of the staff would lead him to the dorms. Lu Xing agreed. The man with short gray hair reviewed the recording, finding it crazy how Lu Xing turned the rank 2 mechanical puppets into mere toys. He noted that the record stated Lu Xing's vitality was only 15, and his combat power was 15,000, which he found hard to believe. He revealed that he had assessed Lu Xing with his psychic energy but sensed nothing and got no reaction. Dong Qingxue asked him how he planned to deal with that monster. The man with short gray hair said he hadn't decided yet, but the stats in Lu Xing's file were officially no longer accurate. He suggested they nurture him like a top project, like Xiao Lin, adding that this year's election was going to be very interesting. Lu Xing wondered if Dong Qingxue had discovered anything when she used her psychic energy, which was at least 5 times stronger than his. Just then, a man in a green uniform approached Lu Xing, telling him it was mealtime and inviting him to the canteen before taking him to the dorms. Lu Xing thanked him and apologized for the trouble, then asked if he could eat as much as he wanted, as his appetite had been supercharged recently. The man laughed and assured him that he could eat as much as he wanted for his first meal. Lu Xing was devouring the food, declaring that it was super delicious and demanding 10 more plates. Lu Xing blocked her, but she assured him that the food was unlimited and that she wasn't there to eat his food, questioning why he was being so protective over it. She continued, saying that even if they managed to pass the assessment, they would get asked to leave soon after because they didn't manage to score enough points, so no one would want to put that on their resume. Lu Xing asked her what this points thing she was talking about was. She added that things like using the training equipment, asking the instructors questions about cultivation, getting tonics, and even sleeping pods all required the expenditure of points, and the monster meat he was eating was also an exclusive military ration that he could only get more of by spending points. The woman with long brown hair declared that, so far, only 3 people in the entire training camp had earned points. She explained that they had gotten points by passing the entrance assessment. One of them, Chao Yonggang, had the gift of stone skin. Another, Meng Jihai, had a speed-type gift. She continued, adding that the last one was rarer than a gifted martial artist, a mentalist with a psychic gift. She revealed that the mentalist, Xiao Lin, was said to have the strongest abilities and gift in this year's training camp. Lu Xing looked up as the woman walked away with a plate of food. The woman with short gray hair gasped in shock. The woman with long brown hair gasped, balancing a plate of food with a purple glow around her hand, realizing who she was. She asked if the man with short black hair knew her. He replied that they had met in passing, and he recalled her saying that only 3 people had cleared the assessment. The woman added that there was a rumor of a 4th person, but the rumors were far-fetched. She claimed that this person was not only terrifyingly strong but had also single-handedly destroyed almost all of the Grade 2 puppets. She continued, saying that this person was supposedly a demented maniac who beat the supervising instructor so badly that he had to be sent to the hospital. The woman reassured Lu Xing, telling him not to worry. She believed that with his abilities and talent, given more time in the training camp, he might not be any weaker than them. The man with black hair coughed, thanking her. He was student Lu Xing, right? Because he destroyed 18 mechanical puppets in the entrance assessment, and beat up the supervising instructor, who was still unconscious in the hospital. The man with the mustache stated that they needed to take him in for questioning, and asked him to come with them. He understood, although he was still hungry. He asked if he could have another portion to go. The man with the mustache sighed and told him fine, apologizing. He said he would have to go first. The woman with long purple hair was in disbelief, exclaiming that the rumors were true. A monster like that actually existed? She realized the fabled 4th person was Baihe City's Lu Xing. The woman with short white hair couldn't believe what she was seeing, calling it far-fetched and demented. She muttered that there was no way she was buying it. Dong Qingxue addressed Lu Xing, stating that he was really something else. She told him to halt, adding that he had cleared out half a year's worth of their budget just like that. Every mechanical puppet was worth tens of millions, and not a single one of them could be repaired. She tipped her hat off to him. However, Dong Qingxue continued, after some discussion, they had decided not to take any action against him. After all, he was just doing as he was supposed to in the assessment, and that wasn't his fault. She then noticed that he was already there. Dong Qingxue announced that those who had cleared the assessment were all present. Lu Xing listened intently, his expression unreadable. Dong Qingxue congratulated everyone for clearing the entrance assessment, stating that the stronger they were in the training camp, the more resources they would receive. She explained that once they had accumulated a certain amount of points, they would be stored in a points card, and then she presented them with their cards. One of the students examined his points card, declaring that points were like gold and that the more he had, the more he wanted. The student with the yellow card noticed Lu Xing's card was white, and wondered if it was empty. He read the rules of usage, noting that eating meat seemed to be the only useful thing he could do with it. The man with green hair told him to be grateful for what he had, as his card contained 1,000 points. He added that if it weren't for the higher-ups keeping other higher-ups at bay, he would be in debt for the damage he had caused. Lu Xing thought to himself that he had believed this training camp was only about one's abilities, but it seemed there were things like special favors here. Someone felt disappointed, wondering what kind of crazy connections were at play. He questioned if they even knew what Lu Xing had done during the assessment. Another man declared that he knew exactly what Lu Xing had done, spread rumors about himself and bribed the students and instructors. He argued that the supervising instructors were at least rank H martial artists, and only someone of that rank could beat them. He added that with Lu Xing's physique, he didn't even look like he was polishing his vitality. He argued that if the training camp's method was that the strongest would have the most resources, Lu Xing should prove his worth to him right now. Another man, sitting in a chair, asked if they were sure about this. The man with dark hair told his opponent to cut the crap and bring it on. He wanted to see if they could get past his stone skin, declaring that if he took even one step backward, he would. Suddenly, a powerful energy beam hurtled toward him. He was on the ground, shocked. He thought that since he was the one who forced his opponent to hit him, he couldn't make him pay for that. Lu Xing declared that he was going to sleep. The man with pink hair was taken aback. The man with gray hair found Lu Xing's actions amusing, wondering why he was going back to the dorms when there were no resources there. Dong Qingxue just let him do as he pleased, noting how interesting and gifted he was. Dong Qingxue corrected him, saying that he didn't understand. She stated that Lu Xing was like a top-grade grindstone, capable of stimulating rapid growth for others. She added that this grindstone was stronger than all the blades out there, asking if he remembered their batch back then and that person. The man with gray hair recalled the past, thinking about someone who made his chest hurt. He remembered that person overpowering everyone in the training camp back then. He explained that people with physical-type gifts had an enormous advantage over others in the early stages. They could easily hit a combat power of tens of thousands, and even defeat enemies above their rank. Dong Qingxue stated that skill, speed, observation skills, judgment, experience, tactics, and strategy were all important. She added that one's ability was not just strength alone. She believed that people who only knew how to rely on the power accorded by their physical type gifts would eventually fade away. She wondered if that might be Lu Xing's future too. Lu Xing's fist, crackling with blue energy, connected with devastating force. The zombie-like figure was sent flying through the air from the sheer power of the blow. The impact was stellar. The attack had a devastating impact. Lu Xing stood over the defeated zombie, absorbing its energy. He realized that the zombie, in its living state, was comparable to Chairman Xiao Yuha of the Martial Artists Association. He shuddered to think what might have happened if he hadn't blocked that final blow with his psychic energy. He considered the importance of martial arts and combat experience, realizing they were just as crucial as improving his vitality. Footwork, fist techniques, stall techniques, leg techniques, spear techniques, sword techniques. He would master them all. Lu Xing understood that he was standing on the shoulders of countless people. His path in martial arts would be multifaceted, without any flaws or blind spots. It would be the complete martial arts. He thought about his psychic energy, realizing he wouldn't have survived a single blow from the zombie without it. However, his psychic energy was still basic, only effective against zombies. He knew he needed to step up his psychic energy training if he wanted to stand a chance against a real rank 6 martial artist. Lu Xing focused on the within. He engaged his inner mind, refining it. A translucent figure stared intently. Suddenly, he screamed in pain as something seemed to shatter around him. The man with black hair panted heavily, realizing he had advanced again. He hadn't felt this powerful in a long time, and he wondered what had changed. He asked Ellie to retrieve his biography. The screen showed his basic data. Yu Shuang, male, with a lifespan from June, year 297 MC to March, year 452 MC, with a martial arts prowess rank of 7 martial artist. His life highlights included becoming a level 2 martial artist at 18 and winning the Dongming Province Prodigy Training Camp at 21, earning him the title of Outstanding Prodigy. He had reached the rank of 7 martial artist at the age of 65. He realized that he had become a martial master, so his visualization and perm success must have increased too. He asked Ellie to look up the advanced techniques of stellar body refining technique, natural breathing technique, and crystal visualization technique. Just as he thought, with level 3 perms access, he could now look up higher level techniques. But something caught his eye. He opened the scroll, and his eyes widened as he read the title, Divine Illumination of the King of Hell. Yu Shuang's eyes widened as he read the title of the scroll, Divine Illumination of the King of Hell. He realized it was powerful, unexpected, and unimaginable, and he thought it was incredible. He realized that it was included in the combat skills selection because it was an art specially designed for psychic mentalists. The scroll included techniques on how to use chi energy and battle tips. He realized that this art was completely different from other psychic arts. The essence of divine illumination of the King of Hell was to use psychic energy to reinforce the body from within the martial body. In other words, it was a second self, and the clone was so real that it duplicated the martial artist's muscles, cells, and even sense, all for one objective. The goal was to strengthen one's muscles without moving a single finger. He read that the first level of divine illumination of the King of Hell was to use psychic energy to reinforce one's body and, as a result, amplify one's vitality. Yu Shuang realized that was exactly what he needed most right now. He already had a way to amplify his own talent, especially bodybuilding, but his vitality had always been the thing that was keeping him from breaking through. He realized if he could break through that barrier, he'd be able to enhance his own fate. He found it incredible that psychic energy could affect the martial artist's vitality. He realized he'd underestimated the martial arts knowledge that had been accumulated over 10,000 years. In this era, this art wasn't even something that could be conceived, let alone created. He vowed to remember the name Duanifeng. Yu Shuang turned, reflecting on the incredible potential of the martial art he had just acquired, but he also acknowledged that even extreme talent couldn't prevent the destruction of human civilization. He knew there was still much to do, and the path ahead was vast. He resolved to give it his all, every minute and every second, to become stronger. 1 month later, inside a physical training room, a woman with purple hair stood, surrounded by a faint purple aura. Suddenly, she unleashed a devastating blast of energy, filling the room with blinding light. The woman with purple hair was making rapid improvements. Dong Qingxue noted that she could already control 3 star cones with ease. Dong Qingxue acknowledged her talent and effort, but she had noticed something. There seemed to be a huge weakness in her mental fortitude, and she wondered if someone had left her with some kind of mental trauma before. The woman with purple hair confirmed that was the case, and asked if there was any way to resolve it. Dong Qingxue declared that it was simple: find the person who caused the trauma, and defeat them, or kill them. She stated that then her mental trauma would naturally be gone. Dong Qingxue was shocked to see that the woman with purple hair was rapidly growing in terms of durability. She thought that this shouldn't be difficult for her, considering that the scary guy had been in a wastegate all this time. Dong Qingxue wondered if his abilities had stagnated during this time, and thought that perhaps she could actually do it. The man with green hair asked if it was over, and how it went. Dong Qingxue responded that she was pretty talented, but her character was a little soft. The man with green hair responded that she shouldn't think everyone was like her. Dong Qingxue stated that no matter what, she was sure her character was better than the one she was inflicting. The man with green hair then asked if he was still that way, and Dong Qingxue confirmed that he was the same as always. Every time the stamper delivered his meals, they would chat and then just sleep away. She guessed he was a lost cause, and remembered what she had said when she was lightening the students. If they wished, they could stay in the room and just sleep their days away, and no one would interfere. She sighed, regretting her words. The woman with long brown hair was still sweeping the floor, exhausted. A woman with pink hair offered to help, saying she had come to help her. The woman with pink hair sighed, envying those who had earned points, enough to cover their expenses for 2 months. She lamented that she and the woman with long brown hair had to scrimp and save just to get by. She then asked Yang Yuan what Lu Xing had been doing, as she thought they were on good terms. Yang Yuan confessed that she didn't know. The woman with pink hair said that she thought she would say that. She recalled that Lu Xing was such a pain when they first came in, making them all covered with his aura. But in the end, they all overlooked it the next day. She added that Lu Xing has hidden himself up in a dorm room all this time, and he's been using his mental power to zoom all his aura levels to him. She wondered if the section head was scared of him, and if he realized that the weakness strength actually comes with will be revealed, and so decided to create a sense of mystery around him. Yang Yuan denied that Lu Xing was like that. The woman with long brown hair told the woman with pink hair to get some rest, and that she would do the rest herself. The woman with pink hair agreed. The woman with long brown hair urged the others to hurry, as it seemed Chao Yang was about to take on quadruple gravitational force. The woman with pink hair was incredulous, barely able to withstand 20 minutes in a double gravitational force chamber. They rushed to take a look, but gasped in surprise. It was Lu Xing. They wondered what on earth he was doing right now, as Lu Xing was covered in dark energy. Inside the gravity chamber, a man with dark hair strained against the crushing force. He was enduring triple gravitational force. The observer noted that he had lasted almost 4 minutes, a full 30 seconds more than last time. He immediately terminated the test. He expressed his amazement, admitting he could only hold out for 10 minutes under double gravitational force. He noted that Chao Yong had lasted 4 minutes under triple gravitational force and felt good about it. He wondered if they were making a fuss over nothing. He then wondered what would happen when he went up to quadruple gravitational force. He told Chao Yong that he would soon be able to adapt to the quadruple gravitational force, and that after he became a ranked martial artist, no one in training camp would be his match. He asked how he was doing. Someone asked about Lu Xing, and the man with spiky hair said that he was still the same. He added that whenever someone went to deliver his meals, they would see him sleeping in bed. In fact, he seemed to be having wild dreams. He scoffed, calling Lu Xing arrogant, even though he admitted he was no match for him back then. He declared that no matter how slow a turtle was, he would still be able to catch up to a sleeping rabbit. He added that Lu Xing had been sleeping for more than a month. What a waste of those 1,000 points. Now, he might just be his match. Just then, a man in a blue jacket said, "Excuse me," as he entered the room. The man in the blue jacket was none other than Lu Xing. He asked if this was the gravitational force training room, noting that it looked pretty good. The tablet in his hand displayed, "Martial Artist RU285632, welcome to the gravitational force training room." The man with spiky hair saw Lu Xing and asked if he had suddenly decided to train in the gravitational force training room after more than a month. He complained that he hadn't expected to spend so many points on food. Lu Xing selected 3 hours on the machine. Lu Xing wondered if it had been half a month already, and thought it would be a good time to find out how much he had grown. The system announced that it was activating, but Lu Xing didn't even bother to warm up before going in. The man with spiky hair explained that the gravitational force training room was no joke, and that without proper warm-ups, the sudden external pressure could render someone motionless, and cause their organs to burst. The man with spiky hair figured that Lu Xing either didn't know the dangers, or was too full of himself, and that either way, he was dead. He wondered why there wasn't even the slightest reaction from him, since the gravitational system should have already activated. The man trembled, unable to believe what he was seeing. A man with spiky hair recognized Lu Xing, and exclaimed that he was actually able to move so forcefully under such gravitational pressure. Someone else commented that it couldn't be real, and asked what was going on. Lu Xing thought to himself that it felt pretty novel. Lu Xing wondered if the button in front of him would stop the training. He pressed it. The students around Lu Xing were struggling under the intense gravitational force, barely able to move. A man with spiky hair exclaimed in disbelief, recognizing Lu Xing. He pointed out that Lu Xing was taking on quadruple gravitational force at level 4. Lu Xing felt the increased gravitational force and decided to give it a try himself. Another student laughed, but he couldn't hold out any longer. His hand cracked under the pressure. The young woman with purple hair felt utterly drained after the gravity training. She complained about how strict the instructor had been. Suddenly, she noticed a large group of students staring through the window. They seemed shocked by something they were witnessing. Confused, she wondered what had captured their attention. What could they all be staring at with such expressions? Then, she saw what the commotion was about. Lu Xing was upside down, surrounded by dark energy. A student with blue hair exclaimed in shock that it was Lu Xing. The student with spiky black hair was overwhelmed, wondering why Lu Xing was so strong. He couldn't believe that Lu Xing had been asleep for almost 2 months. Meanwhile, in a distant location, a turtle wearing rabbit ears scurried through a canyon. The student with spiky black hair wondered if he should have already surpassed Lu Xing. He decided that quadruple gravitational force was enough for now. Someone slammed the red button, triggering a system alert. The student body was in shock. He couldn't believe it had happened 5 times already. He shouted for everyone to come quickly. Lu Xing activated his natural breathing technique, entering a special mode. The students were in a panic, shouting about something that had happened. They urged everyone to hurry to the G-Force room, realizing that the man from before had returned. The students couldn't believe their eyes. Lu Xing was floating in the center of the room, enduring 5 times the normal gravitational force. He decided that 5 times the gravitational force wasn't enough for him to train with anymore. Lu Xing figured he should be able to perform the movements of the stellar body refining technique. He admitted that it might be difficult to move around if he increased the intensity further, but he needed greater pressure, a pressure that could take him to his limits. The students watched in disbelief as Lu Xing moved to shut down the mechanism. They wondered if he was trying to prevent anyone else from getting hurt. They knew that even enduring the gravitational force for a second was difficult. Meanwhile, back in the monitoring room, Dong Qingxue sat with another instructor. She noted that 2 more students had quit the training camp that day, and it hadn't even been that long since it started. Dong Qingxue's companion remarked that the students were spoiled and pampered. He thought it was normal that they weren't willing to stay around any longer after suffering there. He wondered if they would even be able to last when they faced real battles with monsters in the future. Dong Qingxue told him that he took things too seriously, adding that the caliber of this batch of trainees was pretty good, and that she reckoned that 80 of them would be able to last until the end. The man pointed out that people were working hard to set new records in the G-Force room and the movement studio. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he noticed that someone had actually broken the G-Force room's record. The man with brown hair wondered if Chao Yong had broken the record, as he was close to moving on to 4x gravitational force. But then, he saw it wasn't him. It was someone he would never expect, Lu Xing, enduring 8 times the gravitational force. Dong Qingxue looked shocked and repeated his name in disbelief. The man admitted that he didn't know what rank Lu Xing was at right now. Dong Qingxue smiled, realizing that they had finally found the one they had been looking for. Lu Xing gasped for air, feeling that 8x gravitational force was too much for his current vitality. He realized he was nearing his limit, and decided to try out his new technique. The energy surged around him, forming a glowing heart. Lu Xing felt the power coursing through him. He leaped into the air, pushing himself further. He gasped for breath, explaining that even though he had only constructed the heart, his vitality had already increased by about 10%. He realized this was the power of the divine illumination of the King of Hell. Lu Xing grinned, ready to test his limits. The observers watched in disbelief, wondering what he was planning to do next, considering he was already withstanding 10 times the normal gravitational force. Suddenly, the pressure outside the test room intensified. The group of people found themselves struggling against the crushing force. They realized that Lu Xing was responsible for the sudden increase in gravity. Pressure continued to rise, reaching 10 times the normal gravitational force. Lu Xing lay on the floor, the gravitational pressure bearing down on him. He felt like every bone in his body was screaming. His battle marks felt like it was about to coagulate, and it was taking all his energy just to remain conscious, let alone move an inch. He realized that this was 10 times the normal gravitational force, completely beyond what he could handle. But that was exactly what he wanted. What kind of person does it take to overturn this doomed ending? Is it someone who's learning amazing martial arts, someone with incredible talent, or a person who has unlimited screen? The answer is someone who can surpass their limits. The crowd above gasped, realizing what was happening below. The light intensified around Lu Xing. Lu Xing was back. Lu Xing emerged from the gravity chamber, looking a little unsteady. He was greeted by students offering him a towel. He thanked the woman with brown hair. He muttered that he had finished it all so quickly. He felt he had wasted 3 hours worth of points in the process. Lu Xing noticed he had received a point reward for setting a new record, bringing his total to 4,335 points. The students were dumbfounded by Lu Xing's score. One of them exclaimed that all of their points combined wouldn't even amount to half of that. Another student sighed, lamenting that it had been 3 days since he had eaten meat. Lu Xing muttered that his 4,000 points would be enough to have his fill. The students noticed him walking away. They wondered where he was going and decided to follow him. Students were in awe of Lu Xing's domineering presence, and the fact that he had withstood 10 times the normal gravitational force. They commented that he wasn't even human and was head and shoulders above everyone else. Lu Xing walked down the hallway with a calm expression. The students following him felt as if they were watching a ferocious tiger out on a walk. The woman with long brown hair pointed out that Lu Xing had a strength-type talent, and he had broken the record of Chao Yong, who had a defense-type talent. She wondered if his vitality had reached rank 4, and realized he was headed to the footwork training area. Lu Xing was inside the footwork and movement studio, dodging countless red beams. The system announced that the training was complete. His level 2 completion rate was 87%. The system congratulated martial artist Su284363, saying he had surpassed 52% of the trainees in terms of his footwork and movement skills. Lu Xing realized that the results of the footwork and movement studio were measured according to the artificial intelligence framework, and he could see his world ranking at any time. He thought that he had already surpassed 87% of the people in the whole world, and that wasn't just a few students. He mused that humans were not that weak, and having obtained a special student, private instruction was more effective. He thought that the distance between him and the others was now way beyond measure, and as for them, just watching him train was also bringing them extraordinary benefits. A man with red hair wondered what was going on, noticing the large crowd gathered. He saw instructor Dong Qingxue and instructor Qin were also there, and wondered what they were all looking at, guessing it might be an instructor demonstration. The man with red hair was pulled by another student, who asked him what was going on. The student replied that it was Lu Xing, and the red-haired man scoffed, asking if they really thought that sleepyhead could break his record, questioning if they were crazy. The red-haired man was being held back by 2 other students, as he stared at the scene in disbelief. He was stunned by what he was seeing. Every single laser launcher was on at full power, creating a deadly maze for anyone inside. Lu Xing observed the laser grid around him. He realized he simply had to avoid the beams, but knew that predicting their movements was part of the challenge. However, he declared that this was nothing to him. The laser launchers fired in rapid succession. Lu Xing moved with incredible speed and precision, dodging the lasers with ease. The red-haired man watched in disbelief, exclaiming how that was even possible. He noted the thousands of laser launchers and questioned how anyone could avoid them all, wondering if this was Lu Xing's first time in the footwork and movement studies. Another student confirmed that they had all followed him there. Lu Xing continued to weave through the footwork and movement training course, effortlessly dodging the lasers. Meanwhile, Dong Qingxue's hand flickered with energy. Another woman questioned what Dong Qingxue was doing. Dong Qingxue claimed that it was nothing, but she found it strange that the first time she had tried to sense Lu Xing, there had been no trace of energy within him. She admitted that she felt the urge to tell him that she was just being silly. The system showed that Lu Xing had achieved a 62% completion rate, and his movements were getting faster. The system announced that Lu Xing had cleared level 2 of the footwork and movement training. Someone exclaimed in disbelief, noting that it had only been 4 minutes. Another student agreed that it seemed exceptionally easy, but it was only because Lu Xing had such a relaxed appearance and perfect physical control. Dong Qingxue stated that she would like to see just how far he could go. The man standing next to her chuckled, saying that this was probably the first time they were on the same page. Level 3 of the footwork and movement training was about to begin. One of the trainees exclaimed that level 3 was far too difficult. Lu Xing noted that it was starting to get tough, as the laser beams were now positioned to prevent him from dodging. He decided that he would put in some real effort. Lu Xing was surrounded by a flurry of lasers, but he remained calm. One of the observers was astonished, recognizing that Lu Xing had reached the inner discernment stage. He recalled that even among the rank 4 and 5 veterans on the battlefield, very few had achieved that level of footwork and movement. He himself had only reached that stage when he was 22. Another observer, a woman with long white hair, scoffed. She said that she had reached that stage at 25. She declared that she was a martial artist with a speed-type talent, and was born to do this, while the kid was only 18. The screen showed that Lu Xing had reached 15% completion on level 3. Lu Xing realized that his psychic foresight was no longer enough. The observers noted that Lu Xing was no longer looking relaxed. Lu Xing activated Breath of the Wind. The observers watched as Lu Xing's footwork movement level 3 completion rate rapidly climbed. One of the men pointed out that Lu Xing had disappeared. Another man commented that he was so fast that they could no longer see him with their exposed eyes, wondering why it seemed like he had disappeared. The screen showed that Lu Xing had reached 100% completion on level 3. One of the observers sighed, admitting that Lu Xing had really shown them all today. Dong Qingxue realized that Lu Xing was going to continue. The screen showed that Lu Xing had already started level 4 training. Another observer exclaimed in disbelief. She noted that she had only just begun the level training herself, wondering if he was trying to go through all of them in a day. Meanwhile, Lu Xing continued his training. Lu Xing activated the device, and a network of red beams connected, creating a complex maze that he would have to navigate. The observers were in disbelief, exclaiming that it shouldn't even be possible to dodge the beams at that speed. The screen showed that he had already reached a 30% completion rate on level 4. A woman with white hair commented that Lu Xing had reached this stage, wondering how he would handle it. Lu Xing realized that he was almost at the limit of what he could do with the speed buff from the breath of the wind. Lu Xing found himself engulfed in a surge of power. He felt as if time itself had been stretched out, distorted. He realized that the power was similar to that of a rank 3 psychic mentalist, the embodiment of psychic energy attaining metamorphosis. He realized that he had officially entered the realm of rank 3 psychic mentalists. Dong Qingxue watched in disbelief. She exclaimed that Lu Xing was actually a psychic mentalist. Dong Qingxue, now surrounded by a swirling aura of purple energy, stared intently at Lu Xing. She demanded to know what he was doing, questioning if he had gone insane. She declared that she wanted to test him once more. She commanded the phase to begin. Suddenly, Lu Xing found himself engulfed in a red haze, geometric shapes swirling around him. Dong Qingxue's purple energy bore down on Lu Xing, threatening to overwhelm him. The full force of Dong Qingxue's psychic power crashed down on Lu Xing, a swirling vortex of purple energy threatening to consume him. Dong Qingxue realized that Lu Xing was indeed a psychic mentalist, and his psychic power was on par with her own. She declared that he could look, but he couldn't touch. However, Dong Qingxue admitted that she had also reached her limit. She hadn't expected activating temporal sense for the first time would drain so much psychic energy, especially since someone had interfered with her training. She realized she was only halfway through level 4 training. She had used both Breath of the Wind and Divine Illumination of the King of Hell and strategy as far as her vitality could go for now. The training had come to an end, with Lu Xing completing 56% of level 4 training and surpassing 97% of martial artists in footwork and movement skills. The observers couldn't believe their eyes, exclaiming about the unbelievable results. They wondered if Lu Xing was truly just a student. The man with black hair realized that he had easily surpassed 52% of the martial artists, but he was still 46% lower than the top performers. He resolved to step up his training. Dong Qingxue asked where he planned to go next, suggesting the combat training studio or the psychic energy training room. Lu Xing replied that it was almost mealtime and he was going to the cafeteria to try today's new item. 3 hours later, Dong Qingxue told Lu Xing that she had to hand it to him. She asked if he was looking for her, and told him to come closer. The instructor with blue hair greeted Lu Xing and explained that they had called him there for a simple assessment, followed by a discussion. He asked if Lu Xing had tested his vitality using the Battle Marks collection needle in his dorm room. Lu Xing replied that he hadn't, explaining that he couldn't pierce his skin with the needle in his dorm. The instructor with blue hair remarked that the black-haired man must have already advanced to rank 3. He said that without that level of physical toughness, it would be impossible to break the G-Force Room's record. The woman with long white hair, Dong Qingxue, pulled out a gold Battle Marks collection needle. She explained that it was meant for rank 5 martial artists, so it should be good enough for him. Dong Qingxue sat next to Lu Xing as he used the needle to draw battle marks from his finger. Dong Qingxue displayed the device, showing Lu Xing's vitality at 24.65. It also indicated he was a rank 3 martial artist. The instructor with blue hair was astonished, muttering that it had been almost a decade since he had seen such a young rank 3 martial artist. The instructor with blue hair turned to Lu Xing, suggesting they check out his combat power index. He declared that he would give it his all to see how far he could go. The instructor took a deep breath before unleashing his perfected fizz technique. The device displayed a combat power index of 271,920. Showing the instructor's rank as a martial artist rank 4. He seemed pleased with the result. The instructor with blue hair was in disbelief, exclaiming that Lu Xing, a rank 3 martial artist, had reached a combat power index almost of a rank 4 martial artist. He admitted that Lu Xing was a complete monster. He then announced that Lu Xing had graduated from the training camp and was free to do as he wished, reminding him to submit his information to the Martial Association to update his rank. Lu Xing thanked Instructor Qin. Just then, Dong Qingxue stopped Lu Xing, telling him there was one more test. She held up an energy crystal, explaining that it was a special crystal found in another canyon country buried deep many years ago. She continued, saying it had an extremely high external energy absorptivity, and was now specially used to assess the psychic power of psychic mentalists. All he needed to do was touch it with his hand and sense it with his psychic power to have his psychic approach. The instructor with blue hair noted that Lu Xing's power had increased again, and the purity index had risen quite a bit too. He remembered it was only 3.5 points the last time. Dong Qingxue asked if he thought she was like him, who only knew to loaf around all day. The instructor retorted, saying that Dong Qingxue could insult him, but she could not insult his lifestyle. The instructor with blue hair scoffed, saying he would believe Dong Qingxue if she said Lu Xing had half of her power, but he didn't believe for a second that he wasn't any weaker than her. Dong Qingxue told him to shut up and not disturb her. The energy crystal between Lu Xing and Dong Qingxue glowed intensely. Dong Qingxue looked on in disbelief. How is this possible? She wondered. The energy crystal glowed brightly as Lu Xing touched it, displaying his psychic power and purity index. He wondered how this was even possible. Dong Qingxue was stunned by the reading. She saw that his psychic energy purity index was 500, 5 times higher than hers. She thought to herself that she had only managed to increase her psychic energy purity index by 1 point after 2 years of hard work. She considered that Lu Xing was only 18, and this was bordering on absurdity. She thought that the word genius was no longer enough to describe him, and he could only be described as incredibly godlike. The instructor with green hair gasped, looking at Lu Xing. He asked if Lu Xing had a teacher or if he had learned psychic energy cultivation techniques before. Lu Xing confirmed that he did indeed have a mentor. He explained that his teacher had taught him a unique psychic energy cultivation art, as well as methods and techniques to use his psychic energy. Dong Qingxue breathed in of relief, as that was more like it. She thought if he didn't have a teacher and relied on his own talent to get to this point, she really wouldn't have been able to accept it. Even so, she admitted that was enough to prove how strong his talent was. She reminded him that he had just awakened his gift not too long ago, less than 3 months ago to be exact. Dong Qingxue clicked her tongue, amazed that his psychic power was already at rank 3 when he'd only awakened 3 months ago, and the purity of his psychic energy was so high. She added that even if they gave it another 10 years, it was highly unlikely for another monster like him to appear in the Psychic Mentalist Association. Lu Xing was surprised and asked if there was an association for psychic mentalists too. Dong Qingxue explained that it was a completely different system from the Martial Association, because there were very few people with psychic gifts. She added that despite the country's large population, less than 1% had psychic gifts. She supposed his mother had kept that from him on purpose, so as not to affect his training. After all, she continued, the more one knew, the more distractions they would have, which would cause the purity of one's psychic energy to decline. However, she still hoped that a genius like him would join the association. She explained that the association could provide him with more resources for his cultivation, and offered him her personal token to take to the association, where they would assist him accordingly. Lu Xing admitted that he had never met his teacher, who always imparted his guidance to him in rather mysterious ways. Dong Qingxue thought that his teacher must be a truly incredible person. She reasoned that usually, if one were to discover a person with such overpowering abilities, they would keep that person close to the heart like a precious treasure. Yet, his teacher allowed him to act freely, and even reveal himself to Lu Xing, and only someone who had great wisdom would act in such a manner. Lu Xing realized it was going to be difficult to explain things away with his gift as an excuse, so he might as well admit it. He declared that his teacher came from 10,000 years in the future, and was a rank 6 martial artist named Duani Feng. Just then, a man with green hair interrupted, telling them that they had asked him to come here today as they had something serious to discuss with him, and told him to go ahead. The man with green hair started by handing Lu Xing a card with 5 million on it, stating that even though the training came hard, Lu Xing was the number 1 trainee this time. He added that it was an additional reward for his outstanding performance, and not to be displeased, as that was already the maximum amount they could apply for. Lu Xing was shocked at the amount. The man with green hair continued, saying that he was famous in camp for his huge appetite, and if they added the cost of what he had eaten over the past year, it amounted to a total reward of 7 to 8 million. Lu Xing was surprised that those meals were actually that expensive, and wondered if he would be able to afford to eat them again. The man with green hair then told Lu Xing that even though this monetary reward wasn't much, it could still show the sincerity of the Eastern Military District, and that was the last thing they would like to talk to him about. Lu Xing realized that the Eastern Military District was trying to recruit him. Dong Qingxue's image appeared in the background as the man with green hair confirmed that he had guessed correctly. He added that he was sure that a martial prodigy like himself was bound to end up on battlefield one day or another. He declared that with his battle marks and weapons of steel, he would honor the souls of their deceased heroes with treads of their enemies, and that a true martial sage could not be born in the comforts of safety. He finished by saying that the country and martial association didn't give so much support and privileges to martial artists for nothing. The man with green hair assured Lu Xing that he would get there sooner or later. He hoped that when the time came for Lu Xing to choose his military district, they would present every district for his ease of consideration. He added that there was one advantage to being in the northern military district. Their female soldiers were said to be the top beauties of the country, with stunning looks and figures. The man with green hair had one last thing to say. They had decided to select Lu Xing as the representative of the Donghua Prodigy training camp to participate in this year's Morning Star selection. Lu Xing was shocked. The man with green hair confirmed that every year, all the provinces in the east would hold a genius training camp. The aim was to select the genius that was truly 1 in 10 million who had the potential to become a Morning Star, a martial master. The man with green hair told Lu Xing that with his abilities, it wouldn't matter if he took the national exam. The big shots in the northern district would be begging for him to choose them. Lu Xing wondered if he still needed to stay in the training camp. The woman with long white hair responded that it was up to him. She didn't say that he could do whatever he wanted, but if he wanted to leave, by all means. Lu Xing decided he'd stay for a while longer then. The man with green hair said if there was nothing else, he'd take his leave, betting that Lu Xing was staying for the cafeteria meals. Dong Qingxue admitted that she never thought there would come a day when she would be envious of a person's talents. She realized that Lu Xing was different from them, destined to be extraordinary. She dared say that Lu Xing would definitely cause earth-shattering changes to this era. Lu Xing arrived at the Baihe City Martial Association, noting it had been a while since his last visit. He recalled that Chairman Zhao's office was on the 6th floor. Suddenly, a woman with black hair appeared, scolding old man Xiao for trying to anger her. She then noticed Lu Xing and greeted him. The woman gestured for Lu Xing to follow her inside, announcing his arrival to Chairman Xiao. Inside, an older man with a hat examined Lu Xing, confirming that he was the Baihe City genius he'd been hearing about. He seemed impressed by Lu Xing's youthful appearance and promising aura. Chairman Xiao tried to reassure himself, stating that not everyone could be as outstanding as his precious granddaughter. He added that there were tons of people weaker than her. He then trailed off, struggling to remember Lu Xing's name, and downplaying the significance of him being from Baihe City. Chairman Zhao's face turned stern, and he demanded an explanation from Lu Xing as to why he had returned when the training camp was still ongoing. Lu Xing calmly replied that it was nothing major. Lu Xing explained that the training camp's chief instructor, Dong Qingxue, had asked him to deliver a document for vetting and approval. Chairman Xiao looked suspicious, noting that it involved someone from the Dong family, and questioned why the chairman of a minor city's martial association was needed for such a task. Chairman Xiao chuckled, then asked Lu Xing if he had made a big mistake at the training camp and needed him to take responsibility. He warned that it was no joking matter, grabbing the document. He grabbed Lu Xing by the collar, demanding to know when he had advanced to become a rank 3 martial artist. Chairman Xiao laughed, grabbing the document, and questioning if Dong Qingxue wanted to enter the Eastern Military District immediately. He couldn't believe that an 18-year-old could be a rank 3 martial artist with a combat power index of 270,000, questioning if Lu Xing had forged the document. Chairman Xiao demanded the document back, questioning if it was a fake and challenging him to forge one himself. He pointed out the military district seal, still in disbelief. He couldn't believe that someone eliminated before the end of training camp could have a combat power index of 270,000. Lu Xing, standing nearby, sighed. Lu Xing corrected him, stating that he never said he was eliminated from the training camp, and that Chairman Xiao was the one who jumped to that conclusion. He then mentioned that Chief Instructor Dong had asked him to call, in case he doubted the document's authenticity, but Chairman Xiao denied that he would doubt it. Chairman Xiao decided he still had to make the call, wanting to introduce himself to Chief Instructor Dong, the number 1 of the Eastern Military District. He initiated a video call. Just then, Lu Xing walked back into the room. On the screen, Dong Qingxue asked if the man with Chairman Xiao was Baihe City Chairman Xiao Yuhe, and Xiao Yuhe confirmed. Chairman Xiao could hear his grandpa's voice coming from the call with Chief Instructor Dong Qingxue. His grandpa demanded to know why he was on a video call with her, and questioned if Xiao Lin had reached the target he set for him. He threatened to multiply today's training by 10. The man in the black shirt patted Chairman Xiao on the back, telling him they needed to get down to business and that he should go back to chat with his grandchild. He told Dong Qingxue that he had seen the document she asked Lu Xing to deliver, and that he would get everything done soon. Dong Qingxue told him not to let it hold up what was going to take place in a month's time. After all, Lu Xing was going to represent the condensing prodigy in this training camp to participate in the Eastern District's Morning Star selection, as he was the strongest prodigy in this year's training camp and didn't need to concentrate on fighting here in the rest of the camp. The man in the black shirt and Chairman Xiao looked in disbelief. They questioned if he was serious about Lu Xing being the strongest prodigy, and participating in the Morning Star selection. Chairman Zhao's grandpa could be heard through the call with Chief Instructor Dong Qingxue. He was complaining about a woman suffering in the training camp, saying they were pressing Lu Xing too hard. He told Dong Qingxue that he wouldn't hold her up any further, but before he hung up, he wanted to speak with Lu Xing. Dong Qingxue informed Lu Xing that she had sourced most of the materials for crafting psychic mentalist weapons that he had asked for. She would send him an itemized list with the prices and wanted to know what he needed to help him buy the materials. She also told him to hurry up and do the psychic mentalist assessment. When he passed, he would have the right to log on to Starry to buy the materials himself. With that, she ended the call. The man in the black shirt was utterly thunderstruck. He asked Lu Xing what Instructor Dong had just said and questioned if he had actually passed the psychic mentalist assessment. Lu Xing explained that it was because he was born to have a psychic-type gift at the training camp. So, Chief Instructor Dong wrote a recommendation letter for him to undergo the psychic mentalist assessment, and that was all. The man in the black shirt patted him on the shoulder, telling Lu Xing not to despair, and that he was the chief genius of the century. Chairman Xiao was still utterly thunderstruck. Lu Xing told him that he didn't need him to go so far as to send him home, as there was somewhere else he wanted to stop by. He asked when he was free to come have a meal at his place, as he would cook some dishes for him himself, and introduce him to a few kids about his age so they could help them talk about. Lu Xing agreed to the request. He believed that in the martial artists' world, power reigned supreme. The driver asked Lu Xing how he was related to Chairman Xiao, noting how friendly he was with him. He added that even he could tell that Chairman Xiao finally had something to be proud of. Lu Xing replied that they weren't related and that Chairman Xiao was always very friendly. Suddenly, the driver's face was slammed into the dashboard, covering it with battle marks. Lu Xing stood in front of the Hongchuan Martial Arts Academy's broken signage, wondering what had happened. A man with spiky red hair stood before the Hongchuan Martial Arts Academy, declaring that they weren't there to talk, but to fight. He announced that he, Lin Taizan, had come to challenge each and every member of the Hongchuan Martial Arts Academy. A girl with orange hair, looking furious, accused Lin Taizan of being shameless, pointing out that he was a rank martial artist challenging the academy while her father was suffering from internal injuries. The girl with orange hair added that the academy had already promised not to recruit any new students for a year, questioning what more Lin Taizan wanted. The man with spiky red hair scoffed, declaring that if they dared to hang up their signboard, they should be prepared for someone to smash it to bits at any time. He acknowledged that since they put their signboard up, they must have the ability to keep it up there. A man with red hair and a braided beard stepped forward, declaring that he, Ni Hongchuan, had come alone to Baihe City 20 years ago. Ni Hongchuan continued, stating that he had established his career with his own fists, and was able to do it back then, and he would be able to do it now too. He coughed violently, reassuring a girl with orange hair that he was fine. The man with spiky red hair sneered, telling Ni Hongchuan not to brag so much if he didn't have the ability, adding that it was his own doing that he'd been beaten to such a state. He questioned how someone like Ni Hongchuan could have groomed such an 18-year-old rank 2 martial artist. The woman with orange hair insisted that Lu Xing was not her father's student, merely a member, and she didn't care about anything else. The man with spiky red hair roared that all they knew was that an ounce of that Lu Xing's reputation had stolen more than half of their martial arts academy's business. He warned that since they dared to reach into their pockets, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. The woman with orange hair retorted that it was their students who had quit their academies and come to them of their own accord, and they couldn't be blamed for that. The man with red hair declared that he knew exactly what he was doing. That was why he had come to wreck their academy that day, he explained, because once it was wrecked, the students would have nowhere else to go. Then they would have to return to him. Woman with orange hair stepped forward, her expression hardening. She declared that she would be the one to fight him. The red-haired man chuckled, saying he would be crushing this little flower. He explained that the woman was no match for him, she wouldn't stand a chance. He stated that Lin Taizan had solid skills and was a rank 4 martial artist, and even if he wasn't injured, his order remained the same, first him, at best, much less her. The woman with orange hair insisted that she was a rank 3 martial artist. She argued that if their opponent was only the rank 4 Lin Taizan, they might not lose if they joined forces. The red-haired man said that they could talk all they wanted, but the Martial Association was going to close for the day. He told them to hurry up and face their demise, because he didn't want to have to come back again tomorrow. The woman with orange hair declared that once they took him down, she was going to make him carry their signboard and parade the streets. The red-haired man called her a sharp-tongued lass. The red-haired man was suddenly sent flying into the air by a surge of red energy. The woman with orange hair stood her ground, ready for the next attack. The red-haired man's fist connected with Ni Hongchuan's face, and the woman with orange hair could only shout in protest. The force of the blows sent An Hongchuan flying. An Hongchuan trembled as he realized that Tai Linshan had advanced to rank 5. Tai Linshan asked if he was surprised, sneering that An Hongchuan had been hiding behind the little lass of the academy, and that it had been a long time since he fought a pro like him. The red-haired man challenged anyone to step forward, confident that he had already won. He declared that if what they wanted was for the academy to close its doors, he would go to the Martial Association right now. The woman with orange hair could only look on in distress, whispering the word father. The man with short dark hair smirked, saying that he trusted that An Hongchuan was a man of his word. He said that now that things were settled, he would be going, laughing triumphantly. Suddenly, a voice rang out, telling him to hold up. Lu Xing stepped forward, pointing out that it was a perfectly good academy, and if it shut down, he wouldn't have anywhere to train. Lu Xing's arrival caused a stir. The woman with brown hair, apparently named An Shuang, recognized him, exclaiming that it had been a while. Others muttered that he was the reason all their students had quit. The red-haired man silenced the crowd with a sharp command. He complimented Lu Xing's talent, then mocked a man named Little Li. He offered to take them into his Taizan Martial Arts Academy, boasting that Hongchuan martial arts was trash and that he had defeated its master with a single blow. He asked if they had heard of the Taizan secret technique, confirming that it was deeply trusted. He claimed that mastering it would make them tough and invincible, and that even An Hongchuan couldn't break his defense. The red-haired man's offer hung in the air, and Lu Xing seized the opportunity. He asked if the man was really willing to teach him such an amazing technique. Red-haired man grinned, confirming that he would, as long as Lu Xing joined their academy and took him as his master. Lu Xing pressed him, asking how he planned to teach him. The man's smile faltered, clearly annoyed by the barrage of questions. He said if Lu Xing came, he would. The red-haired man's face contorted in rage, sweat dripping down his forehead. Suddenly, a grotesque monster appeared, its massive mouth filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. The muscular man with brown hair was sent flying backward from the force of the blow. The man grinned, impressed by the monster's strength. He remarked that it was indeed really tough. Lu Xing countered with a punch of his own, channeling a surge of energy into his fist. The monster's foot crashed down, sending a shockwave through the area. The monster's foot was about to crush the man with brown hair, but he managed to block the attack with his arms. The force of the impact created a massive cloud of dust and debris. The man with brown hair struggled to lift the rocks, pinning him down. He asked if the monster was going to teach him. The man with brown hair was still pinned, but he smirked. He challenged the monster, asking how it expected him to do anything while kneeling. The redhead was defeated. The man in the purple jacket was shocked, exclaiming that Lin Taizan had lost. The man with yellow hair was losing his cool. He pointed out that the kid was only 18 and already a rank 2 martial artist. He urged Wang to power up so they could escape. The man in the purple jacket reached out his hand to the woman with red hair, asking if she was alright. She took his hand, assuring him that they were fine. The relieved crowd begged Lu Xing not to let the academy close, as it was close to their homes. They thanked him profusely, offering to do anything he needed. Lu Xing waved off their gratitude, stating that it was nothing. He added that this was a one-time deal, and they would have to protect the academy themselves in the future. He reminded them that martial power was the law of the jungle. An Shuang and Lin Taizan watched him leave. Lin Taizan was shocked that Lu Xing had defeated a rank 5 martial artist who had mastered strengthening arts with a single blow. He wondered if Lu Xing was at least a peak rank 4 martial artist. Lin Taizan remembered that Lu Xing had only reached rank 2 3 months ago, and wondered what his current level was. Meanwhile, Lu Xing arrived home, where his sister greeted him and asked why he was so late. Lu Xing arrived home, explaining to his sister that he had been waylaid by bullies on his way home. His sister panicked, checking him for injuries, but his father waved it off, proudly proclaiming his son to be a martial artist. His father declared that helping those in need and standing up for the weak was the mark of a true man, and that his son would be going into battle with monsters to protect the country. His sister asked about the meat he had sent back, noting that their father's health had improved and her own vitality had risen. She playfully accused him of stealing it from the training camp, but Lu Xing assured her that he had earned it. His sister pinched his cheek, telling him not to push himself too hard and that his safety was more important. His father told him that he could tell that there was something burning in his heart, and that he would definitely become an important person and do great things. He assured him that even if he failed, they would always be there for him to fall back on. Lu Xing acknowledged his father's words, resolving to get stronger and stronger to ward off all disasters and protect his family. Ruined City was shrouded in an eerie purple energy. Lu Xing unleashed a devastating punch, obliterating a zombie. He realized that he could now take out the zombies of rank 6 martial artists with a single punch, deducing that he must be at the center of the base. Lu Xing wondered if he could handle the zombies' overpowering aura that he had sensed before. For now, he decided to go in and take a look at the situation. Lu Xing launched a devastating punch. The force of the blow echoed through the chamber, but the attack seemed to have no effect on the monster. He backflipped away, astonished that even after using Stellar Impact 6 times, along with the buffs from his godwork and peak mastery, he couldn't move one of the monster's fingers. He wondered if this was the power of a martial master. Air crackled with energy as he prepared his next move. Lu Xing unleashed another Stellar Impact, his body glowing with power. He shot forward like a cannonball, rocks and debris exploding around him. Lu Xing was stunned as he came face to face with the golden force field. He realized that all martial masters had an invincible force field, and his own was so strong that he couldn't even control it. Lu Xing stared in disbelief at the martial master's force field. He quickly backed away, noticing that the martial master zombie wasn't coming after him. He realized this was no good. He couldn't beat him, and the force field reduced his power by 55% right away. He couldn't even make him move, and this was just the natural energy field of a deceased martial master. Lu Xing was thankful that the martial master zombie didn't seem to regard him as an enemy at the moment, as he was just passively defending and not taking any action to attack. Lu Xing finally understood why, even though rank 6 and 7 were just one rank apart, the status of each rank was worlds apart. At rank 7, one could be considered a martial master, while at rank 6, one was still a martial artist. The gap was too large, and he couldn't even take down a single HP of his. He wondered if he should give up. Lu Xing refused to give up. He knew there had to be a way to defeat the martial master zombie. He thought that once he killed him, he'd be able to access the memories of a martial master. Lu Xing refused to give up, continuing to unleash a barrage of stellar impact strikes against the martial master zombie's seemingly impenetrable golden force field. The force of the field pushed him back, sending him flying. He was sent hurtling away from the martial master zombie. Lu Xing panted heavily, but then he realized something. He felt it just now. The force field was not invincible. It had weakened a little, even though it was just a tiny bit that was almost negligible. It had definitely weakened. Lu Xing knew that if he wore the force field down bit by bit like this, he might stand a chance. However, he would probably need to attack millions of times to wear it down, and his stamina was almost completely depleted. He realized that if it weren't for his constant use of his natural breathing technique to recover, he would have been worn out from exhaustion many times over by now. He wondered what he should do. Should he retreat and come back again when he was stronger? He remembered that ever since his psychic power reached rank 3, killing zombies that were rank 2 and below had become as easy as cutting grass. Then it hit him. Psychic energy. He hadn't tried using psychic energy to attack. As he hadn't learned any psychic mentalist combat techniques, he had always been using psychic energy as support, and fodder for using the divine illumination technique of hell to boost his vitality. He had almost forgotten that he was also a rank 3 psychic mentalist. Compared to his martial prowess, his power as a psychic mentalist was even stronger. He decided to condense his psychic energy. Lu Xing realized he was still unable to condense his psychic energy into a weapon, but he felt this was enough. He unleashed the raw psychic energy, firing a beam directly at the golden force field. Force field flickered violently under the assault. He was shocked that it worked, but Lu Xing realized it still wasn't enough and shouted that he would use maximum power to condense his energy. He launched a kick at the golden force field. Lu Xing was horrified that his attack still wasn't enough. He looked down in disbelief. The golden force field remained unbroken. Lu Xing stared in disbelief. Is this still not enough? He wondered. He decided that if that wasn't enough, he would have to use everything he had. Golden force field continued to hold strong against Lu Xing's stellar impact. The martial master zombie was unfazed, still protected by the golden barrier. Lu Xing fell back, but he wasn't giving up. He declared that he would inherit the will of the heroic souls. Martial master zombie's face contorted, and a surge of dark energy emanated from it. Lu Xing was shocked by the zombie's power. Suddenly, a screen appeared, congratulating Mr. Shixing on his breakthrough and promotion to martial master. The situation was rapidly deteriorating, and despite the efforts of higher-ups from the Star Realm, bases were falling daily. The screen shifted to a young girl, who explained that the bases were the core of the Martial Alliance, and the safest place on the planet. She revealed that an airship had been arranged for their departure that afternoon, and asked if her father would be joining them. He responded that as a martial master, he had to stay on the front lines. The man felt shivers down his spine just seeing the rank 9 monster from afar. As a martial master, he believed his will was unshakable, but he couldn't deny the fear he felt. Suddenly, someone shouted about the incredible punch from Master Wang He, the Eastern Evil Sun. They believed that with someone as strong as Master Wang He, there was still hope for mankind. Another man celebrated their success, claiming to have grasped a new martial art from Master Wang He's attacks. He thought it wasn't impossible for him to become a rank 8 Grand Martial Master in this life, before noting how cold he felt, wondering if this was what it felt like before death. Last words of a dying man echoed, as he recalled hearing that the Martial Alliance had activated the Fireseed plan, concentrating all of mankind's efforts to nurture a rank 12 powerhouse, the likes of which had never been seen before in history. He wondered if there was still hope for mankind, lamenting that he wouldn't get to see it. The battle against the Martial Master Zombie had taken its toll, and he was catching his breath. He wondered if that had been the life of the Martial Master, noting that the amount of memories absorbed this time was greater than any he'd ever experienced. He thought it was a magnificent life. He realized that the Martial Master, named King, had been a practitioner of fist arts. His fist arts, techniques, epiphanies, and combat experience were all now integrated within him. His fist arts level was advancing like crazy. Lu Xing was now at the profound control stage. Lu Xing realized he had reached the profound control stage, the culmination of Martial Master Shenking's lifelong learnings. He then heard the name Wang He echoing in his mind. He realized that in Shenking's memories, apart from his wife and child, this name was mentioned the most. It just so happened that the creator of the stellar body refining art was also called Wang He. He was an incredible person in NC 10,000. Wang He's nickname had been the Eastern Evil Sun. Lu Xing realized that even Shengning, a rank 7 martial master, had been Wang He's fanba. However, it seemed Shengning had witnessed Wang He's attack and had an epiphany, creating an incomparable superb martial art himself. He wondered why he couldn't find it in his memories. He wondered if it was buried even deeper in his memories. An unstoppable torrent of memories swirled around him, glowing intensely. He wondered what this could be. Suddenly, a blinding light engulfed him. A sudden assault left him unable to move. He wondered if this was an enemy Shengning had once faced. As a martial artist on the verge of being a martial master, Lu Xing felt he should have nothing to fear. As the blinding light faded, Lu Xing found himself in a fiery cavern, and something was lurking in the shadows. He wondered if the figure was Shengning. Suddenly, a figure with long white hair floated in the air before him. A barrage of sharp objects flew toward him with incredible force, accompanied by the words melt, penetrate. The attack was so piercing that Lu Xing could only gasp in shock. The figure with long white hair began to speak of ancient mythology, explaining that the son of the Heavenly Emperor is known as the Golden Crow, who bears the responsibility of the sun's journey. The figure continued, describing what happened when all 10 suns appeared in the sky at the same time. The rivers ran dry, the earth split open, and endless light and heat incinerated everything. He revealed that this was the result of Martial Master Shengning's painstaking efforts and lifelong dedication. The figure with long white hair revealed that it was an unparalleled master martial skill that would help one take the last step to become a rank 9 Grand Master Martial, called the 10 Suns in the Same Sky. Now, dark energy surged around Lu Xing as he prepared to unleash the technique. The dark energy continued to surge around him, gathering power. Lu Xing declared that the power would be his. The city skyline stretched out before him. Lu Xing, sitting by the window, noticed his psychic energy seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation. He focused, condensing the energy in his hand. He realized he had actually done it. He could feel that his total amount of psychic energy was not much different from before, but the difference in quality was like heaven and earth. If Xiaoling's psychic energy was like air, then Dong Qingshua's psychic energy would be water. Lu Xing realized his psychic energy was now like steel, forged from pure steel. Even though the form was the same, the quality and toughness were many times higher. It was a major improvement. Suddenly, he noticed a building rising into the air. He was shocked, realizing that with just a light touch using his psychic energy, he could now lift massive objects. His ability to grab and lift objects with psychic energy was several times stronger than before, and still growing. He knew he needed to practice a lot more to control this power, and hurried to put the building down. Lu Xing felt that this feeling was something ordinary martial artists couldn't even imagine. He could feel that in a certain sense, he had already thoroughly entered the realm of extraordinary beings. He was very sure that with just the power of his psychic energy, he could crush a rank 3, or even rank 4 martial artist to death. Not only that, there was now a martial master force field around his body, too. Lu Xing realized that even though his force field was faint, he could strengthen it by expending more psychic energy. However, even if he boosted it to his very limit, the thickness was not even 1% of that martial master zombie. He understood that having a force field was equivalent to having a seed for all martial masters' will. Although it was currently just a seed, it would grow into a towering tree one day. From it would evolve to become a true martial master level martial arts will that belong to him. Lu Xing texted that he would be at the Grand Sea and Sky Heaven room soon. Lu Xing realized that now that he had left the training camp, he no longer had his daily meals of monster meat. As a result, there was a pressing need for him to supplement his cultivation with tonics. He decided it was time to meet with the Xingshan Medicinal Hall. Meanwhile, Heilingsu arrived at her destination, completely out of breath. She was shocked to see that it was just a student. Lingsu smirked, confident that this was going to be a cinch. The man with black hair gestured for the woman to sit down. He mentioned that he had heard the steak in this restaurant was pretty good, and asked if she minded having lunch as they talked. The woman with short brown hair replied that she didn't mind at all and offered to hang up his coat for him. She then asked how she should start. He called for the waiter, requesting 40 servings of their best quality steak, cooked medium. The waiter seemed surprised by the large order. The woman with short brown hair thought to herself if he was a pig, ordering 40 servings of steak in one go. She figured it was normal for a martial artist to have a big appetite, but each serving of steak was $12.80. The woman with short black hair realized that 40 servings would be $51,200. She wondered if he would be shameless enough to ask her to pay the bill. She asked if he wanted anything. He thanked her, but before he could say anything else, the woman with short brown hair was already having someone else serve the dishes as soon as possible. She thought to herself that she was hungry, and what a pig he was. She thought about how she was Lingsu, 22 years old, ancestral home in Xingshan Village, Guanglin City, Ba County. Lingsu recalled that her great-great-great-great-grandfather was initially just an apprentice in Lao Jian medicinal shop. In the beginning years of the martial calendar, he used his martial arts talents and exemplary alchemy talents to become a rank 5 alchemist. Then he established the Xingshan Medicinal Hall. Lingsu continued, stating that there were now a total of 213 branch stores in over 20 cities throughout Dongning Province, and Xingshan Medicinal Hall was rather prestigious in the beginning. She exclaimed that Lu Xing had been going on about a bunch of nonsense on the internet right from the beginning, and asked what he was trying to show. The waiter arrived with his 40 servings of steak. Lu Xing mumbled with his mouth full. He also knew that her mother, Chen Lan, had not returned to Dongning Province for a full 20 years due to issues within the family, and had not met her even once. Lingsu was forcefully maintaining elegance. Lu Xing continued that the reason the He family business collapsed so quickly in her hands was because of her outdated mindset and bad management. Lu Xing revealed that the most important reason for the medicinal hall's issues was that her mother and the Chen family had been secretly suppressing Xingshan Medicinal Hall all these years. Lingsu was shocked by this claim. She demanded to know what basis Lu Xing had for saying that, emphasizing that it wasn't a claim he could make randomly. Lu Xing responded that all she had to do to find out if it was true or not was ask her father, Hiji. He added that the quality of the meat was good, the nutrition value was high, and it could provide him with a pretty good amount of energy. Lingsu stated that her mother had left her father and her when she was 2 years old, and had never once returned to visit them all these years. She declared that her mother was utterly heartless. Lu Xing stated that he would be responsible for providing medicinal prescriptions and requisite skills training, while Xingshan Medicinal Hall would handle production and sales. As for the profits, he wanted 90%. Lingsu was taken aback by his demand, questioning if he wanted everything for himself. Lu Xing replied that he would like to, but didn't think she'd agree. Lingsu countered, saying that the most she could offer was 60%. Lu Xing explained that the 20% more he was asking for was a must. He clarified that 10% was to guarantee their long-term collaboration in the future, while the other 10% was a bonus for him helping her take care of some annoying things. He then asked if she knew that the He family had been bullied by the capital's Chen family for so many years. Lu Xing continued, asking if she didn't want to do anything about the Chen family's bullying. He encouraged her to retaliate, and take back everything that belonged to her. Lingsu's eyes widened as she looked at the orb floating before her, and Lu Xing asked if she understood what it meant. He affirmed that she was a psychic mentalist. He said that even as someone who wasn't a martial artist, he fully understood the weight of those credentials. A 17-year-old Xinye, a martial artist with unparalleled talent, a rare dual ability with type power, and psychic and mentalist gifts. Lu Xing pressed Lingsu, noting that she had mentioned you all, implying she didn't believe he had researched the medicinal prescription on his own. He asked if she was referring to the person behind her. Lingsu stood behind him, silent. Lu Xing declared that she was very clever, and clarified that the additional 10% was for the power of both himself and the person behind him. Lu Xing asked Miss He if there was a more profitable deal in the world. Lingsu stood alone, contemplating what she had just heard. If everything Lu Xing said was true, she realized she would have to face the Chen family sooner or later. Lingsu considered the situation. Even if she had no intention of taking revenge for the past 20 years, it didn't mean the other party would spare her. She realized that the medicinal prescription she was collaborating on with Lu Xing would be the perfect excuse for them to strike. She thought about Lu Xing's incredible talent, cunningness, and means, and decided to accept his deal. She agreed that he would get 80% of the profits. Lu Xing held out an USB drive, stating that the medicinal prescription for the muscle and battle marks strengthening decoction was on it. Lingsu hoped that Lu Xing would honor all that he had promised. Lu Xing assured her that he would, and she wondered how far he would grow, given enough time. The woman with brown hair was shocked to see the total bill. There were a total of 80 items, which brought the bill to 115,200, but they would round it down for her, so it would be a total of 115,000. She asked why there were so many items, when she only served 40 portions. The blonde-haired woman explained that the sir ate 40 portions there, then ordered 50 portions to go, saying he wanted to let his family have a taste. She asked if she would be paying with cash or card. Reluctantly, the woman with brown hair presented her card, thinking about who was responsible for this. She muttered Lu Xing's name before the cashier thanked him for his patronage. Hey, real quick, my mom said this video would get 0 subscribers. If you enjoyed the story so far, click subscribe to prove her wrong. Now back to the video. Back at home, Heelingsu arrived to find an enormous stack of steak boxes, and she wondered what was going on. Heelingsu told him not to do this again, even though she insisted on treating, because freeloading was no good. Lu Xing then mentioned that teacher Zhong from her school had come by several times to ask how she was doing, saying that he was a nice teacher. Lu Xing recalled teacher Zhong and said that it had been a long time since he last went to school. He decided that he would go there tomorrow, to buy he third high. Meanwhile, a man sat at his desk, and someone knocked on the door. A man with black hair arrived holding a bonsai tree. Teacher Zhong was surprised to see him. Lu Xing greeted him, mentioning that he remembered ruining his bonsai last time, so he brought him a new one. Teacher Zhong was touched by the gesture. Teacher Zhong was surprised, noting that it hadn't been that long since he was gone, yet the feeling he gave off was completely different now. Teacher Zhong invited him inside to talk. He mentioned that his school leaving procedures should be done soon, and after this meeting, he would probably only get to see him on TV in the future. Lu Xing agreed. Teacher Zhong asked what his plans were going forward. Lu Xing revealed that he was going to participate in the Morning Star selection, then take the assessment at the Psychic Mentalist Association. Lu Xing revealed that he was going to participate in the Morning Star selection and take the assessment at the Psychic Mentalist Association. Teacher Zhong was caught off guard, surprised by the news. Teacher Zhong was thrilled, stating that there was nothing more he could teach him. He urged Lu Xing to go forth and make his mark on the world, offering his full support. Lu Xing thanked him. As Lu Xing walked away, Teacher Zhong realized he had been underestimating him. He thought that Lu Xing would become the pride of not only Third High and Bane City, but of all mankind. Teacher Zhong sighed, contemplating the profound mysteries hidden within the ordinary and absurd reality. Back in class, the teacher was trying to wake up the students, reminding them not to belittle their cultural studies grade. He explained that cultural studies was part of their grades, and even 1 mark could be the deciding factor for getting into martial U. The teacher continued, explaining that it could take weeks or months to get 1 point in their ability training. Meanwhile, one of the students yawned, wondering when class was going to end. He asked Chiming if he wanted to go to the internet cafe after school, boasting that he was almost at platinum rank. Chiming declined, saying that he had signed up for martial arts cram school and was going for extra training after school. His friend was surprised, saying that it wasn't like him to be working so hard. The teacher yelled at them to stand up and stop blabbering. Back in the classroom, the teacher was in the middle of scolding some students, telling them they were really something else for ignoring him. Suddenly, the door opened, and Lu Xing announced his return to class, greeting everyone after a long absence. The students were in disbelief, exclaiming that Lu Xing was back in school. One student was especially excited, saying that they thought they'd never see him again. The teacher stammered, addressing Lu Xing as student Lu Xing, and asked if he wanted to attend the cultural studies lesson. Lu Xing confirmed that he did, and the teacher said of course, he definitely could. The teacher's announcement was met with excitement. The students were clearly thrilled to have Lu Xing back. The teacher, trying to regain control, told everyone to open their textbooks and announce the start of class. Students whispered amongst themselves, marveling at Lu Xing's presence and the aura he now possessed. They had heard rumors that he had become a rank 2 martial artist. With a relief, the teacher announced that class was dismissed. Lu Xing turned to his classmates, a small smile on his face. He told them goodbye, promising he wouldn't forget them. The students erupted with excitement, feeling honored to have been his classmate. They swore to make it to martial U, inspired by Lu Xing's achievements. Lu Xing gave Chiming a pat on the back, telling him to do his best. He added that if he was free, they should get together sometime. Chiming's eyes watered, a surge of determination coursing through him. He clenched his fist, tears welling up in his eyes. Even if he died of exhaustion, he vowed he would definitely make it to martial U. He saw an email from Dong Qingxue, his assistant, who insisted that he should buy his own weapons before the assessment. He realized he needed to find time to make the payment before the Morning Star selection. Otherwise, his secret would be exposed, and he would keep troubling Dong Qingxue. He looked at the list and was shocked by the prices. The Eternal Blade Wheel was priced at 37,500,000, and the silver skylighter at 29500,000. He had thought they were being humble when they said that the Morning Star selection would be a reward, but it truly wasn't a large treasure amount. Lu Xing realized he also needed dense steel, which cost 5,000 per gram. One blade wheel would weigh at least 1 kilogram, which meant more than $5 million gone, not including the cost of other supplementary materials. He would need more than one blade wheel, and with the quality of his current Energy Star substance, he was just an ordinary person. Regular dense steel blade wheels simply weren't enough. He needed weapons forged with mithril, which would make the cost almost 10 times more. He realized he couldn't even forge a weapon component with the money he had. There was no helping it. He would have to mine for the materials himself. Luckily, he had found a strategic material resource distribution that was preserved in his previous repository, which would come in handy. Lu Xing located the unexcavated mithril mines on a map. It was Oxhead Mountain. He resolved to mine mithril there, then find a blacksmith. He realized that if he found enough mithril or dense steel, he could even sell them. He decided to make all the marrow-nourishing elixir he kept at the Lingxiao lab and head for Oxhead Mountain. Meanwhile, 1 week later at Xingshan Medicinal Hall, Lingsu paced back and forth, increasingly annoyed. She checked her phone, fuming. That Lu Xing fella, why is he still not here? What time is it already? Just then, Lu Xing arrived, apologizing for keeping her waiting. Lingsu exclaimed that he still remembered to come. Lu Xing explained that he had been held up by something and asked if she had prepared all the materials needed. Lingsu confirmed that all the materials had been prepared as instructed. She mentioned that the batch had cost about 200,000. Lu Xing examined a leaf, commenting that the quality wasn't bad, and instructed her to log it in the accounts book and deduct the amount from the profits. Lu Xing announced that he would begin the process, asking Lingsu to leave the room for now. She crossed her arms, annoyed, but agreed. Lingsu was frustrated that the marketing for the Battle Marks Strengthening Edition hadn't even begun, and she hadn't earned a cent yet. She had already spent 100 million on materials just for Lu Xing. She was thankful that the materials Lu Xing gave were very comprehensive, and she had successfully produced the Miracle and Battle Marks Strengthening Pill without any difficulties. She wondered if he was making a new medicinal prescription and noted that Lu Xing had been coming to the alchemy room every day that week, questioning just how many more secrets he was hiding. 3 hours later, Lu Xing told Lingsu that he was done. He announced that he was going on a trip for a couple of days. He assured her that he would transfer the mutated capital needed for the muscle and battle marks strengthening decoction to go public soon. Lu Xing smirked, noting Lingsu's temper. Meanwhile, Lingsu was back in the lab. She realized that it was an unknown new energy, and after testing its effects, she found that it could strengthen other energies. She thought about the profits she could reap, and how Lu Xing's backpack must be full of new energies. Just then, a man reported to Lingsu that he had followed her instructions, but the security cameras had cut off when Lu Xing entered and returned to normal afterward. He sighed, knowing such a trick would never work on a psychic mentalist. Lingsu stared at the vial in her hand, then tossed it into the trash. She decided to follow Lu Xing obediently, seeing him as the hope for the revival of the He family. Meanwhile, a tour guide announced to the travelers that their destination, Xianlin Village, was located in the depths of Oxhead Mountain, far from the bustling city, and boasted breathtaking views. The tour guide explained that it was one of Dongning Province's spectacular scenic attractions. She said that they could experience the farm and folk customs of the Xianlin village, taste the unique traditional local delicacies, and take in the serene and majestic scenery of Oxhead Mountain. One of the tourists wondered if they'd be forced to buy traditional handicrafts and complained about the remote location and potential mosquitoes. The tour guide assured them that they were a reputable and renowned tour agency and would never force them to buy anything. She added that they would all be staying in a guest house in the village with excellent facilities, including air conditioning and television. Lu Xing considered his recent gains, noting that he had made a total of 93 marrow-nourishing elixirs that week, which should be enough for him for a while. He realized the place was truly off the grid, and the mithril mine hidden inside was probably yet to be discovered by anyone, giving him a chance to monopolize it. Suddenly, a young girl approached, holding a yellow ball, and asked if he would play a game with her. A woman with long brown hair quickly intervened, telling the girl not to disturb others, and apologized to Lu Xing. The man with glasses nodded, smiling at the child's happiness. Lu Xing smirked, realizing he wasn't the only psychic mentalist on this trip. He found that interesting. On the Oxhead Mountain tour bus, a woman with pink hair complained about the heat and boredom, wondering why she had even come along. The woman with green hair retorted that she, Jing Dandan, wasn't forced to come, and had insisted on accompanying her because she had just broken up with someone. Lu Xing caught the yellow ball that had been thrown at him. He looked up, noticing the woman with pink hair staring at him. The woman with pink hair managed to catch the ball. Lu Xing handed the ball back to her, and she thanked him, giggling nervously. The woman with green hair teased the woman with pink hair, noticing her infatuation. 2 hours later, the woman with pink hair commented that it seemed like an ordinary mountain forest, questioning if it really deserved its 5-star scenic attraction rating, although she admitted it looked nice and that she had heard there was a huge waterfall there, which they would see when they entered the forest tomorrow. The woman with pink hair seemed happy as she saw Lu Xing. The little girl asked Lu Xing to play with her again tomorrow. Lu Xing agreed to play with her tomorrow when he was free. The pink-haired woman asked if she could join them too. The little girl refused, calling the pink-haired woman a baddie who kept stealing the ball from her, stating she only wanted to play with Lu Xing. Lu Xing waved goodbye as the little girl walked away with the woman. The pink-haired woman was annoyed, saying she didn't want to play with her either. The woman with pink hair told Lu Xing not to take the child's words to heart, adding that she wouldn't begrudge a child. She then asked if she could have his contact information, and Lu Xing agreed. Lingsu added Lu Xing as a friend. Lingsu said goodbye to Lu Xing, mentioning that he had added the cutie as well. She thought the trip was going to be boring, but it looked like it was going to get interesting. The woman with brown hair stated that it was fine as long as she was happy. Back on the bus, the man with glasses thought that not only was there an uncommon rank 3 psychic mentalist on this trip, but there were also 2 rank 2 martial artists. Lu Xing figured that the psychic mentalist hadn't discovered his identity, and at most should only be able to detect that he was a martial artist. After forming the will of a martial master, he could now control the intensity of the psychic energy he gave off. Lu Xing thought that as long as he didn't exude any psychic energy, regular people wouldn't be able to discover how strong his psychic energy was. He just didn't know if there would be martial artists who were even stronger here in the mountains. He resolved that no matter what reasons the others had for coming to Oxhead Mountain, if they became an obstruction to him, he'd just have to kill them. Meanwhile, on a highway hundreds of kilometers away, a white limousine sped down the road. In a lavish room, a woman with purple hair sat with a drink in hand, demanding to know if they had found Tang Maolin. The kneeling man confirmed that Tang Maolin was at Xiaoming City's Oxhead Mountain, having brought his wife and daughter, clearly planning to hide in the mountains. The woman with purple hair recognized that Tang Maolin had some brains. The man assured her that they had already deployed their men to keep an eye on them, guaranteeing that they would find the hole he was hiding in, even if Tang Maolin planned to become a caveman. The woman with purple hair was pleased and told them to ensure they didn't take their eyes off him, reminding them that they were only rank 4 martial artists, and no match for him. The woman with purple hair declared that Tang Maolin shouldn't blame her for being ruthless, since he had offended her. If she didn't kill him, others would think that she, Wu Shijing, was a pushover, and all sorts of riff-raff would come thinking they could take advantage of her. The woman with purple hair reached out, offering the woman with black hair a drink. Suddenly, the woman with black hair spewed purple liquid from her mouth and eyes, a look of horror on her face. The strange fluid floated in the air, slowly being drawn back towards the glass. The woman with purple hair sniffed the drink with a satisfied expression, while the woman with black hair was clearly suffering, tears streaming down her face. The man with purple hair examined a photograph. He noted that Tang Maolin had brought his daughter, musing that it looked like there was going to be another addition to the collection. The man with brown hair cautioned the others to slow down, pointing out that the floor was uneven. He told them to look around. The woman with long orange hair dismissed his concerns, saying that the room was very clean and nothing had been done to it. She accused him of being overly cautious. The woman wondered aloud if Wu Shijing, no matter how powerful, would be able to reach them there. The man with brown hair insisted that it was better to be safe than sorry, reminding her that he had her and their little girl to protect. He reminded her that they were currently fleeing for their lives, and that Wu Shijing was a renowned, rank 3 psychic mentalist with a narrow mind who sought revenge for the slightest offense, adding that everyone who had offended him had met their demise. The man with brown hair hoped that they could escape Wu Shijing's pursuit. He suggested they take refuge somewhere at Aether's place for about a year or so and make investigations, assuring her that everything would be fine after that. He added that if Wu Shijing did indeed find them, he and her father were both rank 2 and could combine forces. The woman hoped they would be able to hold him back. She wondered how her father's health was. The man assured her that her father's cultivation was strong, and he was also a peak rank 2 psychic mentalist, adding that he might even be rank 1 now, as someone in their prime was surely in good health. He vowed that he wouldn't let her and their daughter get hurt. Meanwhile, a young girl with orange hair stared out the window. A grid-like projection covered the city, highlighting potential threats. Lu Xing noticed someone on surveillance, but since they weren't bothering him, he decided to ignore them. He knew that with the aid of the elixir, the speed of refining the immortal golden body of indestructible master had increased significantly. At this rate, in less than 2 months, he would probably be able to completely cultivate the first stage of the immortal golden body, generate internal energy, and officially joined the ranks of the rank 4 martial artists. Lu Xing checked his phone. He read a message from Happy Family, reminding him to be careful when he was out on his own and to dress according to the weather. His sister sent him another message, asking if he had gone out to play again, and telling him that Sister Yang Yuan had come back to school and had asked her to ask him out. She followed up by asking him to be honest about whether he and Sister Yang were dating. A cartoon cat face appeared, warning him to focus on his cultivation and not butt into other people's business. Lu Xing decided to test out the results of his training over the past few days. He was pleased, ever since he grasped 10 suns in the same sky and formed a martial master force field. The force field glowed around him. Lu Xing felt unstoppable as he prepared to unleash his power. The force of his attack sent his opponents flying amidst a blinding explosion. Suddenly, the scene shifted as an icy force descended. Lu Xing unleashed a counterattack, declaring that he would freeze them. Lu Xing sensed something powerful lurking nearby. An overwhelming aura emanated from the center of the frozen landscape. The figure approached cautiously, stepping onto the ice. It was He Lingsu, who seemed ready for a fight. Lu Xing realized that they were facing a martial master-level zombie. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and the zombie disappeared from sight. He wondered where it had gone. Psychic perception flared to life, flooding his mind with danger warnings. Lu Xing was overwhelmed by the avalanche of danger warnings. He wondered what was going on as He Lingsu attacked with her sword. Lu Xing realized that He Lingsu's attack was at a martial master level. The sheer force of the blow threatened to overwhelm him. The devastating power of the attack reshaped the landscape. Lu Xing felt the full brunt of the assault. He cried out in pain. Lu Xing clutched at his chest, feeling as though his body had been torn apart. He wondered if this was what it felt like to die in the dreamscape. Lu Xing gasped, clutching his chest. He was thankful it had all been just a dream, not real. He realized that otherwise, his life would have ended there, just like that. He had used all of his psychic energy to block that attack, but it had been utterly useless. The power of her attacks was way beyond any that he had encountered before. He had always thought he was doing well in the dreamscape, even entering the high-level areas a few times. He had thought it was all thanks to his intellect that he could do as he pleased to those high-level monsters. The dreamscape was not the lost paradise he thought it was. After the collapse of civilization, only battle marks and fire could create a treasure within that wasteland. He figured that if he had reacted instantly back then, with his profound control stage first and Trophonius martial master skill, he might be able to hold up against her if he gave it his all. He wondered if he should go back for another try. Lu Xing sat up with a gasp, realizing he couldn't enter the dreamscape anymore. He speculated that dying inside had caused it to go on cooldown. It looked like there was no way for him to enter the dreamscape again tonight. He saw a series of messages from Jing Dandan, asking if she was in her room and wanted to tour around together, boasting about being an official martial master. Lu Xing thought that adding her as a friend might have been a mistake, but decided it would be nice to go out and get some food. He made his way to the hostel dining hall. He Lingsu called out to Lu Xing, waving her arms to get his attention. Lu Xing, here, over here, big brother. Lu Xing headed over to the table where He Lingsu stood next to a man with glasses. He Lingsu asked why he hadn't come to sit with them, suggesting mealtimes were more fun with more people around, and also asked if he and the other man hadn't eaten yet. Green-haired woman stated that they had already eaten, but He Lingsu said that she didn't have much appetite earlier and couldn't finish her food, but now she was feeling hungry. She figured that it was just as well, since she could eat with him. She thought that it seemed to her that it was something other than food that the man was feasting on, and asked if she could go over to eat with Big Brother. The man asked if it wasn't the same if she ate there with them, but He Lingsu insisted she wanted to eat with Big Brother. The man relented and told her to go ahead, but to make sure she didn't trouble others, to which she thanked him. The man with dark red hair questioned why they had allowed her to go eat with a stranger, especially given their current situation. The other man retorted, asking if he wasn't the one who had been chiding him for being overly cautious. He thought it seemed that he was the one worrying too much. He explained that he had already swept the surroundings with his psychic energy, and that the only people there were tourists, so there was no danger. He added that the chap had a pretty good personality, and his eyes were clear and pure, so he shouldn't be a bad person. He added that the other two girls were just university students and were already rank 1 maple leafs at their age, which was rather impressive. He stated that everyone within his range would be dead with just a moment's thought if he wished it, so nothing would go wrong. The woman with long brown hair remarked that it seemed she had been worrying too much, as their orders had all been served. She then exclaimed in surprise as she noticed the girl with pink hair was going to eat all of that. The girl with pink hair replied that her appetite had been rather huge lately. She noticed the food and exclaimed how cute it was. She then asked the little girl if she wanted to compete to see who could finish their food first, to which the little girl agreed. The girl with pink hair and the man with black hair began eating. The woman with long brown hair wondered if only people with ordinary family backgrounds who couldn't yet become official martial artists would eat so much in one meal. She explained that generally, after becoming an official martial artist, most people would rely more and more on medicinal supplements to accelerate their cultivation and ease their pain. The woman with long green hair watched the man with black hair eating with abandon, and the girl with pink hair found him handsome. The woman with green hair asked the girl with pink hair, identified as Jing Dandan, if she had really taken a fancy to Lu Xing. Jing Dandan replied that of course she had, and that she had made it obvious enough. The woman with green hair argued that he was younger than them and still just a high school student, noting how unstable his breathing was and that his martial arts and family background were probably not yet up to par, compared to Jing Dandan, who was one of the nation's several university-gifted students and an official rank 1 martial artist. Jing Dandan argued that he was only younger than them by 3 or 4 years, and that age wasn't an issue. She added that first and foremost, a cute little junior had to be little, and that she believed this was fate. Her coming there with the woman with green hair to Oxhead Mountain and meeting him was all part of heaven's arrangement. The woman with green hair questioned how they were going to be together once they became a couple, asking about the long-distance relationship, and how a person who's not an official martial master would only earn a salary of $5,000 to $6,000 a month after graduation at the most, and how would they get a house or a car. Woman with green hair told Jing Dandan that love wasn't an active impulse, but rather about the details and expenses of day-to-day life. She continued that as she grew stronger and advanced on her martial arts path, the gap between the two of them would only get bigger, and over time, the accumulation of contradictions would lead to an eventual eruption. Jing Dandan stated that the issues the woman with green hair mentioned were not problems at all. As a rank 2 martial artist, she could guide Lu Xing in martial arts. If he couldn't get into Dongning Martial University, she could go look for him every week. If he didn't have a car or a house, she did. Healing Su clasped her hands together, thinking that even if Lu Xing was only able to be an ordinary person, she could just become an ordinary person together with him. She mused that if she could be an ordinary person, she wouldn't have to train all day, and that lately, her calves seemed to have become thicker from all the training. Besides, who said Lu Xing was ordinary? To her, he was always so handsome and brilliant. She believed there was more to Lu Xing's future than this. The woman with green hair exclaimed, questioning if the woman with pink hair was crazy. She asked if she was really going to give up a decade of martial arts for a high schooler, and stated that she didn't know what she saw in him. The woman with pink hair sighed, telling her that she was acting way too worried way too early, and that there was nothing between them yet. She said they could talk about it after she actually snagged Lu Xing. Because of his abilities, Lu Xing heard every word they said. He thought to himself how ridiculous it all was. The little girl tugged on his pants, asking what ridiculous meant. Lu Xing replied that it wasn't much, just a term used to praise girls for being pretty. The little girl then pointed to the two women nearby, exclaiming that they were so ridiculous. The man with spiky black hair agreed with the little girl's assessment, as she called them ridiculous big sisters. The next day, someone complained that the hostel's bed was too hard, and that they didn't sleep well at all. The older man noticed that the family of 3 was missing. He wondered where they could have gone. Someone else pointed out that that chap was missing too. The woman with long brown hair told everyone to take a break, and that she would contact the search and rescue team. The woman with green hair pointed out that the family of 3 in Lu Xing had all disappeared. She wasn't worried about the family, as the father was no ordinary guy, but it was strange that Lu Xing was also gone. The woman with pink hair ran into the forest, while the woman with green hair told her not to be rash. High above, birds circled through the sky. Lu Xing hurried through the forest, his expression grim. After a night's rest, Lu Xing found that the pain from the dreamscape had lessened considerably. He continued to push forward, leaping over obstacles in his path. Lu Xing crouched low, focusing his energy. He had found it. Lu Xing focused his psychic energy, lifting a massive rock formation into the air. The psychic energy crackled around him. He held a piece of mithril in his hand, examining it closely. He wondered if this was mithril. Lu Xing channeled his psychic energy into the mithril. As he expected, the mithril's shape began to change at his will. Lu Xing examined the mithril he had just created. He realized that this was about 4 to 5 pounds worth, which, based on his data, was worth over 200 million. However, he knew that this was just raw mithril. He explained that if he wanted to forge psychic mentalist weapons, it would need to undergo dozens of smelting processes. Lu Xing looked at the small mine before him, thinking it would be an overstatement to call it small, as it could hardly even be called minuscule. He calculated that the amount he had was already about 870 of all there was. He figured that if he got someone to excavate it, it would probably be emptied in less than a week. Lu Xing examined the heap of mithril before him, realizing that its size was too eye-catching to transport on his own. He thought about how he had originally intended to mine a little at a time, but he had gotten carried away. He decided to put the mithril back for the time being. He flattened the ground, making it look as if nothing had been there. Lu Xing remembered that there was a small village of ethnic minorities a few kilometers away. He figured he could go there to get help transporting the mithril. He reasoned that villagers isolated from the world were generally simple, honest, and sincere. He believed there shouldn't be any problems if he compensated them generously. Lu Xing warned the villagers that if they became greedy, he would be back to deal with them. He thought to himself that he would just have to crush them if they did. Cursed, wondering why his thoughts were becoming more violent and ruthless. He reminded himself that they were in a lawful society. He wondered where the village was. He clenched his fist, telling himself that he had to speak nicely and not use violence. He had to win people over with virtue. The woman with pink hair commented that the place was really remote, wondering if Lu Xing had really come here. She complained about the bugs. The woman with green hair retorted that she was the one who wanted to look for him, asking if she was already out of patience. Suddenly, the woman with green hair told her to wait, asking what was wrong and pointing ahead, urging her to look. The woman with pink hair exclaimed that it was a ball, the same plastic ball that Brad had been playing with all day, wondering if they could be. She cried out, asking what was going on, saying that she couldn't move. The woman with pink hair found herself trapped in a glowing web, her eyes widening in alarm as she saw a massive spider crawling nearby. The older man declared that they had returned to see him, wondering what other reason there could be. He told the others to go hunt some wild game and get a big one, wanting to have fun that night, telling the girl to go catch some wild game with him. She was excited, saying that she wanted to have quail soup like the one she had last time. The older man stated that they must have come back for a reason, telling them to get on with it. The man began to speak, addressing the older man as father. The older man started coughing, revealing that they had provoked a rank 3 psychic mentalist. He said that he knew they were bad news, recalling when they barged into their village and took Xinghua away, saying that he knew this day would come. The woman with brown hair pleaded with the older man, addressing him as father, begging him to help Maolin, suggesting he consider it as helping her. The bespectacled man with brown hair looked on with concern. The older man revealed that he had failed in his attempt to advance, incurring internal injuries and suffering great damage to his cultivation. He said that if that rank 3 psychic mentalists really came, all he could do was buy them some time, urging them to leave with the child and seek help elsewhere. The woman exclaimed, calling him father, asking who else they could turn to. The man with glasses suggested the local authorities, the police. The man with glasses insisted that they were living in a lawful society, stating that even a ranked psychic mentalist couldn't commit murder in public. The older man questioned if calling the police would be useful, implying that he wouldn't be in this situation if it were that simple. An alarm was raised, with one of the villagers shouting that they had an intruder. The village was nestled high in the mountains. Lu Xing observed the remote village, confirming it was the location marked on his map. Suddenly, he sensed danger and dodged an attack. A villager demanded to know who he was and how he found the place. Just then, a girl with brown hair recognized Lu Xing, calling him Big Brother. The girl with brown hair excitedly greeted Lu Xing, asking if he had come to her grandpa's place to play. Another villager sighed in relief, recognizing him. The man with the blue headband approached, asking how Lu Xing ended up there. Lu Xing explained that he got lost while wandering the mountains. The man revealed that he was visiting his wife's home, and that they just happened to join the same tour group. The villager with the blue headband said it was good that they knew each other, apologizing for overreacting earlier. He added that Big Sis and her family were back, and he would hunt some wild game, something a city dweller like Lu Xing would never have tasted. As Lu Xing walked through the village, an old woman offered to sell him the village's specialty wood sculptures, but he declined. He mused to himself that this was no ordinary village. Lu Xing realized that psychic mentalists were a rare breed, and there were 3 in this village. He also realized that the old man was at the peak of rank 2. As psychic mentalists, he was sure they knew the value of his items. He wondered how he should bring it up, questioning if he was going to have to show them his bottles to awe them into fighting his budding demon mate. The girl with brown hair told Lu Xing that they couldn't play ball together anymore because she lost the ball. Lu Xing asked if she lost it, offering to help her find it. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura, recognizing Jing Dundan and Lin Zishan. He wondered if they had come on tour as well. Lu Xing quickly realized it wasn't just the 2 of them. At the same time, the girl with brown hair excitedly pointed out her ball. One of the figures chuckled, remarking that Lu Xing thought of coming so deep into the mountain forest. The man with purple hair told Tang Maolin that he had made him spend so much time and effort. He wondered if Tang Maolin had provoked this person. He realized it was bad, as the man was not just a rank 3 psychic mentalist, but at peak rank 3. The older man yelled at Tang Maolin to take the child and the villagers out of there. The man with purple hair scoffed, asking if Tang Maolin was trying to sneak an attack on him. The man with purple hair mocked Tang Maolin, asking if that old man was who he was relying on. He scoffed, saying that with such weak psychic energy, he didn't deserve the name of psychic mentalist. The man with purple hair declared that he would crush all of their hopes to smithereens, giving them a taste of true despair. Tang Maolin, enraged, screamed Wu Shijing's name, promising to kill him. The man with glasses unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, shouting for them to go. The blast converged on Wu Shijing, who stood his ground. Wu Shijing channeled his power, declaring that he would transform. The man with red hair looked on in disbelief, realizing that his dense steel pellet cannon was useless. Wu Shijing smirked, holding up the dense steel pellet. He applauded the man with glasses for daring to use such a weapon against him. Wu Shijing scoffed at their arrogance, unleashing a blast of energy. The man with glasses coughed, calling out to Wu Shijing. He demanded that Wu Shijing come after him instead of picking on the girls. The man with purple hair laughed, declaring that they were stubborn until the end. The purple lines tightened around the man with glasses and the older man, who cried out in pain. He revealed that he had originally wanted to kill the two girls behind them and framed the man with glasses for it, but had never expected this location to be so remote and cut off from the world, making it perfect. He grinned, stating that he could take his time to take care of them, and that he would. The man with purple hair declared that he would leave them a glass of their daughter's new hong, revealing that he was going to use that evil art that uses humans as ingredients for his battle marks wine. The man with glasses cursed him as a bastard, struggling against the purple lines. The man with purple hair cackled, stating that was the expression he was after. Healingsu realized that he was a peak rank 3 psychic mentalist, lamenting that they were really going to get killed here at Oxhead Mountain, regretting that she had ever come here. She wondered if they were all going to die here, crying out for Lu Xing. Healingsu was desperate. If there was a chance, she hoped they could meet again in their next life. Wu Shijing, standing over the fallen bodies of the others, ordered his men to bring the girl to him. Suddenly, Wu Shijing felt a disturbance in his psychic web. He wondered why his mithril web had broken. Lu Xing appeared, a string of blue energy in his hand. Healingsu was able to move again, and she called out to her big brother to hurry. She declared her love for her parents, then demanded that the man hand her over. Suddenly, the man with black hair struck out with devastating force, sending the two men flying. The woman with purple hair was shocked at what was happening. She wondered how he could be a rank 5 martial artist. She observed that he looked weak and unsteady, and that he lacked inner strength and energy. She couldn't understand how he had done it. The woman with purple hair, Wu Shijing, demanded to know if he was the one who broke her mithril web. She mocked Tang Maolin, asking if he was really relying on the kid to have his back. She sneered that without any inner strength to protect his body, he was just a kid who was a bit strong. She declared that her mithril web would slice his weak body up like butter, adding that she couldn't wait to hear his anguished screams. The man with black hair, Lu Xing, told her that she could give it a try. He reassured the girl, Healingsu, that he was there for her. Wu Shijing scoffed, telling him that he thought too highly of himself as she launched her attack. Lu Xing unleashed a profound control stage martial art. Wu Shijing was shocked, realizing that he had perfect control over it. She muttered that she had only ever heard of such a thing, a level that was beyond human and simply godlike. She wondered how it was possible before Lu Xing asked if she was done talking. Lu Xing clenched his fist. Wu Shijing screamed, wondering how he was able to control her mithril web, cursing him. Wu Shijing screamed that even if he was going to die, he would drag Lu Xing down to hell with him. He warned that this was bad. Wu Shijing was going to self-implode his psychic energy, and everyone here would lose their minds and die. Healingsu, bound and gagged, cried out to Lu Xing, asking him what they should do. Lu Xing stood his ground, surrounded by a swirling vortex of psychic energy. Lu Xing stated that Wu Shijing's psychic energy was pitifully weak. Lu Xing focused his energy, a fierce determination burning in his blue eyes. Wu Shijing watched in horror as Lu Xing's power intensified. Wu Shijing screamed in denial as his body was consumed by the psychic energy. And just like that, his threat was extinguished. Lu Xing looked down at the remains of Wu Shijing, unimpressed. He remarked that Wu Shijing had a lousy name. However, he realized that something remained. He explained that the weapon was pretty good. It was a psychic mentalist master's weapon forged from mithril, and it could be used temporarily with some compromises. Healingsu hugged Lu Xing tightly, exclaiming that he was awesome and thanking him for saving them. The martial arts strength that Lu Xing displayed was already terrifying, but his psychic power was even more frightening. One of the men, seemingly older, exclaimed that he was getting old. He wondered how young Lu Xing was, commenting that he looked like a student. Healingsu was shocked by Lu Xing's strength. She recalled thinking he was a gluttonous and useless person. She now realized he was handsome and powerful, the real genius. She wondered what she should call him now. Lu Xing told Tang Maolin that he had merely crushed an ignorant pervert with ease, so there was no need to thank him. He added that there was another thing he'd like Tang Maolin to help with. Tang Maolin responded that he would do his best. 3 hours later, Lu Xing considered the main objective of the trip to Nyoto Mountain to be complete. He had entrusted the matter of mithril entirely to Tang Bolin, a formally certified second-level psychic mentalist who had passed the assessment. He knew there was a specialized channel to compromise and handle this batch of mithril properly, so he should also go and register for the qualification of psychic mentalist practitioner. Moreover, there was unexpectedly an additional set of mithril-level psychic power weapon, at least 4 or 5 caddies. It was a pleasant surprise. Heilingsu admitted that she hadn't expected Lu Xing to possess such formidable strength. She thought that if it weren't for him, they might end up dying on Nyoto Mountain. She then asked Lu Xing where he planned to go next. Lu Xing responded that he was going to Liangqing, where the Psychic Power Practitioner Association was, to take care of something. Heilingsu exclaimed that Liangqing was a coincidence, because they were from Liangqing and could go back together. She asked if Lu Xing wasn't a student from Dongning Martial Arts University and wasn't going back to Dongning Provincial Capital. She wondered what he was going to do in Liangqing. Heilingsu, with a nervous expression, started to say something. He explained that Dandan's home was also in Liangqing, and Dandan had mentioned wanting to go home on this trip. She exclaimed that she also wanted to go home. Heilingsu suggested that they travel together, saying that if Lu Xing didn't know his way around Liangqing, he could ask her for help. She insisted that staying at her place wouldn't be a problem at all. Lu Xing wondered what he was doing, questioning if he really wanted to date her. He quickly dismissed the thought, realizing he had too many things to do. He resolved to leave as soon as they arrived in Liangqing as his phone rang. Lu Xing answered his phone and greeted Instructor Dong. Dong Qingxue informed him that the Morning Star talent selection had been moved up and offered to pick him up from the Liangqing bus station right away. Lu Xing agreed, surprised that it was happening sooner than expected. At the Liangqing public transport bus station, Lu Xing told Heilingsu that something urgent had come up and he wouldn't be going to Liangqing with her. He said goodbye to her there. Heilingsu was shocked and asked where he was going, offering to have someone take him. Just then, she noticed an expensive car. Heilingsu called out to Dandan as she hugged her. Dandan greeted her friend Wenhui, surprised that she had arrived so quickly. The orange-haired man in the driver's seat greeted Dandan, commenting that she seemed to have become even more beautiful, and wondered if the 2 people behind her were her friends, asking if she was going to introduce them. Heilingsu introduced the green-haired woman as Lin Zishan, her best friend at Dongning Martial Arts University and a second-level martial practitioner. She awkwardly introduced Lu Xing as a good friend, mentioning their trip to Nyoto Mountain and that Lu Xing had too many secrets, adding that she still didn't know anything about him. The green-haired woman, Lin Zishan, was impressed, while the brown-haired woman introduced herself as Su Wenhui, also Dandan's good friend. The orange-haired man introduced himself as Chao Mingliang, saying that Dandan's friends were their friends, and invited them to Jiangqing, offering to show them around. Heilingsu suggested calling a taxi since the car only had 4 seats. Chao Mingliang insisted that his friend would be there soon and it was okay. Su Wenhui questioned Dandan's seriousness about a travel friend, implying she might be attracted to him and that there were plenty of handsome guys like that in their area. The orange-haired man, seemingly offended, pulled out a stack of cash. He said it was his mistake for not considering things carefully, and that anyone who could get to know Dandan could be treated badly. He told them to take the money and get a taxi themselves. The pink-haired woman was furious, demanding to know what they were all doing. Heilingsu tried to defuse the situation, saying it was okay and not a big deal. She then announced that the person who was picking her up had arrived. Everyone looked up in shock as a helicopter descended towards them. Heilingsu watched with a smile. Dong Qingxue urged them to come up quickly, explaining that they couldn't land in the urban area. Lu Xing quickly started climbing the rope ladder towards the helicopter. Heilingsu watched him, a little worried. People below were shocked, noticing that the helicopter was from the Eastern Military Region. Lu Xing said goodbye, telling everyone he would see them next time. Lu Xing looked directly at the viewer, a serious expression on his face. The helicopter ascended rapidly, leaving Liangqing behind. Back on the ground, the man with brown hair commented on Lu Xing's seemingly endless resources, comparing him to a middle-aged woman who casually buys an entire residential complex. He then asked Heilingsu about Lu Xing's background. Heilingsu turned to another woman and suggested they take a look back at Liangqing. Lu Xing gazed out the window, remarking that it was his first time riding in a helicopter. He thought the city below looked like a small town made of building blocks. Dong Qingxue asked if he liked the helicopter, suggesting he could join their Eastern Military District in the future. The man with black hair joked that he thought she would just give him one. Dong Qingxue clarified that he could sit in one every day and that if he became a Grandmaster and attained the rank of Major General, the military would naturally provide him with a private one. Dong Qingxue thought to herself that the kid seemed to have become much stronger again, and she couldn't see through him at all. She then announced that they should get to the main point, revealing that the genius training camps in the eastern provinces had concluded 3 days prior. She explained that the seeded players had all been decided, and she had carefully reviewed the information. This year's participants, she added, were stronger than in any previous year. The woman with long white hair told the man with long brown hair that if it weren't for him, she would have just gone through the motions, adding that over 80% were innate talented martial artists, and one of them was a talented martial artist with elemental manipulation abilities. She continued, saying there was also one who passed the second-level assessment as a spiritual mind master, and there were as many as 20 geniuses with strength at the 3rd level, or above. In the end, she revealed, there was even a monstrous talent with 4th-level strength. The woman with white hair asked Lu Xing if he didn't feel anything at all after hearing about the strength of these people. Lu Xing replied that it was quite exaggerated, and he was greatly amazed. The man with long brown hair responded that he was being too fake, saying all he knew was to talk about how much of a monster something was, and being a monster himself, he probably didn't have any feelings at all, before telling the woman with white hair to tell him something about the reward. Lu Xing's eyes lit up, and he asked about the reward. Dong Qingxue smiled, knowing he would be interested. She explained that this year's selection was very special, with even the top military leaders coming to participate and observe, adding that this time selection was no longer based on randomly drawing lots for one-on-one arena matches. Instead, she revealed, it would be carried out through another method, battle against exotic beasts. Lu Xing looked down, repeating the words exotic beasts. Dong Qingxue began to explain the situation, describing the powerful enemy this world was facing. Exotic beasts surging out from the cracks in the ground and the sky. She described how countless strong individuals of the human race rushed onto the battlefield year after year, but they were still unable to stop the gradual deprivation of human living space. The man with spiky black hair realized that the frontline situation must be becoming more and more unfavorable if the military district was allowing students to encounter exotic beasts at such an early stage. The woman with long blonde hair explained that strong individuals from all around were seeking ways to break the deadlock. So, the decision from above was that they would no longer adopt a gentle and gradual policy like before for future geniuses who had great potential. Instead, she continued, they wanted them to experience pressure in advance, which would then transform into motivation on the path of martial arts. As a certain important person would put it, only in the midst of battle marks and fire could true top-level martial arts experts be forged. The man with spiky black hair explained that the selection process was tougher, but the rewards were even more generous. He added that as long as someone could enter the top 10, they would receive a share of exotic battle marks. He continued, stating that the top 3 could directly enter the exotic battle marks pool. The woman with white hair added that they would also obtain the title of the Bright Star General. Furthermore, they could even enter the exotic marrow pool. Lu Xing found the idea of exotic battle marks and marrow intriguing, as he thought about the extraction of enormous energy from within the bodies of exotic beasts. He heard that exotic battle marks was the extracted fluid from the cells of exotic beasts, while exotic marrow was the spinal cord fluid. Dong Qingxue explained that the military department was offering unprecedented rewards at the 4th level, or higher. She said that the top 10 individuals would receive a portion of exotic battle marks, but the top 3 could enter the pool, which was like having an unlimited supply. The man knew that Lu Xing had a big appetite and at this time, he could absorb as much as he wanted. He mentioned that one portion of 4th-level exotic battle marks had a minimum selling price of 50 million. Lu Xing stared in disbelief at the pool of exotic marrow fluid before him, realizing that such a thing would cost at least tens of billions. So he wondered how something so expensive could be available in unlimited supply. He knew that the cultivation of the immortal gold body in the star refining technique required a large amount of energy supply, and if he only used marrow-nourishing pills and spirit muscle-building battle marks tonic, he didn't know when he would be able to complete the first stage of cultivation. He realized that if he could obtain a large quantity of exotic battle marks or exotic marrow, it would certainly greatly shorten the cultivation time, and he saw this as an excellent opportunity. He understood then, and told Instructor Dong that he was ready. The helicopter landed, and Dong Qingxue announced that they had arrived at the eastern military region. Lu Xing gazed out at the massive military base, a sprawling city of steel and light. Dong Qingxue asked him what he thought, and he admitted that it was impressive. He heard Dong Qingxue explain that the future martial arts base for the next 10,000 years would be far larger than this one. She added that even with such advanced technology and training, people were still mercilessly torn apart by the exotic beasts, and that was perhaps the most shocking thing of all. Dong Qingxue informed Lu Xing that she would pick him up the next day. She instructed him to use the call button if he needed anything and told him to rest well. Lu Xing lay down in his room, but soon found himself in a strange dreamscape filled with ice. A woman with pink hair stood before him, clad in ice armor and wielding a massive blade. As he looked at the woman, He felt an unexpected surge of fear. He decided that he wanted to challenge her. Lu Xing activated the On and Flood application, using a sweeping technique to freeze his surroundings. He channeled the divine illumination of the Underworld King's Sutra. Tenfold stellar power surged through his fist. Blazing phoenixes manifested around him. Lu Xing stood amidst the chaos of ice and fire, channeling the power within. Lu Xing groaned, realizing he had died again. But he was well prepared. He knew there was no hope for resistance. The battles had refined his martial arts, and dozens had reached perfection. The 3,000 great paths had advanced simultaneously. Most importantly, he had overcome the fear of death, making his state of mind steadfast and pure. He was greeted by instructors Dong and Qin, who asked if he had rested well. He admitted that he was a little bored. He was told that a few hundred kilometers ahead was the front line against foreign beasts, and the base had strict gas defense measures because of the poisonous gas released by the beasts. Dong Qingxue stared intently at Lu Xing, commenting that he seemed different from yesterday. Lu Xing was confused and wondered if there was something on his face. The instructors commented that Lu Xing seemed different, like a jade stone that had been polished. Lu Xing joked that he might have become more handsome. The man in the yellow shirt then asked Lu Xing how confident he was in winning. Lu Xing admitted that his confidence wasn't very high. Just then, the man in the yellow shirt recognized Dong Qingxue, noting it had been a long time since they last met. Dong Qingxue responded to the man, Shang Guanling, stating that he was as annoying as ever. Another man, Qin Shaoran, commented that Shang Guanling's eye for talent wasn't great, suggesting that he was trying to embarrass East Ning province. Shang Guanling, in a yellow shirt, told Shang Guanling not to speak if he hadn't brushed his teeth that morning, wondering if spreading a foul odor everywhere brought him any merit. He then questioned if East Yi province had produced a genius, noting that the ones marked with stars on the data weren't as good as them. Shang Guanling proposed a bet of 1 5-level rare essence to see whose representative achieved a higher rank in the selection. He mocked them, saying that betting only 1 essence was insulting considering there were 3 of them. He told Shang Guanling that if he didn't have anything to back him up, he shouldn't embarrass himself by coming out like that, and then suggested they leave. Dong Qingxue called out for him to wait. She agreed to the bet, raising it to 3 portions of 5th-level rare essence. Shang Guanling turned to Dong Qingxue, asking if she was afraid or if raising the stakes was just a way for her to avoid the bet. He questioned who couldn't afford to play now. Shang Guanling was thrilled. He declared that instructor Dong Qingxue's courage was a sight to behold, and that the 3 portions of 5th-level rare essence were enough to take Zhao Lai's flame control talent to the next level. He then asked if Zhao Lai was going to thank instructor Dong Qingxue. Zhao Lai smirked, saying that he would like to thank instructor Dong Qingxue in advance. Shang Guanling was taken aback, questioning why the document mentioned elemental control talent when it wasn't even in the data. Dong Qingxue simply stated that not all the details had to be mentioned in the data, reminding him to prepare the 3 portions of 5th-level rare essence in advance. Dong Qingxue scoffed, wondering if he thought he was the only one who knew how to conceal his true strength. She thought elemental control was impressive, but wondered how it compared to a 3rd-level psychic cultivator. Dong Qingxue explained that the Shangguan family and their Dongqin family had a long-standing rivalry, noting that the Shangguan family was notorious for being foul-mouthed and always made sarcastic or striking remarks. She lamented that their region had never produced any talented individuals and had always been suppressed. She revealed that their hopes were pinned on Lu Xing this time and assured him not to worry about the bet, as it was her decision. She promised to cover the 3 portions if she lost and stated that if she won, her portion would also be his. Dong Qingxue announced that they would leave him there, explaining that someone would explain the rules of the selection to him after he went down. Lu Xing thanked the instructor. Dong Qingxue paused, asking Lu Xing if he really had confidence in the selection, clarifying that she meant the bright star among the candidates. Lu Xing responded that he had some confidence, but not much. Dong Qingxue questioned if he was serious. Lu Xing clarified that not much meant around 30% confidence, unless he was suddenly disqualified from the trials, in which case he wouldn't be able to get first place. He revised his estimate to 99%, he guessed. Inside the conference room, everyone greeted General Yu. He acknowledged them and asked them to sit down. The man was identified as 7th-level Grand Master and Major General Yu Fei. He explained that each contestant would enter their individual track from their respective entrance. Victory would be achieved by contestants overcoming all placed exotic creatures, being the first to reach the finish line. There would be 3 2nd-level exotic beasts, 1 3rd-level, and 1 4th-level exotic beast. A shadowy 3rd-level exotic beast and a 4th-level exotic beast were shown. Finally, he revealed that in the final stage, they would be facing an almost 5th-level exotic beast, the golden-eyed demon ape. The officer questioned if the level of difficulty was too high for a group of around 18 students, considering they would be facing a near 5th-level exotic beast, the golden-eyed demon ape, a top-tier fighter even among the same level. He pointed out that even campus-level officers needed to be in groups of at least 2 or more to confront it. Another officer clarified that the point wasn't individual defeat, but rather having them face the golden-eyed demon ape together. He stated that Vega Star was the leader of the military forces, and in the face of a powerful enemy, gathering all the strength was the path to victory, even for competitors. The general declared that the Eastern Military District represented the second most important region of the Dragon Kingdom, and the second most dangerous front. He reminded them that they had ranked at the bottom in the National Military District competitions for several consecutive years. He argued that if they gathered the most elite forces and martial talents from the entire Eastern region, and were still unable to confront a mere 5th-level exotic beast, then the Eastern region would have no future. The general announced that they would begin, eager to see who the talents were this time. A man with dark hair declared that this selection was the most unique one in years, and that he was the hope of the entire Haiqing province. He looked up with determination, believing that he had the potential to become Vega Star. Suddenly, his expression turned to shock as the monster unleashed a devastating attack. Gravely injured, the man on the ground gritted his teeth, furious at the beast. He declared that he was the strongest genius. The man with gray hair declared that the Vega Star was the most dazzling star of the human race, and that the selected ones were the hope of the Huagua nation. He emphasized that being outstanding was not enough, they wanted the extraordinary. He instructed the instructors in charge of security to be more attentive, reminding them that they were all the future of Huagua. He then ordered the visuals of the highlighted star candidates to be enlarged, wanting to see how these geniuses among geniuses would perform. The screen displayed a talent representative from Dronzer province named Kong Qing, 17 years and 8 months old. The screen identified her as a talented martial artist with elemental control, specifically lightning, at level 1 of her superpower abilities. The screen shifted to display the second representative of Jiangzhou province's talents, Jia Haoran. Jia Haoran was 18 years and 3 months old, a 3rd-level martial artist, and a spiritually gifted martial artist. He had also passed the 2nd-level psychic adept assessment. The screen then presented the 3rd representative of Shilin province's talents, Xing Ji, 18 years and 9 months old. The screen shifted again, this time showcasing the 3rd representative of Shilin province's talents, who was a 4th-level martial artist and several months old. He was described as a defensive-type talented martial artist. The screen then prompted, asking what his current talent level was. It was revealed that he had a level 3 iron body. The man with purple hair watched the screen intently. He thought that the young individuals were truly impressive. He continued to watch, noting how easily they faced 2nd-level exotic beasts. He also saw that they could kill 3rd-level exotic beasts with a single blow. He thought that such talent would have shone brightly in all previous selections, so it seemed to be among these few. He noticed one of the fighters had control over the fire element, and wondered why he wasn't marked with a star. He instructed someone to report to General Yu. He learned that Zhao Lai's ability awakening time was not long, and they hadn't had a chance to update the information. He assured them that everything spoke through strength, and that they had done well nurturing a promising talent. The man in the military uniform scoffed, thinking that deliberately concealing strength to gain praise was a common trick, and that they were just putting on a show. He watched the screen intently, thinking it wasn't bad for the fighter to break through this stage so quickly, and it should be very soon. Suddenly, his expression changed in shock at the pathway being shown. He wondered what was going on with this progress. He stared at the screen in disbelief, noticing that the red dot indicating a unique beast was gone. He wondered what was going on with the track. The older man with gray hair demanded that they pull up the surveillance footage immediately. Dong Qingshui confirmed that she had it. They discovered that only 3 minutes had passed since the test began, but someone had already annihilated all the exotic beasts, even faster than the 4 elite geniuses. The older man with gray hair demanded that they immediately replay the surveillance footage, ordering them to tell him who that person really was. Dong Qingshui smirked, realizing it was Lu Xing's track. The screen flashed, indicating they were rewinding the footage to 3 minutes ago. Footage showed a figure stepping forward into the testing grounds. The camera zoomed in on a massive, tusked boar monster with glowing green eyes. The footage showed the massive boar monster with glowing green eyes. The monster roared, its fury shaking the very ground. Suddenly, a hand crackling with blue energy struck the beast. The monster's face twisted in pain as the energy surged through it. The blue energy surged through the massive boar monster. Lu Xing watched with interest. He realized this ability was similar to the Mastery Realm martial arts, yet it surpassed that level, and was more comprehensive. He felt as if he had reached a state of omniscience and omnipotence. Omnipotent. He realized that this was the complete martial art, but something about it felt strange. Back in the observation room, one of the observers noted that the progress speed of this player was unexpectedly fast, having already reached the final level. Another observer agreed, remarking that while it looked ordinary, the punch was unexpectedly powerful. Each and every exotic beast was dealt with in a single punch, incapable of enduring a second blow. Back in the observation room, the man with gray hair demanded that they read out any information they had. Dong Qingxue reported that Lu Xing, from Dongning Province, was 18 years and 5 months old, a third-level martial practitioner, and a strength-type talented warrior. Another observer wondered if Lu Xing was hiding something. One of the observers commented that Lu Xing's performance seemed dull and unremarkable, and that he hadn't displayed any special abilities during the battle. He continued, saying that while his overall qualities were better than an average third level, he was clearly not yet at the fourth level. He asked if anyone else had noticed that Lu Xing had mastered at least 4 or more forms of perfected realm martial arts. The man with gray hair continued to analyze Lu Xing's performance. He observed that Lu Xing's body movement and fist techniques had reached a level of profound understanding, making his combat prowess outstanding. He wondered how it was possible that Lu Xing had mastered 4 or 5 forms of perfected realm martial arts, 2 of which were at the profound realm, at only 18 years old. He remarked that it had been a long time since he had seen such a pure martial arts genius, noting that such talents were more common during the first 100 years of the rise of martial arts. Suddenly, the man's expression changed to one of surprise. Back in the arena, a glowing blue tiger spirit dissipated into nothingness. Lu Xing's expression hardened. 2 more electric tigers roared into existence, their eyes burning with malice. Now Lu Xing was surrounded, 4 of the beasts circling him, ready to strike. The electric tigers lunged at him simultaneously. Lu Xing found himself in a dire situation, completely surrounded by the electric tigers. He realized that the potential of complete martial arts was far more terrifying than he had imagined. One of the electric tigers lunged at Lu Xing, teeth bared and claws extended. But Lu Xing was ready. He unleashed a devastating blow, striking the electric tiger with incredible force. Lu Xing didn't hesitate. He delivered a devastating kick, sending the beast flying. Observers were stunned. One of them admitted that he was wrong about Lu Xing's capabilities, as the 4th-level colorful scale cheetah had been taken down. The man with graying hair realized that the young fighter's fist technique was at the mastery realm, not the profound realm. He understood that the 99-foot represented Lu Xing's well-deserved self-confidence. Shangguan Ling watched with amusement, calling someone a dumbass. Lu Xing realized that the exotic beast he had just fought was the last one in the race, and it had almost tested the limits of the first form of his complete martial arts. He could sense a very powerful beast aura ahead. High above, a figure in a cage was being lowered into the arena. Lu Xing grinned, sensing the powerful aura. He declared that since the warm-up was over, there was no need to hold back, and it was time to let the people in front of the garden see what he could do. Lu Xing's fist crackled with blue energy. The announcer declared that the golden-eyed demon ape was a quasi-5th-level exotic beast, and the final level hadn't even been unleashed yet. Once the time limit was reached and the genius representatives assembled, the restraint on the magic ape would be lifted. Dong Qingxue was truly surprised by Lu Xing, admitting that she knew he was strong, but she hadn't expected him to be this strong. She thought that the dreams once thought to be beyond reach were now being fulfilled through Lu Xing. One of the men noted that it might not even require many people, and as long as there were 1 or 2 people nearby to assist, there was a chance. He explained that the overall score was calculated based on the progress speed and the contribution value of the final kill of the demon monkey. Everyone seemed to agree that Lu Xing was the rising star of this year. The golden-eyed demon ape roared, its massive form dwarfing Lu Xing. Lu Xing looked up at the beast, eager to see how a quasi-5th-grade exotic beast compared to a 5th-level martial warrior. He asked for no one to interrupt their battle. The onlookers were shocked that Lu Xing intended to challenge the golden-eyed demon ape alone, calling it outright arrogance. One of them considered that Lu Xing's strength, body technique, and martial arts might give him a chance if he avoided a direct confrontation, since the ape excelled in brute strength. Golden-eyed demon ape roared in response. Lu Xing looked up at the towering golden-eyed demon ape, unflinching in the face of its power. He gathered his energy, preparing to meet the beast head-on. One of the onlookers watched in disbelief. He wondered if Lu Xing was really going to face the ape head-on like that. The ape struck, but Lu Xing managed to block the devastating blow. The man with blonde hair watched the golden-eyed demon ape's attack, convinced that no one could survive such a blow. He sneered, believing Lu Xing wouldn't last 10 seconds. Dong Qingxue watched the feed with a worried expression, calling out Lu Xing's name. Ape's fist connected with incredible force. Lu Xing blocked the ape's attack with a surge of power. The blonde man watching the fight was surprised by what he was seeing. The golden-eyed demon ape was shocked that Lu Xing could withstand a punch with 10 times the force of a pure star. He decided that Lu Xing was qualified to be his dinner that night. The blonde man watching the fight could only utter a single word in response. Lu Xing, eyes glowing, prepared to strike. He declared that the golden-eyed demon ape would die peacefully with his punch. Lu Xing's punch connected with devastating power. The force of Lu Xing's punch was immense, causing those watching to react. Lu Xing stood amidst the inferno, his fight against the golden-eyed demon ape reaching its climax. The man in the military uniform was stunned by the display of power. He realized that this was Grandmaster's willpower. The man in the blue suit was ecstatic. He never thought that he would witness someone throwing Grandmaster's willpower so easily. He wondered if Lu Xing was now stronger than him, admitting that the young man's power was enough to scare someone to death. Lu Xing exhaled, sensing that the exotic beast auras had vanished. He realized that this seemed to be the final challenge, but it was still a bit dull for his liking. Since it was boring, he decided he could find some fun himself. Meanwhile, the man in the blue uniform watched Lu Xing on the screen. He wondered what Lu Xing was doing, since he had single-handedly killed the boss of the final level. He understood that the kid was going to do whatever he wanted. The man in the blue uniform realized that this event had gathered talent from the entire eastern region, but at this moment, it seemed completely unimportant in Master Yu's eyes. He noticed that the only person he valued now was Lu Xing. The selection of the Vega Star had concluded, and now it was Lu Xing's playtime. Lu Xing felt confident, despite the damage he had sustained. Even with his iron skin and fortified body, he knew he couldn't withstand all forms of damage, but barring any unexpected circumstances, this should be a successful clearance, right? He continued forward, finding no sounds ahead. He realized that he must be the first one to arrive. Lu Xing's eyes widened as he recognized the creature. It was the golden-eyed demon ape, and once it reached adulthood, it became a ruler among level 5 creatures. The ape stared intently at Lu Xing, wondering who he was. Lu Xing stood there, sweat dripping down his face, as he wondered who could have possibly punched a level 5 ruler into such a state. He wondered if it could be him. He called out, asking what the current situation was and if he had passed the selection. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the chamber, telling him to wait. Lu Xing sat on the ground, exhausted from the battle. Lu Xing looked up, surprised. The man in a blue jacket watched as a girl with blue hair floated in the air, seemingly unconscious. Lu Xing stared at the man in the blue jacket, who was looking back at him. The man recognized him, asking if he was Xingji from Shilin province, saying that he had seen him before. The man in the blue jacket pointed upwards, wondering if this was the finish line and what the thing above meant. The man in the blue jacket and the girl with blue hair stared in shock at the massive figure before them. It was a level 5 exotic beast, the golden-eyed demon ape. The muscular man with black hair looked at the corpse of the ape, realizing that it was meant to scare them. Otherwise, no one could defeat the golden-eyed demon ape. He realized that the person sitting on the specimen seemed to hold the role of the final guardian in their selection process. He smirked, figuring that by passing the guardian's test, they might be able to clear the level. He thought that the guardian didn't expect this. The man on the corpse complimented Lu Xing's cleverness, and gave him 5 minutes to adjust his conditions. 5 minutes later, the man challenged him. The man with blue hair stated that he wanted to take a close look at the pre-selected candidates of this generation's power rankings to see what they were really made of. It seemed that for the final stage of the selection, they no longer needed to deal with exotic beasts, but only with him alone. The woman with blue hair commented that since he didn't even have astral energy, his strength was definitely not that great. She wondered if the Eastern Military Region's people were looking down on them. The man with the orange headband stated that 5 minutes was enough to restore their energy. The man with black hair had a strong feeling that his strength was far from simple, and he wondered what was really going on. He thought about how the three of them inherently represented the most elite combat strength under the age of 18 in the entire Eastern region. The muscular man with the orange headband wondered why he would be afraid of him. Lu Xing smirked, wondering if his acting was better than Instructor Qin's. The onlookers were stunned. One of them exclaimed that Lu Xing was trying to massacre all the participants. Another man watched with great interest, commenting that Lu Xing was truly interesting. A general requested an immediate end to the selection, with others supporting the motion. They argued that the genius representative from Dongning province clearly surpassed the others in strength by a significant margin, which was likely to cause psychological damage to the other participants. The woman with green hair laughed, realizing that Dongzer province, Jiangzhou province, and Shilin province were behind the main instructors. She found it funny that their own genius got beaten up by Lu Xing. Dong Qingxue overheard someone saying that previously, when the level 6 exotic beast appeared, people didn't have so many opinions. They felt that now that it was Lu Xing's turn, the situation had changed. This indirectly proved how high the level of danger Lu Xing was perceived to have among everyone at that moment. The gray-haired man suggested that the supervisors be more vigilant, and ready to step in to protect the participants at any time, so they wouldn't get injured. The man was in disbelief that the kid Dong Qingxue brought along could be so strong. He was beyond embarrassed and realized that they now had to hand over 3 high-grade essences, lamenting that he was done for. The man with black hair grinned, declaring that he had recovered 90% of his power, maybe even 80%. He believed that dealing with his opponents would be more than enough. He confidently stated that even if the golden-eyed demon ape were to come to life, he would have the courage to fight it. Lu Xing smirked, telling them that it was starting to look somewhat decent. He invited them to come at him together and try to defeat him, calling them the new generation of rising stars. The blue-haired woman scoffed at the suggestion of teaming up, declaring it unnecessary. The man with black hair heard the woman with white hair declare that she could handle the situation herself, frustrated that he had taken the lead again. She decided to use this opportunity to observe the guardian's strength, but was also aware of the man's terrifying power. The man with the red headband propelled himself forward, acknowledging that his strength was probably the greatest among the three of them. He activated his 10-fold iron skin and charged. The woman with blue hair was shocked by the display of power. She realized that the man with the red headband was at the peak of level 4. The man with the red headband was sent flying through the air. Lu Xing stood over the golden-eyed demon ape, his eyes glowing red as he declared that the beast would be defeated by him. Lu Xing looked shocked. Golden-eyed demon ape had caught Lu Xing in its massive hand. Lu Xing was caught in the golden-eyed demon ape's grasp, roaring in frustration. The force of the ape's attack caused a massive explosion of energy. Two figures stood in the distance, seemingly unharmed by the blast, watching the devastation. The man with black hair and blue eyes questioned if the two of them were really not going to attack together. The woman with blue hair wouldn't let him underestimate her. He was sent flying through the air as she unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Lu Xing watched as the woman with blue hair prepared her next attack. She warned him not to underestimate her just because he was strong, especially since she was a second-level psychic practitioner. She declared that he would regret underestimating her when she unleashed her dense iron. Lu Xing focused, gathering energy in his hands. The woman with blue hair couldn't believe he had caught her attack. She wondered how that was even possible. She was caught barehanded, and now it was his turn. She commanded him to use his Pikachu. The woman with blue hair was distracted by his words. She realized that this wasn't good, as her chief instructor had warned her not to be distracted during battle. She couldn't believe he had managed to grab her directly. She wondered what kind of speed and reflexes he possessed. He told her to shock him with 10,000 volts, and if the intensity satisfied him, he might consider letting her pass. The woman with blue hair glared, telling him that she had already warned him. She declared that he shouldn't underestimate her. Lu Xing told her it wasn't bad, and that was it. He told her to feel the path of the lightning coursing through her body, and to activate her natural breathing technique at full power to harness the lightning and make it her own. The woman with blue hair was in disbelief as she realized that it was done. She wondered how she had done that, as she had just performed the fourth type of special breathing technique, Breath of Thunder. Lu Xing told the woman with blue hair that she had passed the selection. She was in disbelief, wondering if she had really passed and succeeded in the Bright Morning Star selection, becoming the strongest under 18 combatant in the entire eastern region. She thanked the instructor for his approval, declaring that she would use the title Pikachu from now on. Lu Xing smiled, telling her that it was because she was exceptional on her own that she gained his approval, and told her to keep up the effort, little Pikachu. Meanwhile, the man with the red headband was shocked that she had passed just like that, wondering if all his efforts had gone to waste. The man in the blue uniform asked Lu Xing if he'd had enough fun. He told Lu Xing, from Dongning Province, that he should go prepare to attend the commendation ceremony for the Morning Star of Enlightenment, wondering why such a formidable monster was competing and stating that the other three individuals were unlucky. The woman with blue hair was confused, asking what he meant by asking him to accept the commendation of the Morning Star of Enlightenment. She wondered if she, herself, wasn't the Morning Star of Enlightenment, and if he wasn't the final selected guardian of the passage. Realizing what it could mean, the man in the blue uniform clarified that she had misunderstood. He explained that Lu Xing, just like all of them, was a participant in the selection, only arriving 20 minutes earlier than the others. He added that, in the end, there weren't any guardians either, directing them to look at the 5th-level limited golden-eyed demon ape, which he stated was the final boss and had been punched to death by him. He explained that what had just happened was merely a result of his temporary whim. The woman with blue hair yelled, calling for medical personnel from Dronzer province to provide assistance quickly. The man with short hair managed to catch the exotic beast. He cursed, realizing that this 4th-level exotic beast was too tenacious. He admitted that he nearly met his end and was relieved he survived, adding that both his physical strength and abilities were completely drained. Despite the ordeal, he smirked, remembering that he had successfully killed a 4th-level exotic beast on his first try just a moment ago. The man with short hair couldn't contain his excitement. It was a 4th-level exotic beast. He couldn't believe he had achieved such a remarkable record and imagined the instructors watching the selection footage would be greatly impressed by his talent and strength. Suddenly, a man in a blue suit approached him from behind, asking if he was Zhao Lai from Dongni province. Zhao Lai confirmed his identity, startled by the sudden appearance. The man in the blue suit told him not to continue walking forward, as the selection had already ended, and instructed him to upload his results, pack up, and prepare to leave with him. The man with short hair, full of hope, asked if the selection had ended and inquired about his performance with the instructor. He pressed on, wondering if he was the first and if he was the morning star of Qiming. The man in the blue uniform looked at him with a puzzled expression, telling him he must be dreaming. He explained that the morning star of Qiming had been decided half an hour ago, and estimated that the man with short hair's results were probably around 5th place, telling him to leave quickly. The man with short hair was in disbelief, declaring that 5th place couldn't be right. He identified himself as Zhao Lai, the one who single-handedly killed a 4th-level evolved beast on his first try. Meanwhile, a man in a blue uniform suggested giving the girl from Dronzer province a spot to enter the bloodline pool, stating that it hadn't been easy for her. Another man in a blue uniform thanked the general, confirming that only the top 3 had the qualification to enter the bloodline pool. He declared that Lu Xing truly deserved 1st place. He added that Xingji's 2nd position was well-deserved as well. However, for the 3rd position, Jia Haishan and Kong Qing were equally matched, but Kong Qing was a spiritual master, which was even rarer. He encouraged Kong Qing to keep fighting. After exiting the selection passage, Lu Xing was sent back to rest, which was different from what he had imagined, as he thought he would be going straight to the awards ceremony. He wondered if the recovery potion would be useful to him, but he figured that the medicines of this era were similar to advanced functional beverages, and not really effective. Lu Xing sighed, noting that even the stamina recovery was nowhere near as effective as the medicines he refined himself. He wondered how He Lingsu's spirit, muscle, and battle marks enhancing elixir was progressing, as it had been a while since he last contacted her. Deciding to test the new technique once more, Lu Xing focused his energy. Lu Xing focused on his technique. He realized that the thunder breathing technique combined the strengths of flame breathing and wind breathing, making it faster and more explosive. However, he knew it hadn't reached the extremes of either, making it a breathing technique with a strong balance. He wondered if he had pushed himself too hard. He questioned what the development of the next 10,000 years had to do with him, since he would be long gone by then. He didn't even know what the future held, or if there would be a next life, so why not just live this life happily and be content? Lu Xing suddenly snapped out of it. Since he had already witnessed it with his own eyes, how could he pretend as if he hadn't seen it? Since a choice had been made, how could he easily give up? Lu Xing declared that he wasn't just doing it for the human race in 10,000 years, but for himself. He would give his all, gritting his teeth and putting in every ounce of effort for this cause, something not everyone could possess. He arrived, he witnessed, and he would ignite for this cause. It had to be his choice. The emo phase ended, and it was time to continue striving. He decided to retrieve historical information. Lu Xing decided to retrieve some historical information and was confronted with his profile. The screen displayed his name, gender, martial path, and strength. He noted that the overall information was similar to what he had seen before, but the resume had become more impressive. The upper limit of his strength was still at the 7th level Grandmaster realm, but the character evaluation had gained an extra half-star, reaching a height of 3.5 stars. Then he saw the family background section. He was stunned to see that he had a wife listed on the profile. It was instructor Dong Qingxue. He was shocked, pointing out that Dong Qingxue was almost 13 years older than him. Lu Xing was in disbelief, seeing a wedding photo of himself with Dong Qingxue. He thought that in the martial world, people often appeared younger than their actual age due to their cultivation, but how could he end up marrying her? He felt it would be like being young grass eaten by an old ox, which he considered absurd. However, upon closer consideration, he realized he would be joining the Eastern Military District and becoming a morning star in the future. He knew he would definitely be spending a lot of time with her, and the previous connection, coupled with spending days together, made him realize there might really be a possibility of them developing feelings. He realized that instructor Dong Qingxue might actually become his wife, and he wouldn't be able to look at her directly in the future. He decided he needed to find someone to vent his frustrations on, swaying unsteadily as he moved. He tried to calm down, remembering that the Valkyrie was nearby. Lu Xing, still reeling from the revelation of his impending marriage to Dong Qingxue, found himself in a large room filled with people. The man in the suit announced that since everyone was present, they could begin, calling Lu Xing forward. He told him that the emblem was made of the same material as the master emblem, just styled differently, and expressed his hope that one day, Lu Xing would wear the real master emblem. Lu Xing replied that it would happen, and moreover, that day was not far away. The man laughed, saying that only Lu Xing would dare to say such a thing, and it didn't come across as arrogant. He added that it was as if he was merely stating something that was taken for granted. He noted that every year, the Eastern Military District had a rising star, but Lu Xing was the first to be treated in such a manner by Master Yu. The man in charge announced that the top 10 would each receive a portion of special battle marks as a reward and instructed Lu Xing and the top 3 to follow him, dismissing the rest. He excitedly told them that they were going to the special battle marks pool and marrow pool, and that the rewards for this year's rising stars were unprecedentedly generous. He explained that originally, only the top 3 were eligible to enter the special battle marks pool, but due to Lu Xing's exceptional performance, Master Yu had made an exception, allowing all of them to enter. Meanwhile, another man lamented that he had only gotten 1 tube of special battle marks, and his instructor had even lost an extra bet and had to give away 3 more tubes, adding that perhaps even his 1 tube would have to be given away. The man in the suit asked if they were ready, telling them that everything was prepared and they could enter at any time. He then told everyone to come in. He instructed the 3 of them to change their clothes. The man in the suit announced that they should get ready to enter the cultivation chamber. Lu Xing, however, was more concerned about the logistics, questioning if they had to strip down right there. Pikachu was amazed by the sight of the level 5 special battle marks chamber, realizing it was far more powerful than just 1 tube. The man in the suit then called out to Lu Xing, telling him to come with him, as he would take him to the special marrow pool. Lu Xing followed the man in the suit, ready to see what awaited him. Lu Xing stared at the pool of special marrow, questioning why it was only filled halfway. He wondered if being a rising star entitled him to a less stingy portion. Dong Qingxue, with a stern expression, explained that even that small amount of special marrow cost over 1.5 billion. She added that it would be at least 10 times that if sold on the market. Lu Xing asked if he could get a refill if it wasn't enough for him to absorb. Dong Qingxue told him to finish absorbing all of it first, explaining that no one in the past had even managed to absorb half of that amount. She instructed him to hurry up and get in, as absorbing the special marrow was not a simple task. Lu Xing nodded, ready to begin. As Lu Xing submerged himself, Dong Qingxue commented on how built he was, noting that he had definitely been putting in the time for physical conditioning. Lu Xing sank beneath the surface, ready to absorb the special marrow, but he was unaware of the massive, monstrous presence looming behind him. He coughed, sputtering as he realized why it was called the special marrow. He felt an incredible power, like a living thing, surging through his entire body. He understood why they said it was impossible to absorb it all, as the burden on his body was immense. Still, he was ready to face it. He vowed that even the power of the special beasts would be his to command. Back on the surface, several figures in blue uniforms monitored the progress of those within the special battle marks chambers. Lu Xing gasped, realizing that this was level 5 special battle marks. The blue-haired man observed that the absorption effect was impressive, and nearly all the special battle marks in the chamber had been absorbed by him. He added that it was truly worthy of a level 2 psychic, but he was maxed out on how much more he could absorb right now. He wondered how the others were doing. The blue-haired man admitted that they hadn't come out yet, and he was the first to emerge. He told him not to be discouraged, as his forte was mental power, and he was naturally a bit weaker in martial arts talent, so he wasn't in the same league as them. Lu Xing could only agree. Inside one of the chambers, a woman with purple hair sighed contentedly. She exclaimed that she could feel level 4 was practically knocking on her door after absorbing the special battle marks. She added that her talent had also leveled up, and the effects were out of this world. The man in the blue uniform observed that she had completely absorbed a chamber of special battle marks, and that her talent was indeed commendable. Meanwhile, Xingji declared that the special battle marks was truly a treasure. He added that with some consolidation, he could directly break through to level 5. The man in the blue uniform smiled, calling him a genuine genius and remarking that he had proceeded from level to level 5 in just 1 year. The man in the blue uniform pointed out that Xingji hadn't even fully absorbed his chamber's worth of special battle marks. He also observed that he had torn his own clothes, so he would have to walk back like that, and questioned whether he was really on the verge of having a breakthrough. The man in the blue uniform revealed that Lu Xing had completely absorbed one chamber, and then absorbed a second chamber of special battle marks. Another man with black hair exclaimed that in roughly the same amount of time, Lu Xing had absorbed 2/3 more special battle marks than them. The man with black hair sighed, remarking that he was already light years more powerful than Xingji, and now it seemed the gap was widening even further. He was shocked and questioned how Lu Xing's insane absorption rate was even possible. A man in a purple uniform stood in the facility, looking at Lu Xing inside the tank. He asked how everything was going. Dong Qingxue, holding a tablet, responded that everything was going smoothly. However, she noted that the special marrow was being consumed a bit quickly, and they were already down to a quarter. She added that although his performance among his peers was quite good, he was still just a rookie, and ordered them to empty the entire reserve tank into the chamber to maximize the effects. Suddenly, a man in a yellow suit reported that something terrible had happened. He revealed that all the extra special marrow from the reserve was already gone, and what was in the reserve tank was literally all they had left. He noted a rapid decrease. The man in the purple uniform exclaimed in disbelief. He pointed out that when he broke through to Grandmaster, he only used up half a tank. He ordered them to hurry up and go empty the warehouse if they had to, but to bring more. The man in the purple uniform watched Lu Xing in the tank, wondering what other astonishing feats the kid could possibly have up his sleeve. Meanwhile, the machinery around the chamber began to whir and buzz. The fluid around Lu Xing began to gurgle. The star body refining process had begun. The radiant brilliance around Lu Xing began to rapidly decrease. An attendant in a yellow suit asked if they should continue the supply, surprised that it was already drained. The man in the purple uniform insisted that they keep the supply coming, confident that Lu Xing couldn't exhaust the massive reserves of their entire military facility. The man in the purple uniform ordered them to pour it all in. Lu Xing felt the immense energy of the special marrow pushing him to complete the first phase of his immortal golden body. He realized that even just this level 4 special marrow was terrifying, and he couldn't imagine what levels 5, 6, or even 7 would be like. The attendant in the yellow suit nervously asked if they should continue adding more. The man in the purple suit urged the attendants to keep adding special marrow until Lu Xing couldn't absorb any more. He thought to himself that if Lu Xing didn't join their eastern military region, he would make him pay, even though each tank cost $1 billion, and he had already spent tens of billions. Lu Xing felt like there were countless volcanoes erupting inside him, his chi and battle marks as hot as magma. His whole skeleton had already taken on a golden hue, shining so brilliantly it was blinding. Lu Xing realized that this surge was internal energy, and he had officially transcended level 3, ascending to the realm of level 4 martial artists. He explained that his breakthrough from level 3 to level 4 was an entirely different realm compared to most martial artists, where one only stacks internal energy. He knew this meant his physique had undergone a huge breakthrough, and his overall combat strength was about to experience an unprecedented, terrifying boost. He groaned with the effort. The man in the blue military uniform was astonished, realizing that Lu Xing had depleted all of the level 4 special marrow. He wondered if they even had enough in their entire reserves to satiate him alone. The woman with white hair looked equally shocked, a hand raised to her mouth. Suddenly, smoke filled the air as Lu Xing rose from the pool of marrow. It felt like he had grown a bit taller. Back in the observation room, the group watched in disbelief. One of the younger men gnashed his teeth, realizing that Lu Xing was not just strong, but unbelievably powerful. He wondered why. The man in the blue military uniform was astonished, noting that in less than 2 months, Lu Xing had not just caught up, but had eclipsed him. He felt that calling it astonishing was an understatement. Suddenly, the man in the blue uniform launched an attack, telling Lu Xing to take on his move. Dong Qingxue looked on in shock, exclaiming, "Master?" Lu Xing met the attack head-on, his fist radiating a fiery aura as the two forces collided. The man in the blue military uniform was impressed, saying that Lu Xing had the flair of someone from back in the day. The impact of their blows sent shockwaves through the area, scattering debris and alarming the workers in hazmat suits. Nearby, a man with black hair watched the fight with wide eyes, exclaiming that it was a contest between grandmasters. The man with black hair asked the blue uniformed man to cut him some slack, as he had only just leveled up to level 4. The man in the blue military uniform scoffed, finding it hard to believe that the man with black hair was only level 4. He pointed out that with golden bones and jade-like muscles, his yoga cultivation was at a grandmaster level, and his combat power was shooting past 500,000. The man in the blue military uniform declared that he didn't care whether he was level 4 or not. After guzzling down 15 billion worth of his special marrow fluid, even a snack felt like a courtesy. He threatened to punch him into a complete mess. The man with gray hair laughed, asking if he was kidding. He pointed out that General Yu was a genuine 7th level master. The man with gray hair continued, saying that even the lowest combat power from a direct hit started at 1 million. He wondered how Lu Xing managed to withstand it. Another man with dark hair looked shocked, asking if they were being assessed alongside someone like that. He admitted that he'd never heard of any bright star going to such extremes. The man with gray hair exclaimed that the kid, Lu Xing, was already stronger than him. Lingsu realized that Lu Xing was only 18 years old and hadn't even taken the unified test. The man with gray hair laughed, realizing something. Dong Qingxue declared that Lu Xing would be the one to achieve great success this time. He was astonished that a 4th level martial artist already possessed the combat power of a peak 6th level. He wondered what Lu Xing's combat power would be when he reached the 5th or 6th level, speculating that it would probably surpass 1 million directly, making him superior to even a grandmaster. He noted that Lu Xing had already displayed the will of a grandmaster, solidifying his path to grandmaster status. Another man in the training room realized that even the quantity of essence Lu Xing absorbed was many times larger than his own. He wondered if the gap between them was truly this immense. Lu Xing looked confused, asking if he absorbed 150 billion essence. He laughed nervously, telling General Yu that he had a great sense of humor. General Yu told him not to mention it, and instructed him to kill a few more exotic beasts on the battlefield so that the exotic essence from their eastern military district wouldn't be considered a waste. Lu Xing declared that going into battle to kill the enemy was the duty of every martial artist. He added that since he had taken up so many resources, he ought to offer a more substantial contribution. The older man smiled, noting Lu Xing's willingness to take responsibility without hesitation, stating that it hinted at a grandmaster's presence. He said that the next time he saw Lu Xing, he thought he might be a grandmaster, and he was looking forward to that day coming soon. Dong Qingxue told Lu Xing that the bright star of the dawn had come to an end and that he should be fully prepared for the unified exam now. She asked if he had decided which university he wanted to apply to and if he had any good suggestions. Instructor Dong Qingxue stated that with his current strength, he could freely choose any martial arts academy within the Dragon Kingdom. She added that in the eastern region, the best university was East Ning Martial Arts Academy. Since he was originally from East Ning Province, he would receive great benefits and privileges in all aspects. She paused, then admitted that if it had been a month ago, she would have definitely advised him to go to East Ning Martial Arts Academy. But now, she could only suggest that he go to Kyoto, because Kyoto had 7 holy martial arts academies. The man explained that Kyoto was the birthplace of martial arts in the Dragon Kingdom, a place where all the top martial arts talents gathered, a true place of dragons and tigers. Heelingsu added that they would even have a chance to break the records at the Holy Martial Tower, and earn the favor of a martial saint, or even become their disciple. The man continued, explaining that a martial saint was the pinnacle of this world, possessing unimaginable martial power and absolute authority, even surpassing that of the military and the nation. He revealed that nowadays in the Dragon Kingdom, there were 3 9th-level martial saints, including the Martial Saint of the Supreme Way, Martial Saint Mingyu, and Tan Zhongyu, the Silent Star Martial Saint Lin Jingwei. The man in the blue military uniform explained that in the ignition system, the strongest in this world was only at the 9th level, meaning a martial saint was at the pinnacle. He added that he couldn't decide for Lu Xing. He was told that his future would go farther than anyone else, to the point of not being inferior to a martial saint. Lu Xing was surprised that Dong Qingxue saw him that way in her heart. The man with green hair thought that was a big statement, considering Lu Xing was only at the 4th level and wanted to be on par with a 9th-level martial saint. He wondered if his perspective was limited, as the talent Lu Xing had displayed was unheard of, and maybe it wasn't certain after all. The woman with long white hair stated that the highest ranking in the entire Dragon Kingdom military district was Grand Master, only reaching the 8th level. As for the 9th-level martial saint, she asked why they couldn't use the entire military's power to break through 1 level. The man with blonde hair interjected that it wasn't as simple as she thought. He explained that to nurture an 8th-level Grandmaster, they had already expended all the top-tier resources of the military, and they simply didn't know how many resources it would take to reach the 9th level. He continued that between the 8th level and the 9th level, there existed an unimaginable chasm. He added that to have a 9th-level martial saint was the long-standing wish of theirs, as well as the long-standing wish of the military. As a lieutenant colonel in the Eastern Military District, she advised him to stay in the East, as this way, he would have a high probability of joining the military district in the future. However, she added that their wishes should not become chains that bind him, and his path should be decided by himself. Lu Xing exhaled, relieved. He expressed his gratitude to instructor Dong Qingxue for her care, stating that stepping onto the battlefield to defend their homeland was the duty of martial artists like them, just like the promise between him and General Yu. He added that he would never forget the support and care provided by the Eastern Military District. Dong Qingxue smiled, replying that it was good to hear. Lingsu, who had been listening in, gasped in surprise, covering her mouth with her hand. Dong Qingxue told Lu Xing that since the selection was over and there were only a few days left until the college entrance examination, he should hurry to the Psychic Association to get through their assessment. The faster he could access the Star Network, the better it would be. Lu Xing agreed, saying he would prepare to leave right away. The green-haired man chuckled, remarking that after so many years, he'd never seen her make that face before. He wondered if Miss He had feelings for Lu Xing. Dong Qingxue denied it, saying he was talking nonsense. She insisted that she absolutely did not have feelings for him. Dong Qingxue watched Lu Xing as he walked away, lost in thought. The next day, somewhere in the skies of Ning Province, a helicopter flew towards their destination. Dong Qingxue asked Lu Xing if he was sure he wanted to get off there. Lu Xing confirmed that the spot was good, as there were fewer people there. Dong Qingxue told him to wait for the helicopter to descend a bit more so she could lower the rope ladder. Lu Xing told her that there was no need for that, and bid instructor Dong Qingxue farewell before jumping out of the helicopter. Back in the helicopter, Dong Qingxue and the other man watched as Lu Xing fell, and the man was worried that he wouldn't survive the fall. Dong Qingxue reassured him that Lu Xing was much stronger than them, calling him a crazy lad. Meanwhile, down below, a man and a child were walking along a path when they noticed Lu Xing falling from the sky. The child wondered if he was a superhero. The man corrected him, stating that he was a martial artist, a very powerful one, at least level 6, maybe even a martial arts grandmaster. Lu Xing felt that his entire body, skin, muscles, bones, including all his internal organs, had undergone a tremendous transformation, completely beyond the ordinary level 4. He was more terrifying than level 5 or even level 6 martial artists with defensive talents. Lu Xing plummeted from the sky, surrounded by a brilliant golden light. He wondered if a stone would shatter from such a height. He landed safely and gazed at Dongning City in the distance. Lu Xing felt the power surging through his body after reaching level 4, and though his internal energy was still growing, it might take a month to fully develop. He noticed that his internal energy was golden, unlike the colorless energy of ordinary martial artists. This reminded him of what Yufei had said about golden bones and battle marks, which clearly indicated a golden body. Every time he moved, it came with a brilliant golden light effect, which he thought was pretty cool. He knew Dongning Province was just ahead and he needed to get his ID checked at the Psychic Association so he could access the Quick Star Network. He had heard that a successful ID check could score bonus points on the university exam. The man who had witnessed Lu Xing's fall found it utterly impossible that he had survived, thinking he must have used some high-tech means to land safely. He scoffed at the idea of superheroes, stating they were just made up for films. Lu Xing and the man with orange hair stood before a strange doorway. A purple orb floated between two rows of metallic structures. Lu Xing stared intensely at the scene before him, a question forming in his mind. Is this the test? He wondered. A man with a purple aura reached out towards a pink orb. Almost there, don't touch it, he warned. The man looked distraught, clutching his head in frustration. Ah, not again. This is already my 6th attempt, he exclaimed, as the woman with green hair looked on. The woman with green hair told the man with brown hair that given his age, it was very difficult to have any new breakthroughs, and he should go home and not come again. She announced it was Feifei's turn, asking if this was her 3rd time. The woman with blonde hair in the red jacket retorted that it was none of her business. She argued that she was a level 1 psychic when she was 20, so it was normal to fail the level 2 exam a few times at only 25. The woman with green hair stated that the man was almost 50 years old, so it wasn't the same. She sighed, and then noticed Lu Xing. Who is this young man? She wondered. She was informed that he had been referred by Captain Dong Qingxue from the Eastern Military Region, and that she should make sure to treat him well. The woman with blonde hair tilted her head, eyeing Lu Xing with curiosity. So young, is he also a psychic? She wondered. The woman with blonde hair approached Lu Xing, commenting on his handsome appearance. She introduced herself as Xuefei, expressing her surprise at his young age and psychic abilities. Lu Xing thanked her, confirming that it was indeed his first time taking the test. He inquired if the earlier event was part of the test. Xuefei confirmed that there were 3 tests in total. The first was measuring the strength and purity of psychic power with instruments, followed by a practical test. She explained that the practical test involved controlling a specified number of dense iron balls within a set time, and simultaneously making them pass through a specified number of glass walls without touching them. She added that the glass was very fragile, shattering instantly upon contact with the dense iron balls. She explained that a level 1 psychic only needed to pass through 1 layer, but as a level 2 psychic, she needed to pass through 5 layers. Just then, the woman with green hair called Xuefei, telling her that it was her turn. The woman with blonde hair and the red jacket observed the test results. The device displayed a mental strength of 11.33 T and a purity of 1.02. She sighed in relief, noting that his mental strength was up to standard. She announced that only the practical control evaluation was left. She reiterated the rules. 15 dense iron balls must be controlled through 5 layers of glass walls. She started the timer, allowing 20 seconds for the test. The woman with green hair watched as Lu Xing's eyes began to glow with psychic power. The woman with blonde hair watched Lu Xing carefully. She knew that controlling 15 dense iron balls at the same time was already a considerable burden for an average level 2 awakened. She explained that one must keep their mental energy contained as much as possible. Otherwise, a slight fluctuation of the dense iron balls would destroy the glass wall. She added that one needed to concurrently focus on manipulating the balls accurately, stating that it wasn't as simple as it looked. She smiled, seeing that he had successfully passed the 1st layer. She urged him to give it all in one go. He successfully passed the 2nd layer, adjusting his position. The 3rd layer was also clear. She was almost at the 4th layer, believing she could break through to level 2 psychic. However, time was up, and she failed the first test. She was frustrated. She tried to brush it off, saying it was just a warm-up, and she would go again. Lu Xing watched with interest. The woman with long brown hair announced that the second test was about to begin. The test started immediately, and the woman with long blonde hair passed the first layer. She was doing well, passing the second, third, and fourth layers in quick succession. With 12 seconds remaining, there was still hope that she could succeed this time. The woman with blonde hair screamed as she failed the test. She sat on the floor, lamenting her failure and wondering if she should try again. She admitted that she was still too far off and that it was fundamentally impossible for her to pass. Lu Xing told her that she could pass. He explained that she inherently had enough ability to pass, but her approach was wrong, and she needed to use her brain more and not just focus on what was in front of her, but look at what was behind. She asked what he meant. Lu Xing explained that her approach was to adjust the position of each ball in front of the glass and then pass them through the glass wall, and then adjust the balls to correspond to the holes in the next glass. He told her that this method was not wrong, but it took too long, and the burden on psychic power was also very high. He said that this test assessed not only the strength, but even the computational ability of a psychic user. Lu Xing explained that from the start, she needed to determine which holes the iron balls needed to pass through. Then, treat each hole as a point, stringing the points together to form a complete path. All she had to do was control 15 balls to complete 15 different paths. The woman with blonde hair realized that his method was much simpler. It seemed feasible. The woman with green hair agreed that she was very smart, but it wasn't easy to do. She explained that there were not many people who could determine 15 paths in such a short period of time and calculate the distances between each hole, the speed of passing through, and so on. Lu Xing told her that she was wrong. For ordinary people, this amount of calculation might be large, but for psychics, it was nothing. He told her to pay attention. Lu Xing announced that he would only demonstrate once, but the woman with green hair was shocked. She realized that Lu Xing was controlling all the iron balls at the same time. Lu Xing commanded them to go. The iron balls moved according to Lu Xing's will, navigating a complex maze of cubes and spheres. He was all in on this test. Lu Xing, the man next to him, and Shuefei watched as the iron balls danced through the course. He explained that the idea was very simple. He would just pass them through in order like this. Lu Xing asked how many seconds it had taken, and one of the examiners replied that it was exactly 10 seconds. Lu Xing remarked that it was the first time he manipulated something like that, so he guessed it was passable. Shuefei, with blonde hair, was shocked that it was his first time. She asked what he thought, and if he had seen it clearly, adding that it was awesome and a divine skill in control. Shuefei admitted that she had seen it clearly, but couldn't fathom how he had done it. She compared it to watching a magician perform a trick, seeing every movement but still not understanding the magic behind it. One of the examiners with green hair said that manipulating a large number of iron balls through dozens of layers of glass walls and thousands of small holes in only 10 seconds was beyond her comprehension. She told the man with orange hair to quickly get Chairman Jiang, saying that this was a rare talent. Back in the chairman's office, the man at the desk complained that someone having level 4 psychic powers didn't make them a gambling god. Suddenly, the man with orange hair burst into the office, telling the chairman that there was an emergency, and he had to look at the computer data. The chairman asked what the panic was about, and the man with orange hair insisted that the young man called Lu Xing was about to start his psychic power evaluation, urging him to look at the screen. The chairman looked at the screen, wondering what the dazzling light was. The screen displayed Lu Xing's stats: a psychic power strength of 435.87 T and a psychic power purity of 126.02. Leaving the women in disbelief. The woman with green hair wondered if the machine was broken, exclaiming that the value was far too terrifying. She explained that the association's purity standard for level 2 psychics was 1, and even the level 4 standard was only 10, but Lu Xing's purity was 12 times that of an ordinary level 4 psychic, leaving her to wonder what it all meant and how it was even possible. The man in the blue shirt yelled for someone named Xiao Li to check if the machine was broken and fix it. But the woman with green hair responded that the testing equipment was not broken, as it had correctly tested 2 people earlier, suggesting he try it himself if he didn't believe it. The older man in the blue shirt asked if there was a problem with the values, clarifying that they didn't mean anything by it, but Lu Xing's performance was too astonishing to believe. He wondered if Lu Xing was a descendant of a level 7 or 8 psychic master. Lu Xing responded that he didn't have such a strong background, and he hailed from a very ordinary family. He then asked if the man was Chairman Jiang, and if they could proceed with the final assessment. The man, seemingly Chairman Jiang, replied that with Lu Xing's strength, he didn't need to take the final test and wondered if it would be too troublesome. Lu Xing waved his hand, stating it wasn't troublesome at all, and a small test was just a trivial matter. The woman with green hair announced that the timer had started. Lu Xing stared up at the timer, declaring that he could get even faster. The blue light sped through the maze at an incredible pace. Lu Xing commented that the second round felt slightly more proficient, wondering if the time had even reached 5 seconds yet. The timer showed 4.5 seconds. Xue Fei realized that the run was more than twice as difficult as the one earlier, yet the duration had been reduced. She thought to herself that Lu Xing dared to say that the second round felt slightly more proficient, and looking at his relaxed and leisurely appearance, it was obvious that this was nowhere close to his limit. The middle-aged man stared in disbelief. He thought that Lu Xing's psychokinesis control was at least close to the master level, feeling like he had been slapped in the face by 100 royal flushes, at a loss for words. The man in the blue polo shirt told Mr. Lu that his strength had been recognized by their association, and that he would personally make a certification certificate and award a badge for him later. He continued, stating that the highest they could award there was up to level 4 psychic. He added that Lu Xing would need to go to the senior association in the capital to certify above level 4, asking if that was okay with him. Lu Xing replied that it was okay, also adding that he was just a high school student preparing for the college entrance examination, and that the chairman shouldn't be so nervous. The woman with blonde hair, Xue Fei, asked Mr. Lu how old he was this year. Lu Xing wondered if he didn't look like a typical high school student. He jokingly asked if she had imagined he might be some ancient shifu concealed behind a youthful facade, proclaiming that he was 18 years old. He told the woman with blonde hair that she shouldn't be reading so many fantasy novels. He explained that he would be taking the college entrance examination in 2 months, and if it wasn't for the psychic certification that could help him get extra points, he wouldn't have run over to the association to take the assessment. The woman with blonde hair, Xue Fei, asked Lu Xing if she should give the assessment another try. He told her if she had another shot, then she should definitely go for it, as she might still succeed, telling her to relax. Lu Xing put his hands over Xue Fei's, showing her how to feel the iron ball. Xue Fei's heart pounded in her chest. The woman with blonde hair, Xue Fei, jumped with excitement, announcing that she had also passed the test. She told Lu Xing that it wasn't actually that hard and that it was all thanks to his teaching, congratulating both of them for passing the test, and suggesting they all get together for dinner that night. Lu Xing thanked her, but said there was no need for dinner. The bald man looked excited, but Lu Xing sighed, agreeing that he would come. The woman with blonde hair told Mr. Lu that the association had a designated reception hotel where he could rest, and that they would pick him up in the evening. She insisted that she had a car and would take care of picking him up and dropping him off. She opened the door to a sleek, red sports car, pleased with herself. Lu Xing agreed to the ride, saying goodbye to President Jian as he got into the car. The red car sped off down the street. The blonde woman in the red jacket thought that Lu Xing seemed like a typical young guy. She couldn't believe that he was a genius with both mind and psychic abilities, someone even the president of the Donghai Province Psychic Association would recruit. She considered him young, handsome, and blessed with a terrifying natural talent, making second-generation guys look like trash. Suddenly, she wondered if Lu Xing was eyeing her. She questioned what he meant by that. Could it be? She quickly dismissed the thought, reminding herself that they had literally met hours ago. Then, she considered that adolescent boys did like older sister types. She couldn't deny that she looked stunning and had a great figure, making her the right type of mature woman. She decided that a mature woman and puppy love was a classic combination, and it was perfect. The blonde woman in the red jacket urged Xue Fei to seize the opportunity. She announced that they had arrived and thanked Lu Xing for the ride, saying she owed him one. She told him that he should run now, but Lu Xing was confused, asking why he should run. He pointed out that she had just sped through 5 red lights, and there were 2 police cars chasing behind them. He asked her to drive safely, even if she was a psychic. She told him that she would pick him up tonight. Later, Lu Xing sat in his hotel room. He Ling's actions had certainly caused quite a stir, as news reports covered the billionaire's purchase of Sophia Chicken. The original Baihe City Rem Violet Pharmacy had been officially renamed Lingxing Pharmaceuticals Limited. They had also launched a new medicine, Spirit Muscle Strengthening Battle Mark Serum. She declared that this potion would change the era, redefining the existence of serums, and that the world's martial arts progress would step into a brand new era. Lu Xing noticed that she had changed the name and launched a new product without even informing him. After all, he was the largest shareholder with 90% of the shares. He noticed a long list of missed calls from benevolent hall boss Heilingsu, and realized it was his fault for not answering. He decided to return to Baihe City tomorrow. He would search in the dream world to see how far this Lingxing Pharmaceuticals would develop. Heilingsu's actions had certainly caused quite a stir, with the company's valuation exceeding 100 billion, making its mark in the pharma sector. She certainly had the Midas touch, riding on the success of the Spirit Muscle Strengthening Battle Mark Serum. But then he saw his personal information listed as the spouse of Major General Lu Xing from the Eastern Military District, and he was utterly bewildered. He demanded that the AI pull up his personal information. The results came back, showing that he was married to Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qingxue and the chairman of Lingxing Pharmaceuticals, He Lingsu, and that his highest military rank was Major General. He was stunned. 2 wives? What kind of person would he become in the future? He took a deep breath, reminding himself that this was just one potential future, and that it would keep changing with time. He asked the AI to search for the Spirit Muscle Strengthening Battle Mark Serum, but he didn't have sufficient permissions to access recipes for medicines above level 5. This confirmed his suspicions. He had released the serum in 10,000 targets of martial arts journey, and after 10,000 years of development, it had transformed from an insignificant tonic to a rare medicine above level 5. He realized that if he grabbed random relics from 10,000 years later to the present, human civilization would effectively have an additional 10,000 years. Lu Xing realized that the research could potentially elevate human civilization to a new level, and he wondered if the future devastation could be altered by this. He instructed the AI to pull up world history. He saw that there had been a change. The time of destruction was more than a decade later than when he had first checked. This meant that with the 10,000 years of development of the Spirit Muscle Strengthening Battle Mark Serum, the entire human civilization had gained over a decade more of survival time. He wondered if releasing those 3 Supreme Level 11 martial arts techniques to the public could change the fate of human civilization's destruction. Lu Xing paused, thinking it over. He realized that setting aside whether releasing these techniques in his years of martial arts could save the future of human civilization, once disclosed, it would inevitably create an enormous upheaval in the world, shattering the existing order and plunging society into chaos. He knew his family would immediately become the center of all storms, and he couldn't predict what the consequences would be. Moreover, if this still failed to save the future of mankind, then the last spark of his 10,000 years of martial arts would be completely extinguished, leaving no hope for the future of humanity. Lu Xing believed the best approach was to wait until he possessed enough strength to completely control the situation, then slowly release the techniques. He thought that the vulnerable humanity of 300 years into his martial journey needed a proper guide, and that guide could only be him. Lu Xing stood before a mirror, lost in thought about the future of humanity, and his role in guiding it. He realized he hadn't replied to He Lingsu's message yet. He decided to tell her to prepare some medicinal materials for his return the next day. He sent her a message, asking her to have the materials for the 3rd prescription ready. He Lingsu stared intensely at her phone, her expression a mix of anger and exasperation. She furiously typed a reply, calling him a Lu Cash Clinger and accusing him of only caring about medicinal materials. He Lingsu stared intensely at her phone, sending a flurry of angry messages, calling him a Lu Cash Clinger and a dark-hearted dweller. She lamented that she couldn't even say no, wondering why the stars had aligned her with this devil. She reluctantly replied that she would prepare the materials. Meanwhile, Lu Xing, dressed in a sharp suit, walked down a brightly lit hallway. A blonde woman in a striking red dress greeted him. She announced that she had come to pick him up, asking if he was ready for the party. Lu Xing replied that she could just call him Lu Xing because he didn't like the sound of Mr. He added that they could go. The woman in the red dress was visibly flustered, thinking to herself how handsome he was. Lu Xing and Xue Fei arrived at a crowded party. A large sign congratulated Liang City for the birth of another level 4 psychic master. Lu Xing wondered why there were so many people if it was just a dinner. Xue Fei explained that Elder Jiang might look like a simple old man, but in Liang City, he held a position among the top big shots. She added that Elder Jiang had tried to keep this party casual, and yet here they were. Lu Xing thought it wasn't too bad, and he would enjoy the radiance of Elder Jiang's bash tonight. He was planning on leaving Liangqing tomorrow anyway. One of the partygoers remarked that Chairman Jiang sounded fascinating, yet hard to believe. The older man took a sip of wine, stating that his own eyes balked at the sight. It was beyond belief, but true. He added that as one generation replaced the next, new talent emerged. A woman with purple hair explained that tonight's banquet was not ordinary. She gestured towards the crowd, pointing out the mayor of Liangqing and the president of the Martial Arts Association. The woman with purple hair continued, saying if they weren't lucky, they wouldn't be able to get in. She said that the initiator of this banquet was influential, the chairman of the Liangqing City Psychic Master Association, Elder Jiang Jinyan, and asked if the other woman knew how much more precious a psychic master was compared to ordinary martial artists. The woman with pink hair wondered if Lu Xing had mentioned going to the Psychic Master Association. She asked Xian Yuan to ask if there was someone named Lu Xing in the association. The woman with blue hair asked if she had taken a liking to a high school student she met while traveling recently, adding that she shouldn't believe when he's nonsense. She accused her of pretending and pointed out that she had been staying in Lianqing for a while and hadn't gone back to her studies, asking if it was because of him. The blue-haired woman said she heard he was a looker, had connections with the Eastern Military Region, and his family background was ordinarily average. She questioned what Dan was thinking. She added it was okay to date a few more guys anyway. She was going to break up sooner or later, ex-boyfriend blacklist. The blue-haired woman asked if her brain was broken because she actually fell for a high school student. The pink-haired woman responded that Lu Xing was not an ordinary high school student, but the blue-haired woman replied that he was still a high school student. She said she didn't want to bother with her. Since parting ways with Lu Xing, He Lingsu had been staying in Lianqing. She had sent countless messages, hoping for a reply, but Lu Xing had not read any of them. He Lingsu wondered if she wasn't in his heart at all, but the woman with blue hair told her to get her head out of the clouds. She said she was telling her this because she was her good sister. She explained that tonight's banquet was to celebrate the birth of a new level 4 psychic master, the same level as Elder Jiang. She said that such a big figure could shake Dongning province 3 times with a stomp, and if they had the chance to be seen by such a big figure, their own and their family's status would take off from their current position. He Lingsu, with her pink hair, wondered if the new level 4 psychic master was very young. The woman with purple hair responded that she didn't know, but Elder Jiang was at that age and only level 4. She thought that even though the master might not be very old, he certainly wasn't very young. He Lingsu agreed that it might not be him. The woman with purple hair scolded He Lingsu, asking if she was still thinking about that high school student. She told her to forget about him, and that tonight they had to cherish this opportunity, because in their circle, besides them, other people were not of high enough status to come in here. He Lingsu, with her pink and gold hair, was trying to get someone's attention. She repeated the name Dan. Meanwhile, Lu Xing was hard at work in the kitchen, preparing food. Another man watched him with a nervous expression. Suddenly, He Lingsu recognized Lu Xing. She told Xian Yuan to go on ahead, as she had spotted a friend, and called out to Dan, asking where she was going. Lu Xing, holding a plate of food, was all smiles. He Lingsu, with her pink hair, called out to Lu Xing. She stared at Lu Xing and the woman with blonde hair, a look of shock washing over her face as she wondered who that woman was. Suddenly, He Lingsu recognized Lu Xing and the woman with blonde hair. She wondered who the woman was and called out to Lu Xing, mentioning it had been a long time since they last saw each other. He Lingsu thought to herself that it was a coincidence to find Lu Xing in Lianqing. She felt that he seemed even more unapproachable now, like there was an insurmountable divide between them. He Lingsu introduced Jingdandan, a friend she had met last month during a trip to Nyoto Mountain, to Lu Xing and Shuefei. He Lingsu then introduced Xian Yuan to Lu Xing, whom she had mentioned earlier. Xian Yuan was surprised at how good-looking Lu Xing was. He Lingsu watched Lu Xing and the woman with blonde hair, recognizing the woman as Shuefei from the Shui family. She couldn't help but wonder why Dandan was so infatuated with him. The woman with light blue hair realized that Lu Xing, a high schooler, had managed to get into the party by leveraging his charm to rise socially through well-off women. The woman with light blue hair approached Lu Xing, mentioning that she had heard Dandan talk about him a lot, and that he was indeed quite impressive. She then asked Lu Xing where he was from. Lu Xing stated that he was from Baihe City. He asked if she was planning to delve into his family history next, dig into his background, and inquire about how he managed to get into the banquet hall. Lu Xing admitted that they might have suspected he came from a humble background, a regular student not in the same social class as them, and that he had found his way into the banquet purely by chance. He decided that they shouldn't replay this cliched plot, and that they could chat some other time. He would take his leave for now. Lu Xing sighed, admitting that he couldn't stand these kinds of gatherings, and that to outsiders, he might seem overly sensitive. He declared that his family was the most precious thing to him in this world. No matter who they were, if anyone tried to harm or humiliate them, he wouldn't stand for it. The woman with blue hair continued, saying that Lu Xing definitely used his appearance, or some other means to get close to Shuefei and gain entry to the banquet, and that he was just a gold digger. She urged the woman with pink hair to open her eyes and take a good look at his true nature. The woman with purple hair insisted that Lu Xing must have used his looks to get close to Shuefei and enter the banquet, calling him a gold digger. He Lingsu stammered, questioning what she was saying and defending Lu Xing. He Lingsu's mind flashed back to when she first saw Lu Xing. She remembered him as radiant, as brilliant as the sun, the hero who had saved her life. He Lingsu realized she must be crazy to doubt for even a moment that Lu Xing was a gold digger. He Lingsu insisted that Lu Xing wasn't the kind of person the purple-haired woman had described. The woman with purple hair questioned if He Lingsu had gone insane, and urged her to look because President Jiang was approaching. She told He Lingsu to stop thinking about that playboy, as the president was probably about to introduce that level 4 powerhouse. President Jiang apologized to Lu Xing, saying he didn't know he didn't like crowded events, adding that it was alright for him to lend a hand since he had a lot of responsibilities. He thanked Lu Xing for his support. President Jiang called for everyone's attention. He proudly introduced Lu Xing as the recently emerged prodigy of the Dongning Province Psychic Association, a new level 4 psychic. President Jiang continued, a little embarrassed, that Lu Xing was only 18 years old, which caused a stir among the crowd, who were amazed that he hadn't even participated in the higher exams yet. Suddenly, a woman with short purple hair fell to the floor in shock, pointing at Lu Xing. He Lingsu gazed at Lu Xing, the man with black hair, declaring that he was a figure that treads upon the stars and radiates as brilliantly as the sun, revealing that it was Lu Xing. He Lingsu watched the crowd stretch their necks, eager to hand over their business cards, but Lu Xing was completely indifferent. She thought to herself that she needed to redeem herself in his eyes, and she needed Dan's help. He Lingsu realized that Lu Xing simply didn't care about all this, and maybe she let her feelings get the best of her. The gap between them was just too wide, and this relationship never really had a chance to begin. Meanwhile, Lu Xing sat in the back of a car, and the driver informed him that their destination was Baihe City. Lu Xing thought to himself that these high society circles weren't his cup of tea, and just showing up there was already giving face to Chairman Jiang. It was time to head back home. A life centered around family and martial arts was his ideal. Lu Xing reflected on his life, thinking he was just an average high school kid from a regular family. A woman with short brown hair looked up and welcomed him back home, calling him Xinger. She told him to grab a chair and sit down, and that she would lay out his meal for him. A young man asked when he had come back, exclaiming that Xing was finally back. The young man asked him how he had grown so tall in just one trip. The woman playfully retorted that it was he who had gotten shorter. Lu Xing's brother remarked that his school probably cancelled classes recently. He added that he would see how much Lu Xing had grown later on. He hoped Lu Xing didn't overlook the message he sent earlier, and if he hadn't made any progress, he shouldn't even think about getting those tonics anymore, as it wasn't easy for people to get their hands on that level of supplements in the market, even with money. Lu Xing's mother urged him to sit down and eat while the food was still hot. He then asked his father if he had been taking the meat and medicine he had stored in the fridge regularly. His father assured him that he had been drinking them with water every day. The father added that he felt like his physique had improved significantly, making him feel 20 years younger. Lu Xing explained that a friend who owned a pharmacy had given them to him, and that they were specially formulated for middle-aged people like them. Lu Xing's mother asked if he would be staying home until the college entrance exams. He confirmed that he would not be going out, and would stay at home until the exams, before asking for another bowl. His brother teased him for being slow, while his mother told him to eat slowly because there was plenty. His father then suggested that since they both had some free time that day, they should go check out some new houses since their current house was a bit small. Lu Xing's family looked surprised. Lu Xing showed off a luxurious house to his family, explaining that it was a new house he had gotten through a contact. He asked them what they thought of it. His mother asked if their old house wasn't nice too, adding that this house looked very expensive. She wondered if they could even afford it. Lu Xing reassured her not to worry. He explained that he had been participating in various activities and training competitions outside for the past few months, and he had won a decent amount of prize money. He added that the house cost barely a fraction of it, and there was a lot more he had yet to receive, totaling over a few million. His family looked shocked at the mention of such a large sum of money. His mother asked if he was serious. His sister was equally stunned, wondering how he could have won so much in just 2 months. She jokingly asked if he had robbed a bank. Lu Xing declared that the new house was officially theirs. His father told him to find time to move in, saying it meant a lot to them and that they were truly blessed. Lu Xing turned to his sister, Qinghe, and asked her to follow him to the backyard training ground, wanting to see her current abilities. She agreed. Lu Xing grabbed his sister's feet, pulling her off balance. She protested, telling him not to pull her. Lu Xing told her not to just stand there and to show him what she had got. Lu Xing grabbed Qinghe's leg, stretching it out. Qinghe told him to correct her form, asking how such a loser could be her brother. She asked how she could correct her form when he was grabbing her feet, pointing out that he was a ranked martial artist while she wasn't even a full-fledged one. His sister protested, accusing him of only knowing how to bully her, and insisted that she wasn't a loser. Lu Xing told her to stand up so he could teach her some useful techniques that he had summarized himself. His sister wondered if it was like a martial arts secret manual. She had stopped crying, making him wonder if she had a switch to change moods. Lu Xing told her that she could call it a martial arts secret manual. He instructed her to do exactly as he taught her, but warned her never to share it with anyone. He acknowledged that everyone was curious and puzzled about his sudden rise within these past few months. Lu Xing instructed her to focus on controlling the flow of her breathing. She thought to herself that if she hadn't been watching him closely for the past few months, she wouldn't have believed it. Growing step by step from an ordinary college student to the radiant person he is today, even she wouldn't believe it. Even though everyone thinks he's had a sudden awakening, she always felt like he must be hiding some secrets. She thought her martial arts talent should be better than his, and if she also learned his secrets, her intelligence and wit, surpassing him in the future wouldn't be a problem. But Lu Xing patted her head, causing her to exclaim that she'd get even shorter if he did that. Qin He continued to practice the moves Lu Xing had taught her, letting out a small exhale. Lu Xing asked how she felt, and if she could feel the effect of the technique. Qin He exclaimed that it was amazing, asking what kind of move he was teaching her. She felt like one practice was worth several dozen of her previous attempts. Lu Xing wondered what he could say to keep his silly little sister from spreading it around. He told her it was the same as what she usually practiced, except it was the latest version, prompting her to ask what he meant. Lu Xing explained that it was like comparing a civilian mobile phone to a military satellite phone. He clarified that version 2.0 was for civilian use, but the set of movements was still in the testing phase, so she shouldn't mention it to others. Qin He, drawn with exaggerated features, asked if he was treating her like a guinea pig, accusing him of teasing those in his own household. Lu Xing poked her forehead, stating that most people didn't even have the qualifications to be a guinea pig for such a good thing. He added that this body training method was just not widely known, but its content was quite advanced. Qin He asked if there was still some risk, wondering what would happen if she accidentally ended up disabled from this practice. Lu Xing reassured her, saying that he was her older brother, and since they were born to the same parents, their physical conditions were quite alike. He had been practicing it for so long, so if anyone was going to end up disabled, it would be him before her. Qin He wondered who would take care of their parents when they got old if they both ended up disabled, adding that if she became disabled first, he would have to take care of her. Lu Xing told her to come over so he could teach her what to do. Qin He replied that he was just joking with her, telling him not to take it too seriously, adding that his aura was really intimidating. She then asked how he managed to get the body conditioning technique, questioning if it was something illegal. Lu Xing insisted that he, her big brother, would never do anything illegal. Qin He, pinned beneath him, retorted that he was about to commit fratricide, yet still claimed he wouldn't do anything illegal, demanding he release her quickly. Qin He asked if there wouldn't be any trouble, now that he had passed on such a secretive body conditioning technique to her. Lu Xing revealed that the person who taught him the body conditioning technique had warned him never to pass it on to anyone. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be him in trouble, but their whole family. Qin He gasped, realizing that if he passed on the technique to her, that would mean. Lu Xing admitted that he had no choice, because she was his little sister. Qin He was moved. Lu Xing warned her to keep the technique a secret, never letting anyone find out, not even a future husband. He stressed that it concerned the lives of her, him, and even their entire family. Qin He assured him that she would never let anyone find out. Lu Xing told her he would teach her a few more times, and once she became proficient, she could practice in her room. Secretly, Qin He thought to herself that she had been hiding in her room all this time to practice this technique, and that her talent was much better than his. She believed it wasn't impossible to surpass him in the future, congratulating herself on her acting skills. Lu Xing told her that he needed to go out for a while that afternoon, and that she should practice on her own at home. He promised to teach her practical techniques when he returned. Qin He agreed. Lu Xing apologized for making her wait so long. He explained that he knew she loved steak, so he ordered quite a bit for her on purpose. Qin He thanked him for being so considerate. Lu Xing inquired about the company's recent business, noting that the Muscle and Battle Marks Strengthening Tonic was priced at $49.99, a sum not easily affordable for the average person. The woman with brown hair explained that their target market consisted of middle to high-end customers with economic means, and the sales figures were excellent. She continued, stating that the initial batch of 20,000 servings had already sold out in less than a week, with a high repurchase rate. Lu Xing complimented her and assured her of his trust. He then asked if there were sufficient funds available. The woman with brown hair stated that they could manage for the time being, but they would need to open additional branches in the future and consider bank loans. Lu Xing reassured her that he would provide another sum of money soon, so she didn't need to worry about initial funding. Lu Xing told her that he would leave it to her. The woman with brown hair then asked if it was true that there was still some time left before the unified exam, to which Lu Xing confirmed. Lu Xing announced that he would be focusing entirely on preparing for the unified exam, and would not be going out. He told the woman with brown hair that the sales matters would depend entirely on her, and he would be moving in a few days, sending her the new address then. Healing Su was lost in thought, realizing that the man before her, exuding a compelling presence, was just a college student who hadn't even completed the unified exam yet. It was getting increasingly difficult to understand him. She mused that if it were her from 6 months ago, She couldn't have imagined entrusting the fate of the He family entirely to him, but based on the current situation, her decision was not wrong. Lu Xing said that if there was nothing else, he would leave first, before saying goodbye. He mentioned that Ma Fei had also made it big, as he had promoted him to become the store manager. Lu Xing told the woman with brown hair that she was in charge, and that was fine with him before saying goodbye. He considered that He Lingsu's company was the most crucial part of his funding source, and also the place where they could discreetly produce future supplements. He wasn't worried about whether He Lingsu would commit any acts of betrayal after her wings had grown, because even without external pressures, the things he had given away could naturally be taken back as well. Lu Xing mused that the most important thing now was a $50 stake for takeout, but the improvement of his own ability remained the primary focus, including forging his spiritual power weapon, the infinite blade wheel, and further breakthroughs in the stellar body refining technique, the immortal golden body. Lu Xing steeled his resolve. It wouldn't just be about escaping with his whole body, but rather, defeating her. A few months passed in the blink of an eye, and after the bright morning star selection and successfully passing the senior high school entrance exam, Lu Xing returned home, using various bonuses and extra income to buy a new house for his family. He noticed that people from the Hongchuan Martial Arts School had gotten the news and come over to help. Finally, they moved to their new home, named Huafu, but the new neighbors seemed a bit strange. Lu Xing was excited that tomorrow, he would be taking the unified exam, and he finally had his own martial arts training room. Since they were new to the area, he suggested they visit the neighbors. His father offered to go with them, but Lu Xing insisted that he should go upstairs and rest quickly, because tomorrow was the unified exam, and he needed to get a good rest. The man patted Lu Xing on the shoulder, expressing his hope that if Lu Xing became a martial arts champion, their family would truly shine with pride. Lu Xing lay in bed, thinking about his inner strength. He realized that it had already reached the pinnacle of a 4th-level martial artist, and he was ready to step into the realm of the 5th level. He had been delaying his advancement to the 5th level because of the repeated tempering of his inner strength. The originally faint golden inner energy had now turned into a golden amber-like substance, flowing within his body. The 3rd round of refining was about to be completed soon, and the power could be increased several times over. Lu Xing's training of his sister was interrupted by a sudden arrival. A woman with pink hair and a blue dress stood amidst a field of ice, announcing her arrival. Her face was partially mechanical, a cold contrast to her pink hair. She declared that today, the training would begin. The woman with pink hair stood her ground, facing Lu Xing head-on. She revealed that she had mastered 4 special breathing techniques. She added that she had also mastered the 2nd level of the flame breathing. The pink-haired woman declared that apart from igniting fireballs, she could also unleash an extremely powerful burst of splash damage. The woman with pink hair grinned, her head wreathed in sharp blue crystals. A swirling vortex of ice and energy tore through the air. Lu Xing had been training with the Grandmaster Valkyrie almost every day. He had become capable of surviving a full 5 minutes without dying during training, a far cry from when they first met. The complete martial art had already fused into his body. Lu Xing wondered if mastering every aspect of martial arts to perfection could advance the complete martial art even further. Lu Xing knew he couldn't win this fight just yet. He declared that after the unified exam, his authority would surely break through the 4th level. He knew that once he obtained the follow-up techniques for the 3 major level 11 martial arts, transforming inner strength into chi, he should be able to defeat his opponent once he reached the 5th level. He thought about how the more he sparred with the Grandmaster Valkyrie, the stronger his desire grew regarding the martial art that turns ice into a spear. Lu Xing smiled, revealing that he also had his own weapon now, the one that cost him a whopping 27 billion, the unending blade wheel. Lu Xing reflected on the 27 kilograms of silver extracted from the mine in Yoto Mountain, all being used up. After all that effort, he realized he only had a few million left. He thought that it was no wonder spiritual masters were so highly valued. He knew that this profession was like a money-burning abyss. Fortunately, there was only one word for this weapon after obtaining it: worth it. Even after 10,000 years in the martial arts, it was not without reason that spiritual masters remained a highly sought-after martial profession. Over these past few months, Lu Xing had carefully studied up to 50 of the killing techniques from the 5th level martial art, the unending blade wheel. The Flame Seed resource list described this killing technique in just 4 brief words: kill the Grandmaster. Lu Xing realized that the female warrior's combat awareness was exceptionally strong, something that ordinary Grandmasters simply couldn't match. He was still unable to attack within 3 feet of her. He knew the regular moves of the unending blade wheel wouldn't do anything to her at all. He considered using the unending blade wheel to execute the killing move at full force. He knew that once the killing move was unleashed, although it could seriously injure the Grandmaster Valkyrie, his spiritual energy would be completely drained, leading to an instant state of helplessness. He realized that in the next moment, he'd be taken down by the female warrior, a single shot obliterating him to bits. Lu Xing felt that with the wind breathing enhanced by his immortal body, his speed was already on par with hers. As long as he didn't go up to her, she couldn't do anything to him either. He thought it was a pity there was no suitable sparring partner. The female warrior was too powerful to take risks with, and he knew she might kill him if he went head-on now. He realized that without a comparison, he had no idea how strong he was, or where his limits lay. He decided that tomorrow's unified exam was the best opportunity for assessment. Lu Xing knew his goal went far beyond this. The day of the unified exam arrived, and Lu Xing's family was there to send him off. His sister wished him good luck, hoping the divines would bless him to achieve good results. She insisted on going with him to experience the atmosphere of the unified tests in advance, so she wouldn't feel nervous during her own tests next time. Lu Xing scoffed, saying she wouldn't be nervous anyway. His mother encouraged him not to be nervous and to do his best, assuring him that no matter how he performed, he would always be their proudest son. She then told him to get in the car, saying she was coming too. His father reminded him to do his best on the exams, saying the Lu family's hopes of producing a top scholar in martial arts depended on him. His sister called out, reminding their dad not to forget about her. He replied that she had a lot more to work on before she could become a top martial scholar. The unified exam venue loomed large. Lu Xing's mother fussed over him, telling him to do his best and not be nervous, aiming for an outstanding performance to bring great pride to the family. His father admitted that he had taken the martial arts exam there in the past, but his aptitude wasn't good enough, and his nutrition couldn't keep up, so he was eliminated. He told Lu Xing that he was 100 times better than him, and urged him to give it his all. Lu Xing confidently told his dad that he was ready. His sister, Qinghe, wished him the best, reminding him that she and their father would be waiting outside for him, as the annual martial arts entrance exam was about to begin. An official announced that the candidates should enter in order, with the first location measuring vital energy and the second measuring combat power index, and called the first group of candidates to enter the examination room. A man with short brown hair looked around with a surprised expression. The official demanded to know what was going on, questioning why the lines were crowded together, leaving a large gap in the middle. One of the examinees explained that he didn't want to move forward, but he got nervous when he got close to Lu Xing, and his whole body started trembling. The official was confused by this statement. He was quickly able to sense the powerful aura emanating from Lu Xing. The official realized that a warrior's vitality reaches a certain intensity, and this was the kind of aura that naturally emanated from them. He understood that ordinary people who got too close would feel like they were approaching a wild beast, and their body's protective mechanisms would instinctively move them away from the danger. The official was completely stunned. He wondered what kind of monster Lu Xing was. Realizing there was no other way, the official told Lu Xing to go into the testing room first on his own to test his vital energy, as the others would follow behind him. The other examinees scattered in terror, desperate to get away from Lu Xing. Lu Xing watched them flee with a he hadn't even done anything. One of the examinees tried to explain that he hadn't taken any banned substances, just some chicken soup his uncle made, which he claimed was helpful for the exams. The official explained that if anyone had consumed anything they shouldn't have in the past 2 days, they needed to speak up immediately, because the unified test eligibility would be revoked for the next 3 years. One of the examinees desperately protested, insisting that he hadn't cheated. The official watched him get dragged away, thinking that these candidates didn't know how to keep clean, because the rules effectively banned them from martial arts universities for life. He called out the next name. It was Lu Xing. The official gestured for Lu Xing to come over quickly. The official felt Lu Xing's aura, and it was overwhelming. The examiners, all 5th-level martial artists, instinctively stepped back. Lu Xing asked if they were ready to begin testing his vital energy, but he pointed out that he had already completed body tempering and needed a different needle because the current one couldn't pierce his skin. The examiners were shocked, but one of them said that he had a batch of high-level warrior battle marks collection needles. Lu Xing said that testing one by one would take too long, and suggested they go for a more direct approach. The examiners were still in disbelief, wondering how thick his skin was. One of them said that there was no other choice, as they had strict instructions from higher authorities. The examiner with short brown hair told Lu Xing to go ahead and test his combat power index first. Lu Xing smirked, acknowledging that he was ready to begin. A man with blonde hair launched a furious attack, screaming at his opponent to die. Meanwhile, the examiners watched the battle power index rise above 100. They commented that Dongning Wu had a good chance of getting accepted. One of the examiners expressed his shock, wondering if the machine was even working properly. He asked if they needed to upgrade to a more advanced one, not wanting to lose face. Another examiner assured him that the machine was the most advanced, with an upper limit of 990,000, enough for even a level 6 martial artist. The examiner called out for Lu Xing, signaling that it was his turn to enter the testing room. The examiner announced that it was Lu Xing from Baiha City's turn, reading his candidate serial number. The examiner looked pale and nervous, urging Lu Xing to begin the test at the instrument. He asked if student Lu Xing was ready and told him to wait a moment, before muttering about making a change. Suddenly, Lu Xing found himself enveloped in an intense surge of energy, as the words divine illumination of the king of the underworld sutra vitality enhancement flashed before his eyes. Suddenly, Lu Xing was enveloped in an intense surge of energy. The examiner exclaimed in disbelief, questioning if this student was really here for the unified exam. The examiner realized that the power was 20 times that of a star. Lu Xing activated a grandmaster skill. Lu Xing realized that he had integrated all of his states into one. He wanted to know his current strength. 5 minutes earlier, at the unified examination building, General Liu and Director Su Yaodong, who was responsible for the Baihe City Unified Examination and also the president of the Shuhai City Badminton Association, were present. To prevent fraudulent activities, the Unified Examination Committee had invited the Badminton Association presidents to serve as exam supervisors. The director of the Baihe City Education Bureau, President Su, had just lost again at chess. He admitted that he was just a simple martial artist and didn't know how to play chess. President Su was meeting with a guest when a woman interrupted him, saying there was an important matter that required his approval. She explained that a student of Bane's City had experienced an issue with the Battle Marks collection needle during the Battle Marks collection process, and the supervising official wished to request the use of a more advanced Battle Marks collection needle. The man with blonde hair questioned why he was being asked about such a trivial matter, as they had distributed a box of high-grade Battle Marks collection needles to each examination room. He paused, realizing that the high-grade Battle Marks collection needle was broken. He wondered if the student had achieved perfection in tempering his body. The man quickly ordered someone to retrieve the special Battle Marks collection needle from the restricted area, as well as the student's resume and information. He was informed that the information was ready for him to review. The man with gray hair congratulated the man with blonde hair, who dismissed it as luck. The man with blonde hair admitted that President Zhao's guidance played a significant role, but he also deserved some credit. The man with gray hair asked if the other man was not surprised. The man with blonde hair admitted that he had some degree of confidence, and asked if he knew about the annual selection of promising talent from the Eastern Military Region Congress. He revealed that a person named Lu Xing was the promising young talent of the year, and a well-known martial arts star in Baihe City. The man with blonde hair realized that the student not only qualified to compete for the Provincial Martial Arts Championship, but was practically securing the top spot and aiming for greatness. He declared that they should go check out this talented person, as it would be a pity not to meet them. Suddenly, the man with blonde hair was thrown back in shock. The man in the purple suit realized it wasn't an earthquake. He could sense the source of the disturbance. He realized that the source was not far from them, and it was coming from the combat power testing site. He wondered what on earth was happening inside that examination venue. The force of Lu Xing's punch ripped through the testing instrument, energy crackling in the air. The man in the white jumpsuit exclaimed in disbelief that a single punch had pulverized an instrument capable of measuring the combat power of a peak level 6th grade warrior. He realized that Lu Xing's punch must have exceeded a combat power of over 99,000. Just then, a man with gray hair demanded to know what had happened. The man in the white jumpsuit, relieved, announced that Director Su had finally arrived and started to explain. He declared that Lu Xing was a grandmaster. The man with gray hair ordered that the other candidates be dismissed while they waited, and that a grandmaster level force measuring instrument be brought over from the Martial Arts Association immediately. The man in the blue suit thought to himself that the force behind that punch shook the heavens and the earth. The man with orange hair reassured Lu Xing that no one would blame him and that he shouldn't have any psychological burden. By getting close, one could feel the aura of a martial artist who had undergone rigorous training. An hour later, a man with orange hair informed President Su that all the advanced instruments had arrived and that they should begin preparing for the test immediately. The man with gray hair instructed them to start with a Vitality Battle Marks test. The man with orange hair was shocked, commenting that the battle marks was thick and unscattered, like the battle marks of a Grand Master of Mercury. The man with gray hair dismissed the comparison, saying it was still a bit lacking, and that he had seen the real battle marks of a grandmaster. He added that considering Lu Xing's age, it was already quite astonishing. The machine registered the results, dropping the vitality value, revealing a martial artist level of level 6. The man with brown hair looked at the machine in disbelief, realizing that such a result had never appeared before in the history of the unified examinations for the entire Dongning province. The man with gray hair congratulated Lu Xing, telling him that he had broken the record for the highest vitality value in the province. Lu Xing thought that it was not bad, but internally, Another man with glasses thought that he was being too pretentious. President Su was informed that the test equipment had been adjusted. The man with gray hair announced that it was time to measure the combat power index. He explained that the Grandmaster level combat power instrument was almost brand new because very few people in the entire Baiha city could use it, but today, a young person was about to use it. Lu Xing activated his 20-fold stellar power. The man with gray hair was in awe, certain that what he was witnessing was the will of a Grandmaster. He thought that something he had been diligently pursuing for many years had appeared in the body of an 18-year-old youth, which amazed him. The man with brown hair believed that this was clearly the complete breakthrough of the path to a 7th-level Grandmaster, and that given some time, the young man would become a Grandmaster. The combat power instrument displayed Lu Xing's score, 126,000. The man with gray hair thought that the combat power was mostly up to standard. Though it fell slightly short, it was still worthy of the title of an aspiring Grandmaster. He found it strange. The man with long brown hair noted that something was amiss and questioned Lu Xing, asking why he wasn't using his Grandmaster level power, and where his aura was. Lu Xing explained that he wasn't even at the 5th level and his aura hadn't formed yet. The man with long brown hair was shocked that Lu Xing had achieved Grandmaster level combat power before ever reaching the 5th level. The man with gray hair congratulated Director Lu, stating that Baiha City was about to produce a Grandmaster this time, a real dragon among them. Director Lu repeated that Baiha City was about to produce an outstanding prodigy, a true dragon, and ordered someone to quickly inform President Xiao and the Eastern Military Region. Lu Xing emerged from the testing center, where he was greeted by his father and sister. They were eager to hear about how the exam went, and whether he had demonstrated his full capabilities. Lu Xing told them it was slightly better than expected and that going to the capital shouldn't be a problem. His sister was overjoyed, asking if that meant he could secure the top spot, excited that she had a top scholar for a brother. The family took a photo together to commemorate the occasion. Lu Xing examined his status screen. He had self-learned martial arts for 297 years and 6 months, and his martial arts lifespan was 477 years and 6 months. His martial arts level was 8th level martial master. The screen detailed his life experience, noting how he became a 2nd level martial artist at 16, causing a sensation, and how he achieved tremendous military accomplishments, even becoming one of the 4 great generals in the Eastern Military Region. He passed away in April of the martial arts, year 477 at the age of 181. Lu Xing was surprised to see that he had 5 wives, though it wasn't exactly what he wanted. He was excited, however, to have finally reached the level of 8th grade Grandmaster in this lifetime. With level 4 clearance, he could access several skills to acquire level 11 techniques. It was like pointing directly to a king to Grandmaster. Within this technique segment, it not only offered the 2nd step barrier for the immortal golden body, but also included an additional unique method. Fortunately, Shi Xingning was a big fan of Wang He. The two could be said to share a common lineage, so he could seamlessly connect to it with ease. Lu Xing considered that his Grandmaster's will had taken shape, and as long as he steadily increased his vitality step by step, he could successfully aspire to become a Grandmaster. But he thought about Shi Xingning's path to Grandmaster through creating the first technique, 10 days, same sky, a level 11 powerhouse, renowned for the next 10,000 years as the Eastern Extreme Sun in Wang He's path to Grandmaster. Lu Xing wondered if the paths to Grandmaster of the two of them were in the same category, but he was afraid they were completely different. He declared that that was their path, not his path. Lu Xing declared that he wanted to follow the path to transcendence based on Wang He, yet transcend Wang He. He stated that his initial goal was to aim for level 13, or even higher, and that only in this way could he achieve things that even Wang He could not do. He proclaimed that he had 3 major level 11 techniques as the main foundation, and the entire magnificent Millennia Gold Medalist Arts competition paved the way for him. This was neither wishful thinking nor an overestimation of his abilities. That was his future. It was the 5th day after the end of the unified examination. A man with reddish-brown hair grinned, stating that Lu Xing's results would be out soon, and they had to celebrate. The woman with brown hair wondered if the new neighbors next door were hanging lanterns and setting off firecrackers, thinking they must have some good news. She scoffed, saying that nothing good had happened since they arrived. She complained that the property prices were too low, allowing anyone with a bit of money to buy them, and she criticized their impoverished appearance. She recalled bumping into them that morning and someone spilling a pile of oranges on the road, blocking the intersection for a long time, and she didn't even know if that juice had splashed onto her car. Her husband told her not to speak in such a harsh manner, since they were neighbors. She was shocked that he would still want to talk to them. Suddenly, a horn blared, and she assumed it was the poor neighbor seeking revenge on her. The man with reddish-brown hair dismissed the idea of revenge, deciding he would just call for a whole truckload of roaches to fill her yard. But then, He noticed the license plate number. The woman with brown hair realized this could cause trouble. She thought she should get to know them better. She asked the man in the gray shirt what was going on, wondering why such an intimidating convoy was parked at their house. A man in a suit apologized for visiting without prior notice. The man in the suit asked if this was the residence of Lu Xing, the legendary martial arts champion. He identified himself as Xia Ping'an, the provincial governor of dominating province martial arts Grand Master, and dragon slaying champion. The man with reddish-brown hair was shocked that Lu Xing turned out to be the dragon-slaying martial arts champion. The woman with brown hair realized the situation was spiraling out of control. She lamented that everything was ruined, wondering what she had done. Meanwhile, Lu Xing was cleansing his body and replenishing his marrow. He realized that after obtaining the follow-up technologies for the immortal golden body second stage, his gradually stagnating physique had once again started to strengthen. Lu Xing received a text from his brother, who was excited that he had become number 1 in the country, the dragon-glazing martial arts champion. His brother said there were a lot of people at home and wondered why he wasn't getting up yet, adding that the provincial governor was waiting for him. Lu Xing was surprised to hear that the provincial governor was at their house. He decided to take a look. Lu Xing stood on the glowing platform, still processing the message from his brother. He sensed an incredibly powerful aura nearby. He wondered if it was President Xiao, and if the person next to him was a level 6 quasi-grandmaster. Then he realized that the person's entire body's chi and battle marks were like a blazing furnace, making even level 6 powerhouses appear like scattered charcoal chunks and dust next to a blazing flame. It was a grandmaster. A man with gray hair smirked, noting that their dragon-slaying martial arts champion had woken up. Lu Xing apologized for keeping them waiting. The gray-haired man complimented him, saying that at such a young age, he had a majestic presence with incredible strength, like the newly born morning sun breaking through the dawn. Gray-haired man introduced himself as Xia Dingnan, the provincial governor for Daning Province. He then introduced the man next to him as Xiao Yuhe, the mayor of Baihe City, who greeted Lu Xing. Xia Dingnan explained that he came to congratulate Lu Xing for achieving first place in the National College Entrance Examination, earning the title of Dragon-Slaying Martial Arts Champion, and asked if the college entrance exam results had been released. Xia Dingnan explained that the statistics were basically complete, and Lu Xing's first-place position was already certain, even without adding the scores for cultural subjects and various bonus points. He believed that waiting until all the bonus points were calculated would likely set a new record for the best unified examination results in the history of the Dragon Nation. He revealed that he rushed over as soon as he received the message to meet with Lu Xing and offer him some well-deserved rewards on behalf of Daning Province. Xia Dingnan presented a 50 million prize, explaining it was a token of the province's goodwill towards Lu Xing. He also offered a residence located in the center of the Dongfang provincial capital, covering an area of over 400 square meters, perfect for martial artists to live and practice. He exclaimed that Lu Xing now possessed the strength of a level 6 martial artist, and could freely choose from all the martial arts academies in Dragon Nation, then asked if he had decided where he wanted to go. Lu Xing stated that he had made up his mind, Kyoto St. Martial University. Xia Dingnan agreed, revealing that St. Martial University had also entrusted him to deliver a letter of recommendation to him. Xia Dingnan then revealed that it was all 7 St. Martial Universities, but he didn't want to show favoritism, so he would let Lu Xing make the selection on his own. Behind him, a woman with brown hair looked shocked that he could choose as he pleased from the martial arts holy land in the hearts of countless martial arts students across the entire Dragon Nation. He picked one up and revealed that he had made his choice, the 7th St. Martial University. The older man with gray hair admitted that he had originally thought that Lu Xing would carefully consider his choice, but he found his decision-making process to be truly unique. He explained that all 7 St. Martial Universities were established with the inheritance of martial arts excellence, and while the 7th St. Martial University's heritage was somewhat shallow, its faculty was by no means inferior to the other 6. He added that the credit requirements at St. Martial University were even more challenging, and that Lu Xing would need a high-quality cold weapon. The older man told him to call any time once he selected his primary cold weapon, and he would personally choose a cold weapon below level 6 and give it to him as a gift to celebrate Lu Xing's dragon ascension. Lu Xing knew that level 6 cold weapons, even the least expensive ones, came at a high price, but to refuse the goodwill of a provincial governor who was also a martial arts master would be impolite. He thanked Governor Xia for the offer. The older man in the suit announced that he had come unannounced and wouldn't bother them any longer, but he was truly excited and couldn't contain himself when he heard that their Dongning province had produced such a true dragon. He hoped for their understanding, but assured them it was no trouble at all. Lu Xing's father beamed, declaring it an honor to the ancestors and that his old Lu family could actually have this day. He told his wife, Shufan, to quickly buy more food, as they were going to celebrate that night. Someone looked at Lu Xing's file, finding it interesting. The cloaked figure smiled. Something had piqued their interest, which was truly remarkable. Perhaps this year would be somewhat different.